Global Lords, Hundredfold Increments. Starting with the Undead by Angry Piranha. Upon waking up, everyone had time traveled. Everyone had their own territory, and everyone was a lord. Fang Hao, who also time traveled, opened his eyes to find himself a recruited farmer, thrown to the wolves. He killed the lord in anger and received a hundredfold amplification as compensation. Thus, he embarked on the path of becoming a lord. Hundredfold amplification activated, received 10,100 skeleton soldiers. Hundredfold amplification activated, received 10,100 iron swords. While everyone else was struggling to collect resources and survive, Fang Hao had already amassed a mountainous amount of resources. He wiped out all surrounding forces and established his own kingdom. In the pitch-black cave, the heavy breaths of beasts echoed occasionally. On the open ground in front of the cave, a few farmers armed with stone axes and pickaxes were edging forward under the harsh supervision of the Lord. Thwack! The Lord raised his whip, mercilessly striking a farmer. The whip was made from rattan vines, lined with small barbs. A frightening bloody scar appeared on the farmer's back with just one strike of the whip. Hiss! Fang Hao gasped sharply. The fiery pain brought him to immediate alertness. He turned around quickly. There, a man wielding a whip was staring at him with a wicked glare. Get moving, and don't come out without the treasure chest, or I will flay you alive. Thwack! The man roared, slashing the whip in the air again. Before Fang Hao could react, an alert sounded in his ear. Welcome to the game, Universal Lord. Recruit farmers, collect resources, train soldiers, expand your territory, and use anything you can to survive. Your territory is your sanctuary. Developing it will increase your chances of survival. Treat your recruited farmers and soldiers kindly. If their loyalty decreases, they might slacken their work and even desert you. If you encounter others like you, congratulations. You've just caught a fat pig, unless, of course, you're weak array, then you are the fat pig. Newbie protection countdown, 6 days 23 hours 40 minutes. During this period your territory will not be attacked. For more features, refer to the Book of Lords. Lastly, good luck. Upon hearing the complete prompts, Fang Hao's face drastically changed. He could accept the fact that he had traveled across dimensions. However, his current situation seemed dire. Dressed like a farmer, and the sinister man behind him, who looked more like a lord. Around his waist hung a brown, leather-bound book, which must be the Book of Lords mentioned in the prompts. Damn it, I'm cannon fodder. Fang Hao cursed silently. The 5 villagers were moving at a measured pace. Farmer at the side pleaded tearfully, Lord, we are just ordinary farmers, we can't steal the treasure chest. However, this plea did not invoke sympathy from the Lord. Shut up, just go in. The Lord cursed loudly. His expression was severe and impatient. The 5 villagers had no choice but to continue their way forward. Fang Hao stayed silent all along, and didn't look back. Apparently, the Lord was using the farmers as cannon fodder, betting on their luck to get resources and gain an early advantage. Worst scenario, he would simply sacrifice the farmers, which wouldn't affect him at all. The 5 persons moved forward step by step. Eventually, they entered the cave. The deeper they went into the cave, the darker it got. The breathing of the beast grew louder and clearer. The farmers became even more terrified. Their legs began to tremble, and they had to lean against the wall, dragging their feet forward. With slow and painful steps, they finally saw the cave's occupant when they reached the depths. It was a giant brown tiger, black stripes, colossal size, much larger than any tiger Fang Hao had seen on television. At that moment, the tiger's sanguine eyes were firmly fixed on them. They radiated a deadly aura and held a grudge. Tiger, we're doomed. The farmers fell into panic. With their combat power, they stood no chance against a grown tiger. It's injured, Fang Hao whispered. The cave was dim, and the smell of blood filled the air. Looking closely, one could see that the tiger was injured, and grievously so. Its abdomen was filled with dark, fresh blood. Let's try to stick to the wall, grab the treasure chest and leave, suggested one of them timidly. Without retrieving the treasure chest, the Lord would certainly not let them go. They suppressed their fear and carefully tiptoed around the tiger towards the treasure chest in the cave, hoping in their hearts the tiger would ignore them due to its injury. They moved gingerly along the wall. The tiger's eyes were glued to them, following their steps and shifting with their movement. When the tiger noted that these humans were attempting to sneak past and go straight for the treasure chest, it roared in rage, dragging its bloodied body and entrails towards Fang Hao and his group. "Fight it, kill it, or we'll all die," Fang Hao yelled, swinging his stone axe. Suddenly, the cave was filled with the tormented cries of the farmers and the furious roars of the tiger. Several minutes later, bathed in blood, Fang Hao emerged from the cave, waving to a man gazing off into the distance. "Has the monster inside been killed?" the man called out from afar. Fang Hao nodded. A sudden, irrepressible look of joy crossed the man's face. "That's great. That's wonderful." Muttering to himself, he ran towards the cave. Entering the cave, he saw the tiger and the bodies of 4 villagers. Without hesitation, he moved farther into the cave. When he saw the wooden treasure chest, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. "Why is it already open?" Just then, an intense sense of danger swept over him from behind. Thump! A sound like chopping wood echoed in the air. A stone axe, flung with considerable force, slashed across his neck from behind. The blade, carved from stone, wasn't sharp, but it still managed to tear apart his flesh, managing to hack halfway through his sturdy neck. A broken bar." The man's eyes were wide with astonished rage, and a look of incredibility. How was this possible? A villager sent by the system, how could he attack himself? Why would this happen? Fang Hao swung his axe a second time. Blood splattered. A head dropped instantly, rolling to one side. "As a villager, you've killed the lord of the territory, your sin value plus 500. Fang Hao took a deep breath. He bent down to pick up the book from the other man's waist. The cover of the book was brown leather, with gorgeous golden designs embossed on it. At the center were 4 large characters, Book of Lords. As he touched the Book of Lords, a notification appeared again. "An error in initial lord data detected, data correction, compensation issued, a 100-fold increase. Detected lord sin value of 500, automatically assigned to the evil camp. Undead." He was done for. Upon hearing the new prompt, Fang Hao's heart tightened. Because he had killed the Lord just now, he was automatically assigned to the evil camp. Wasn't he now an enemy of all? But, in the next instant, he calmed down. Even if he was assigned to the evil camp, he did not regret it. It was far better than being a mere villager under this man's rule. He continued to look at the Book of Lords. As he flipped through, each page was marked with a different title. Resources Manufacture Buildings Channel. It was like touching a page of paper, but at the same time, like touching a tablet screen. Touching it yielded feedback. He flipped to the first page, Resources. The amount displayed was 0. In the Manufacture section, he had unlocked Hemp Rope, Stone Axe, Stone Pickaxe. In the Building section, he had unlocked Level 1 Cottage. The next moment he opened it, Level 1 Cottage swiftly turned into Level 1 Graveyard. It must have been due to his allocation to the Undead camp. He continued to flip to the channel page. Speaking privileges, 10 instances per day. Information started to stream rapidly. Has anyone left the village? Is it dangerous outside? Someone save me. There's a wild boar near my village as large as a tiger. At this rate, I'll really be killed by a pig. Wow. That's so thrilling. I want the full story. How are your villagers? A few hyenas ran by the village gate a few minutes ago, and now no villager dares to go out to work. I'm doomed. There's a giant python outside my village. It's just swallowed 2 of my villagers. One message after another appeared. Between the lines, the danger of this world was reflected, and most people, it seemed, were trapped in their villages, too afraid to venture out. The lord that he had just killed was actually a ruthless character who had ventured out of the village with his villagers. He had even tried to infiltrate the tiger's lair to steal the treasure chest. Unfortunately, he had ended up dying in the cave. Closing the chat channel, Fang Hao went back to the dead tiger. He had hidden all the items from the chest beneath the gigantic carcass. Level 2 Warcraft Magic Stripe Tiger. Do you wish to slaughter it? Yes. Slaughter completed. You've obtained 600 meat, 45 beast skins, and 25 beast bones. With the Book of Lords, He had acquired the Lord's abilities. No need to personally dissect. A light enveloped the tiger's corpse and the next second it was completely dissected. Meat and furs, beast bones automatically separated, neatly placed to one side. The beast bone is not the corpse of the tiger, more like some kind of drop. The tiger's corpse had just left behind a complete white bone. The next second, like sand and stone that had been eroded by the wind for 100 years, finally turned into a powder. After the corpse of the tiger disappeared, it revealed the items hidden beneath. These were the items in the chests inside the cave, which were temporarily hidden under the tiger's corpse to lure and kill this leader. Tier 1 Warehouse Blueprint, Hemp Rope 5. The blueprint, transformed into light, drilled into the Book of Lords. It was recorded in their building page. Fang Hao picked up the stone axe and stone pickaxe by the dead farmer, bundled up the meat and fur with hemp rope, and walked out of the cave. The most pressing matter was to leave here and head for the territory. According to the system prompt he heard earlier, every leader has a territory, and the territory has a 7-day novice protection period. It could at least protect his safety. With a residual memory in his brain, he hurried towards the territory. Along the way, he did not dare to pause at all. Finally, he saw the thatched house protected by a transparent light curtain. Tier 1 Lord's Wooden House. Owned by Fang Hao. Territory Building, Tier 1 Underground Cemetery. Note: core building of the territory. Materials needed to upgrade: 800 wood, 500 stone, 280 thatch, 60 hemp rope. Not far from the simple house, there is also a semi-underground building. Tier 1 Underground Cemetery. Recruitment limit: 05. Can recruit skeleton free. Note: in this building, recruit worker-type troops to do basic work. Materials needed for upgrading: 300 wood, 400 stone. Good grief, everyone in the chat channel is discussing about recruiting farmers. When it comes to him, only skeletons can be summoned. He went straight from the realm of the living to the underworld. Thankfully the Lord's Hall wasn't made underground, otherwise he would have to sleep in a coffin. Fang Hao didn't delay any longer and directly started recruiting. Can recruit skeleton 05. Would you like to recruit? Confirm recruitment. The system prompt sounded again. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Successfully recruited 505 skeletons. White bony arms extended out from the ground in front of the cemetery, and 5 white skeletons climbed out. Before Fang Hao can react, another flash of light, countless snow-white skeletons filled the territory. Even a portion of them stood outside the protective barrier. Skeleton Worker, Tier 1, Faction, Undead. Race Attributes: Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness. Innate Abilities: Novice Gathering Mastery. Undead, this type of troop is already dead, unable to have morale, emotions, and also immune to poison, disease, blindness, mind magic. Hollow Skeleton, no fatal weaknesses. Light Weakness: light magic does 20% bonus damage to self. Note: these skeletons are generally used as laborers and cannon fodder. Don't expect that frail body to do anything big. These are broken bar. At this time, Fang Hao was dumbfounded. So this is how the hundredfold amplification he gained was used. Meanwhile, Fang Hao felt relieved. Fortunately, what his quantity amplification procured were skeletons, undead troops that didn't need food. Otherwise, summoning hundreds of farmers, he wouldn't be able to bear the food supply. If he was unable to provide food for the farmers, slack work or rebellion would occur. Who knows, he might even get killed by his own farmers. The skeletons just stood there, staring blankly at him. Your job is to gather resources and collect food. Fang Hao threw the stone axes and pickaxes he had brought back on the ground. The closest few skeletons stepped forward and picked them up. All right, go and work. Remember, don't go too far. Fang Hao issued the order. 500 skeletons turned around, crowding towards the outside of the territory. These skeletons may not be powerful troops, but they won in numbers. Others could only summon 5 farmers, yet my 505 soldiers couldn't compete with them. What a joke. When all the skeletons went off to work, Fang Hao was the only one left in the territory. Sitting on a stone, he pulled out the Book of Lords and casually flipped it open. Stone Axe, Stone 1, Wood 1, rope 1, stone pickaxe, stone 1, wood 1, rope 1, rope, straw 2. Letting skeletons strip trees and stones with their bare hands clearly couldn't maximize their potential. He needed to promptly make stone axes and pickaxes. Half an hour later, from a distance came the sounds of footsteps and the scraping of bones. Some skeletons already brought back wood and stone. Resources: wood 50, stone 40, straw 80, meat 800. Beast skin 30. The skeletons put down the materials and immediately left. Fang Hao directly opened up production. He used 2 units of straw to make a rope. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Successfully produced rope 101. Damn, even that can be multiplied by 100, Fang Hao exclaimed. Even production could trigger a hundredfold amplification. This was just too powerful. With the mentality of giving it a try, he used 2 units of wood, 2 units or stone, and 2 units of rope to each make a stone axe and a pickaxe. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Successfully produced stone axe 101. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Successfully produced stone pickaxe 101. It worked. The subsequent stone axes and pickaxes produced also enjoyed the same amplification. Fang Hao had now figured out the pattern. The recruitment of troops would trigger a hundredfold amplification, and so would the production of tools. Without any hesitation, he immediately produced again. He made a total of 202 stone axes and 303 stone pickaxes. Mining takes more time, so he made more pickaxes. In an instant, the tools piled up beside the wooden house, forming a small hill of equipment. He walked to the territory gate and called out loudly, "All those without tools, come back and get some," then continued to work. Skeletons didn't have much intelligence, but they could understand basic instructions. They came back in groups, took their tools, and once again walked out of the territory to continue working. Meanwhile, Fang Hao looked at the remaining tools on the ground and frowned slightly. Damn, in such a short time, I've lost more than 20. They couldn't have gotten lost, right? He made tools according to the number of skeletons, but now there are 28 tools left on the ground, meaning more than 20 skeletons hadn't come back. Running away was not possible. These skeletons didn't even have intelligence, let alone the idea of escape. So they either got lost or didn't hear Fang Hao's call. Just as he pondered whether to go out and look for them, he saw more than a dozen skeletons approach, carrying a mountain goat. The skeletons looked ragged, covered in dirt. One was missing an arm, another had 2 ribs broken. Turned out they went hunting. Not bad, you did well. Seeing the skeletons in such a sorry state, Fang Hao couldn't help but praise them. But the skeletons showed no reaction. Thump. They tossed the goat's carcass on the ground and turned to leave. Wait. Take the tools with you. Fang Hao quickly yelled out to stop them. The skeletons turned around stiffly, picked up the tools, and set out again. Watching the slender white figures fade away, he couldn't help but shake his head. So aloof. In the chat channel, everyone was complaining about their farmer's low stamina. After working for a while, they needed to return to their territory and rest. Fang Hao checked the attributes of his skeletons for this reason. They didn't even have stamina and worked tirelessly, constantly laboring. When they collected a certain amount of materials, they would deliver them back to the base before heading out again to work. Model employees of the modern era. Tier 1 Warcraft Mountain Goat. Would you like to butcher it? Butcher it. A light flashed over the mountain goat's body. The useful meat and materials were skillfully dissected. They were neatly arranged on one side. The leftover bones became a pile of white powder. Butchering completed. Obtained meat 500, beast skin 20, beast bone 15. The 500 skeletons, though dull, didn't know what fatigue was when they started working. Moreover, they held an absolute advantage. In terms of numbers, they are hundreds of times more efficient than the other lords. It wasn't long before, in front of the wooden hut, several basic resources piled up into small hills. This can't go on. Fang Hao looked at the piled up resources, frowning. There's no room to step foot now, and the skeletons still kept putting materials onto the open space. Resources: timber 420, stone 340, thatch 250, meat 1100, leather 65, Beast Bone 40. I need to build a warehouse. Fang Hao opens the construct column. Tier 1 warehouse, timber 300, stone 280, thatch 100, hemp rope 50. The hemp rope needed 50 pieces. Fang Hao first used the thatch to make a hemp rope, triggering a 100-fold increase, resulting in 101 hemp ropes. He chose a piece of land next to the Lord's log cabin, then chose to build Tier 1 warehouse. Should it be built? Fang Hao confirmed and held his breath. He wasn't sure if the 100-fold effect would apply, resulting in 100 warehouses. Construction complete. The expected 100 warehouses didn't appear. A warehouse with a wooden framework and thatch roof appeared before his eyes. The remaining materials on the open ground were neatly sorted and put into the warehouse. The skeletons passing by Fang Hao consciously bypassed him, putting the resources into the warehouse instead of piling them onto the open ground. Once the materials ran out, Fang Hao sat down in another spot, looking at netizens blowing all kinds of fancy horns. After the resources were consumed, it didn't take long before the resources were raised again, thanks to the hard work of 500 skeletons. The rate at which resources were being gathered was simply terrifying. This time, Fang Hao wanted to upgrade his main city. Tier 1 Lord's log cabin. Lord Fang Hao. Domain buildings. Tier 1 underground cemetery. Tier 1 warehouse. Note: core domain building. Upgrade material required: timber 800, stone 300, thatch 100, hemp rope 20. Without much hesitation, he directly clicked upgrade. The resources in the warehouse disappeared, and the poor cabin was enveloped by a flood of light. The log cabin expanded a lot and became more sophisticated and stronger. Tier 2 Lord's log cabin. Lord Fang Hao. Domain buildings. Tier 1 underground cemetery. Tier 1 warehouse. Note: core domain building. Upgrade material required: timber 1200, stone 600, thatch 300, leather 120, hemp rope 50. World announcement: congratulations to Lord Fang Hao for being the first in the world to upgrade his main city. Reward: plus 50 influence for all factions, plus 200 influence for your faction, plus 1 Lord skill for your faction, 1 special building blueprint, 1 equipment manufacturing blueprint, plus 200 warfire coins. The world announcement sounded 3 times in the ears of lords all around the world. The group of lords, who were once filled with anxiety due to hardship, boiled over in an instant. What's going on? It hasn't been that long but he's already accumulated enough resources? How is that possible? Damn it. Unfair. I'm still feeding my farmers vegetable soup to regain their strength, but he's already upgrading his main city. How did the guy above acquire food? I'm so hungry. Wild vegetables. Just got them from the roadside. This guy must be cheating. Does anyone know how to report this? There must be a reward for reporting. This isn't a game. Where would you find cheats? Everyone was shocked by this world announcement. Everyone was gathering resources, so how did Fang Hao gather enough so quickly? Everyone crossed over together, so why was he so quick? With the farmers gathering 20 units of wood per hour, to accumulate 800 was not something that could be done in a short amount of time. Not to mention the many external factors interfering, making resource gathering more difficult. Fang Hao shook his head and gave a bitter smile, closed the channel, and checked the rewards he received. Bone manipulation technique. Type: passive skill. Description: when commanding skeleton undead, mobility plus 5%, all attributes plus 2%. Obtained: green equipment blueprint, two-handed light crossbow. Description: a handy and efficient light crossbow. Crafting materials required: timber 5, iron 2, metal parts 3. Obtained: purple special building blueprint, rejuvenation spring. Description: life is conceived in nature, a spring source of life, reminiscent of the taste of mother's milk. Requirements for construction: 1000 sturdy timber, 2,200 stone bricks, 22 natural gems, 12 traces of the forest, 10 traces of spring water, 8 essences of magic. Seeing the materials needed for the blueprint, Fang Hao was slightly stunned. What a big pile of messy stuff. Of course, The extra reward still made him happy, even if the materials were currently insufficient and couldn't be built. In the future, when more resources are mined, he would gradually collect these materials. The blueprint turned into a beam of light and merged into the Book of Lords. In the production column, the double-handed crossbow was unlocked. In the construction column, the rejuvenation spring was unlocked. It's a pity that there isn't enough material right now, so he can only wait to produce when he has enough materials. Just as Fang Hao was studying the rewards, some resources were contributed. In order to expand the advantage, Fang Hao decided to upgrade the underground cemetery. Level 1 underground cemetery. Materials needed for upgrade, 300 lumber, 400 stone. After confirming the upgrade, the cemetery, which was built on a half underground, expanded a lot. And the attributes of the building also changed. Level 2 underground cemetery. Recruitment limit, 5/10. Can recruit skeletons, free. Note: this building can recruit labor soldiers to do basic work. Materials needed for upgrade, 600 wood, 800 stone, 120 ropes, 2 shadow stones. The recruitment limit has increased from 5 to 10. This setup gave Fang Hao a pleasant surprise. The recruitment limit refers to the number of people who can be recruited using the building, not the total population. Otherwise, even if he built many buildings with 500 skeletons right now, it would be hard to break through the current population size. This recruitment limit allows Fang Hao to recruit another 5 skeletons. He chose to recruit immediately. Recruitment available, 05 skeleton. Do you want to recruit? Recruit. 100x multiplier triggered. Successfully recruited 505 skeletons. Wow! Once again, a white bone skeleton sea appeared on the open ground in front of him. Fortunately, Fang Hao already adapted and didn't feel any discomfort. Fang Hao continued to use the 100x multiplier to make 202 stone axes and 303 stone picks. One for each person. Go out to collect. Howl. Before Fang Hao could finish his sentence, a wolf howl came from outside the territory, interrupting his words. Standing on a stone and looking into the distance, he saw more than 10 robust prairie wolves pounced excitedly on the working skeletons, gnawing and tearing at them non-stop. A few nearby skeletons began to attack, but without the number advantage, they were no match for the prairie wolves. They were torn apart, and bones scattered all over the ground. These beasts dared to bully my undead. Fang Hao cursed angrily. He yelled at the skeletons outside working, "Kill these wolves for me." Although Fang Hao shouted loudly, his voice didn't carry far. Even so, nearly 100 skeletons heard Fang Hao's orders. They turned together, looked at the prairie wolves. After a half-second pause, they wielded their weapons and charged at the prairie wolves. The undead are different from humans. They can't feel fear, even if the enemy is stronger than themselves. When the Lord issues an order, they will rush up regardless. For a moment, battles broke out between the groups of skeletons and wolves. The sound of bones breaking and the howls of prairie wolves echoed around them. Soon, more and more skeletons gathered around. 6 wolf carcasses were left behind by the prairie wolves, and the remaining ones broke through the encirclement and escaped. Fang Hao walked out of the territory, looking at the chaotic scene. Bring all the wolf corpses in and pick up the tools that were dropped. The skeletons carried the remaining wolf corpses into the territory, and the rest began to collect the dropped tools. First tier Warcraft Prairie Wolf 6. Would you like to slaughter? Confirm the slaughter. Slaughtering completed. Gain 2,400 meat, 120 beast skins, 90 beast bones. After the slaughter, he gained quite a bit of meat and beast skins and bones. But Fang Hao was not even a bit happy. Looking at the skeletons that were injured and broken in the battle, his brows furrowed. These prairie wolves are ultimately a danger, hindering the skeletons from working, and maybe one day they would attack himself. Now that the territory's protection is still there, it's the best time to eliminate this hidden danger. Everyone take up arms and follow me. Fang Hao shouted and walked out. Surrounded by over 900 skeletons, they headed in the direction where the wolves had fled. Through the lush green forest. Ahead is a flat prairie where on the grass lay scattered, gnawed animal bones. Over 20 prairie wolves are lazily sprawled out on the grass, basking in the sun. Several of them bear visible scars, their still wet wounds staining the grass in a dark red hue. Behind the pack of wolves is a natural cave entrance. The cave inside is dim and unclear. Based on former experiences with beast lairs, there should be beasts inside, possibly a small boss. Fang Hao hides in the bushes, watching the pack of wolves from a distance. He feels an indescribable heaviness in his heart. If he didn't possess the ability to amplify by 100 times, like other lords, only having 5 farmers, facing these prairie wolves, could he survive? Probably very difficult, truly very difficult. Surround them, then launch an attack together, he instructed the skeletons. However, the skeleton army remained indifferent, showing no expression or response. Okay, go, kill all, spare none, Fang Hao said helplessly. Clatter. The skeleton army charged out from the bushes, wielding their weapons and running towards the pack of wolves. There was no need for any tactical deployment. The number of skeletons was too many. They formed a semicircle naturally during their charge, enclosing the wolves and the cave within. The sudden appearance of the skeleton army startled the pack of wolves, but it didn't give the wolves a chance to respond. The fight had already commenced. Despite their ferocity, the prairie wolves were vastly outnumbered. Facing nearly 1,000 skeletons, they seemed extremely vulnerable. With a single clash, they were drowned in the sea of skeletons. In the blink of an eye, over 20 prairie wolves were killed by chaotic axes. Meanwhile, inside the cave, a pair of luster green eyes lit up, like flickering ghost fires. A formidable prairie wolf king walked out angrily. It stood at the entrance of the cave, roaring loudly. Aru Aoa. Prairie wolf king. Level 2. Skills, Bite, Pounce. However, the next moment, when it saw the dense skeleton army in front of the cave, the roaring abruptly ceased. Crack, crack. Turning their heads, the skeletons stared collectively at the Wolf King. The next second, they all poured into the dark cave, followed by the sounds of battle and prying. Several minutes later, the skeletons that went into the cave all walked out again. A few of the skeletons carried the Wolf King's corpse and a wooden treasure chest. Thump. With a dull sound, they threw the treasure chest directly in front of Fang Hao. You're not stupid. Knowing to bring out the treasure chest and deliver it to Fang Hao showed some intelligence, but the skeletons carrying the treasure chest turned around and left, presenting their back to him. The chest opened. Obtained, Level 1 Barracks Blueprint, Common Wooden Shield Blueprint, White. The 2 blueprints turned into light and entered the Book of Lords. Although few, they were still ordinary blueprints. Yet Fang Hao couldn't help but feel elated. With the blueprint of the barracks, if he was able to build it, he would be able to recruit soldiers, thus increasing his security. Okay, take all the dropped items, carry all these wolf corpses. Let's return to our territory, Fang Hao shouted. The skeletons, 2 by 2, lifted the wolf carcasses overhead, following Fang Hao back to the territory. Returning to the territory, the skeletons threw the extra tools into the warehouse, and placed the wolf carcasses on the empty ground. They then turned around and went back out to work. Although the intelligence of the skeletons was low, their diligence and industriousness in not eating or drinking was really not bad. Level 1 Warcraft Prairie Wolf 24, do you wish to slaughter? Confirm slaughter. Slaughter complete. Obtained meat 9,600, beast skin 480, beast bone 360. Level 2 Warcraft Prairie Wolf King, do you wish to slaughter? Fang Hao clicked confirm continuously. Slaughter complete. Obtained meat 800, beast skin 50, beast bone 40. After the slaughter, the bodies stacked on the open ground turned into light and flew into the warehouse. In the warehouse, the storage amount of meat exceeded all the other resources. Even if he was a big eater, he still couldn't eat so much meat. With the issue of the wolf carcasses resolved, next was to build the barracks. Level 1 Barracks Blueprint, Burial Grounds, required resources, wood 300, stone 500, rope 60. Undead faction buildings don't use much wood. They consume more stone. Having chosen a location, he started constructing the barracks. With a flash of light, The barracks were built at the burial grounds. Level 1 Burial Grounds. Recruiting, Skeleton Soldier. Skeleton Soldier, White Bone 300. Note, you can recruit faction soldiers in this building. Higher building levels can unlock new soldier types and higher tiers. Upgrade materials required: wood 500, stone 720, leather 80, rope 240, shadowstone 5. The burials grounds were larger in comparison to the underground cemetery. The underground cemetery resembled a graveyard. The burial grounds, on the other hand, was more like a mass grave. The recruitment conditions surprisingly required 300 beast bones. If it hadn't been for the recent defeat of the wolf pack, the bones wouldn't have been enough. Similarly, someone else in the in-game chat had obtained an item called a soul crystal. It was hard to obtain and was an item used to summon troops. Its function was the same as that of his own white bones. He immediately chose to recruit. After all, they needed to be summoned sooner or later. The sooner they were summoned, the sooner they could work, and the faster his territory could develop. The hundredfold multiplier has been triggered, successfully recruiting 101 skeleton soldiers. A burly skeleton emerged from the underground barracks. Multiple rays of light descended around it, representing the additional 100 skeleton soldiers that had been amplified. Skeleton Soldier, Tier 1. Faction, Undead. Racial traits: Undead, Hollow Skeleton. Light weakness. Skills: Shield Bash. Innate abilities: Basic Combat Mastery, Basic Swordsmanship Mastery, Basic Shield Mastery. Undead, this unit is already dead and cannot have morale or emotions. At the same time, it is immune to poison, diseases, blindness, and mind-affecting magic. Hollow Skeleton, there is no fatal weakness. Light weakness: Light magic inflicted on this unit has a 20% damage bonus. Shield Bash, requires shield, smashes the enemy with a shield, causing blunt damage and a chance to stun the target. Note, the skeleton soldiers lifting their weapons. Their angular bone arms raised high, they have some combat power, but they're still fragile and can't withstand the enemy's continuous attacks. The skeleton soldiers were slightly bigger than the skeleton laborers and weren't just bare white bones. Instead, they wore tattered cloths on their upper bodies that fluttered in the breeze like a bunch of mop shreds. To be honest, the newly joined combat units did not give Fang Hao much surprise. The first 3 abilities were the same as those of the skeleton laborers, with an additional Shield Bash skill added at the end. It also required a shield to be effective. Right. Today's acquired blueprints were of the shield type. He immediately opened the crafting page. In the Book of Lords: Wooden Shield, 3 wood, 2 hemp ropes. Craft. Hundredfold multiplier activated. Successfully crafted 101 wooden shields. A pile of wooden shields appeared beside him. Alright, everyone pick up a wooden shield and a stone axe, Fang Hao commanded. The skeleton soldiers stepped forward, each one picking up equipment. Your mission is to patrol the territory and ensure that the skeleton laborers can work normally. Then, gather prey, Fang Hao pointed. The skeleton soldiers received the order and turned to leave. The territory was still in the newbie protection phase. As long as they were within the territory, they wouldn't be attacked by any beasts or enemies. So, as long as they huddled up, there would be no danger. On the contrary, those skeleton laborers needed some protection in case of another beast attack that would disturb their normal work. After issuing all the instructions, the sky gradually darkened. Hunger rumbles reminded him that he, after all, was still human. He hadn't eaten anything all day. There were flintstones inside the Lord's wooden house. He lit a fire, roughly chopped the meat into chunks with his stone axe, stuck them on wooden skewers, and roasted them over the fire. Immediately, the enticing smell of roasting meat filled the air. While waiting for the meat to cook thoroughly, he opened the chat channel out of boredom. Without a mobile phone, this became his only form of entertainment. Who has food? I'm so weak from hunger. Please, give me something to eat. I'm starving too, but I don't dare to go out. Who can help me? Who knows how to go back? I'll wire you 5 million instantly if I can go back. Wake up, person above. You better face the reality now. Exchanging supplies for food. The loyalty of my farmers is dropping. If I don't give them food, I'm afraid they will eat me. Anyone who has food, I'll exchange supplies for food. Online begging for food. I'm the campus belle from the film academy. Huh? You can exchange supplies? The food behind him was indeed a bit excessive. Rather than waiting for it to spoil, it would be better to exchange it for foods he needed. Action followed thought. After looking into it, he found out how to exchange items on the Book of Lords. Trader, Fang Hao. Registered item, meat. Quantity, 1000 units. Requirement for 1 unit, 50 units of wood, 40 units of stone, 5 units of iron ore, any one of them. Note, if you have any special items, you can private message to increase food quantity. No sooner had he posted the information than the chat channel exploded. Holy crap, someone listed meat, and it's 1000 units. Boss is incredible. Boss, do you need a leg strap? Fang Hao? Is it the Fang Hao who first upgraded his main city? Wow, it really is him. Damn it, Fang Hao had such a lucky start. That's blatant extortion. A unit of meat costs so many supplies. Are you even human? Boss, I have a gold tooth. Does it count as a special resource? If you want it, I'll break it off right away and give it to you. Save your yellow teeth to ward off mosquitoes. The person above. Boss Fang Hao, I have a gold chain. Can I exchange it for 2 units of food with you? Save your gold chain to hang yourself. I got it. Finally I can eat. Shit, how come it's gone so fast? I didn't get any. Boss, please put some more up. I didn't get any just now. The meat that Fang Hao put up for sale was visibly decreasing in amount, and the 1000 units of meat were sold out in less than 2 minutes. Then, a bunch of private messages came flooding into Fang Hao's inbox. Bro, I didn't get any just now. I have some wood. Can we trade? I'm starving to death. Bro, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tier pagoda. Brother Fang Hao, I'm so hungry. I've taken some very private photos. Can I trade them for some food with you? Fang Hao outright ignored those who were hoping to freeload. It's indeed dangerous to hunt outside the territory. But the amount of exchange material he set was absolutely not much. Even you could say, everyone could afford to exchange. Just that there were too many people who had crossed over and the initial territories didn't have direct methods to get food. Food thus became the scarcest resource. On the contrary, water was not in short supply. Many territories had sources of water nearby, and a river or a freshwater lake was enough for you to sell. No matter how much water you sell, you can't possibly sell out a river, right? So water resources were not expensive. Many people had them for sale. Wood and stone can be slowly gathered, they're always available. But without food, things can get pretty tough. Fang Hao thought for a moment, and put another 500 units of meat up for sale, still at the same exchange rate. The channel was once again buzzing. Fuck, buy it quickly. He really put more up. How does the boss have so much meat? He isn't cheating, is he? How many times do I have to say, this is reality, not a game? Boss, take me under your wing. Your little bro is willing to work like a dog. Is handsome. Fang Hao short of a girlfriend. When you're out, having one more friend can give you a hand at a crucial moment, and I can give you a few hands. Fuck, the one above is onto something. Watching the various salty comments roll endlessly in the channel, Fang Hao finally realized how scarce meat was. The vast majority of people currently weren't able to leave their territories and hunt wild beasts. Those who did manage to leave and luckily slayed a beast, got food. But they only killed one. They might not be willing to sell it, but would want to keep it for themselves and their farmers. On the other hand, Fang Hao had just put up 1,500 units of meat. This proved he still had a lot of stock. The newly put up 500 units of meat also sold out very quickly. 2 transactions in total made him gain 60,000 units of wood, 11,920 units of stone, and 20 units of iron. This number actually surprised Fang Hao a bit. The exchanged material once again filled up the warehouse, and all the empty space in the territory. Only a small path remained in the middle, for himself and Skeleton to pass normally. Ding! A private message sounded. Bro, see how much meat this can trade for. I don't have much resources, need to give some more help in the early stage. Then, a blueprint was sent over. Simple leather armor blueprint, common, type, Equipment. Materials: beast skin 2, hemp rope 2. Equipment blueprint. Some people are too lucky, having equipment blueprints at this time. Even though it's common, it's exactly what's needed in the early stages. Why don't you use it yourself? Fang Hao asked curiously. Soon, the other party replied with some helplessness. No way, I've used all the materials to upgrade the building. I and the farmers need food, so I have to sell it for now. Okay, for a common quality, I'll give you 50 units of meat, Fang Hao replied. Thanks, bro, I'll start the trade immediately. The other party expressed his thanks repeatedly. It should be said, Fang Hao did not take advantage of people's distress. In times of food shortage, even if Fang Hao offered 10 units, the other party would have to exchange. Both lords and farmers need to eat. But Fang Hao still offered 50 units, quite generous by any standard. Quickly, an equipment blueprint appeared in the designated trade column. Fang Hao also put up the promised 50 units of meat. As soon as he got the blueprint, he immediately collected it in the Book of Lords. A charred smell came from the roast meat on the grill, and Fang Hao had to close the channel to finish his meal. If he kept roasting the meat, it would have turned into charcoal. After a satisfying meal, Fang Hao decided to make the leather armor first. There might not be any danger at night. He reopened the Book of Lords. Simple leather armor, 2 beast skins, 2 hemp ropes. Make it. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Successfully created 101 simple leather armor. Simple leather armor, white. Category: chest armor. Defense: level 1 defense. Note: a simple leather armor made of leather and hemp rope can provide a certain level of defense. Not bad. Of course, he couldn't ask for too much. He donned one himself, and distributed the rest to his skeleton soldiers. Each skeletal soldier, now clad in leather armor, started to look more like the part. As he finished all these tasks, dusk had fallen. Fang Hao brought a few stacks of straw from the warehouse and spread them out in the Lord's log cabin. He closed the door and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. Though he slept deeply, he woke up with his back and waist aching. It was as if he had lost a kidney. His body wasn't used to sleeping on straw, apparently. Stepping out of the hall, he saw the loyal skeleton workers diligently working, seemingly tireless. He did some quick exercises. He relit the extinguished bonfire from yesterday, continued roasting meat, and had it for breakfast. While turning the roast, he put up 2,000 units of meat for exchange, maintaining the same requirements as yesterday. Fang Hao has put stuff up for exchange. Hurry and grab it. Fang Hao, could you share how you got so much food? We're all transmigrants. We should help each other. I suspect there are lots of grass-type animals near where he spawned. When it comes to grass-type animals, teddy bears are the only ones I respect. The rest are just trash. Boss Fang Hao, I'm at sea. Can I exchange some fish for meat with you? It seemed like many people were waiting for Fang Hao. There was a scramble the moment the meat was put up for exchange. This was even fiercer and faster than yesterday. Fang Hao's name appeared to have ingrained itself in people's hearts. The meat that was hard for others to obtain, he was selling it out in thousands. While watching everyone chat, he finished his breakfast. Seeing the materials piled up all over the territory, Fang Hao got up. It was now his time to work. Materials needed for upgrading to a level 2 warehouse: 750 wood, 450 stone, 200 straw, 100 hemp rope. He clicked to upgrade the warehouse directly. With a flash of light, the warehouse was smoothly upgraded to level 2. It had gone from a simple grass shed to a good-sized log cabin that could store more resources better. Level 2 warehouse. Storage: 30,000. Note: the resources in the warehouse will be preserved better, and the food stored won't spoil easily. The higher the level of the warehouse, the more resources it can hold, and the better the effect. Materials needed for the upgrade: 1,200 wood, 950 stone, 320 straw, 220 hemp rope, 100 leather. For the next level warehouse, aside from the increased materials, straw had been replaced by leather. He wanted to continue with the upgrade to a level 3 warehouse, but was notified Lord's log cabin must be at level 3. Just as Fang Hao was planning to upgrade the Lord's Hall, a private chat notification came up on the Book of Lords. He opened the Book of Lords. Big brother Fang Hao, I have a special kind of ore here. I want to exchange it for some meat. This person had a pretty nice name, Dong Jiayu. Fang Hao quickly replied, of course. Ore was also a resource. Currently in the early stages, special ores were still hard to come by. Shadowstone type, ore. Note, a rare ore acquired for the construction of undead faction buildings. Fang Hao's eyes brightened upon seeing the attributes. The upgrade for the undead buildings had already demanded Shadowstone. He had also been considering how to obtain Shadowstone and often kept an eye on the chat channel. He was checking if anyone was selling it. But he didn't expect someone to proactively approach him. It doesn't seem like I need it, Fang Hao replied. He decided to be somewhat evasive. Their chat came to a sudden halt for a few seconds. Then Dong Jiayu replied, I know, but Fang Hao, I really need food. Could you consider trading a bit less for it? The Shadowstones were of no use to the Human Alliance. Even though they were a scarce resource, they held no difference from ordinary stones in human hands. Can you tell me how you got these Shadowstones? Asked Fang Hao. He was quite curious about how these Shadowstones were obtained. Sure, I found an ancient underground tomb near my domain. I picked them up in there, Dong Jiayu answered. Fang Hao stroked his chin, deep in thought. Could it be that Shadowstones could only be gained in burial grounds? Would he have to construct not only undead buildings, but also tombs? Brother Hao, are you still there? I can agree to trade for less food, Dong Jiayu said hastily, thinking that Fang Hao might have lost interest in the trade. Just call me by name. How about this? I'll trade you 30 units of meat for each one. If you find more later, we'll stick to this rate. Fang Hao proposed his offer. He was not short on food, and besides, he needed the Shadowstones. Thank you, Brother Hao. I will list the Shadowstones now. Okay. Soon, a Shadowstone appeared in the designated trade zone. Although there was only one, he immediately traded 30 units of meat for it. The Shadowstone was now in his possession. Upon completing the trade, Fang Hao continued upgrading his buildings. Thanks to the relentless gathering speed of the skeleton laborers, he had enough resources for the upgrades. Materials needed for level 3 Lord's Hut: 1,200 wood, 600 stone, 300 straw, 120 leather, 50 rope. Confirm upgrade. A glow flickered. The main hall of the hut had expanded, becoming more spacious, and it was even more refined and sturdy. Level 3 Lord's Hut. Owner, Fang Hao. Existing buildings: Level 2 Underground Cemetery, Level 2 Warehouse, Level 1 Burial Grounds. Note, core building of domain. Materials needed for upgrade: 2,200 wood, 1,000 stone, 200 brick, 240 leather, 180 rope. With leveling up to level 4, a new material, bricks, was now required, which he had yet to acquire. He waited for a while. There was no announcement for a reward as they had been the first time he upgrades his main city. Feeling a bit disappointed, he continued inspecting the other buildings in his domain. Underground Cemetery and Burial Grounds could not be upgraded due to the lack of Shadowstones. However, the warehouse could be upgraded to level 3. Level 3 Warehouse: 1,200 wood, 950 stone, 320 straw, 100 leather, 220 rope. Confirm upgrade. The warehouse was successfully upgraded to level 3. Level 3 Warehouse. Storage: 50,000. Note: resources stored in the warehouse are better preserved. Food stored will not spoil easily. The higher the warehouse level, the more resources can be stored and the better the effect. Materials needed for upgrade: 2,000 wood, 1,500 stone, 400 brick, 300 leather, 220 rope. The total storage capacity had increased to 50,000. But the total amount of resources in his domain was still exceeding the warehouse capacity. With the warehouse filled, resources were also piled up all over the open ground. Having finished upgrading, Fang Hao called all his skeleton soldiers back. I should start exploring the surroundings of my domain, he said. tightening his leather armor and picking up a stone axe. As other lords had started exploring their surroundings, he couldn't afford to be confined to his immediate resources. Just like Dong Jiayu, who had explored a tomb nearby and found the shadow stones. What a pity! Other than Fang Hao, none of the skeletons within his territory possessed the ability to explore and draw maps. He had to do the exploring by himself. Of course, compared to other lords, his forces obviously had an advantage. This made his task less dangerous. Looking at the skeleton soldiers gathered around him, he said, "Follow me. Your task is to protect me." The skeleton soldiers didn't respond, standing still holding their wooden shields and stone axes. "Let's go." Fang Hao took the lead, stepping out of the protective shield. The forest in front of his territory had a large space cleared. The skeleton workers were still tirelessly continuing. He led a group of skeleton soldiers through the dense forest, and saw a grassland with a clear stream flowing slowly. Fang Hao took out a piece of wood and marked the location of the stream. This place was closer to where he fetched water from, and no danger was observed. It was just that he hadn't brought any containers, otherwise he could fill them up and let the skeletons carry them back to the territory. Following the stream upstream, Fang Hao's face suddenly changed. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down to examine the marks on the ground. Wheel tracks. The soil near the stream was soft, bearing noticeable marks of wheel pressure. "A lord or another party?" Fang Hao murmured, observing the tracks. Then, he urged the skeleton soldiers to follow the direction of the tracks. A sudden appearance of a new neighbor near his territory. It aroused curiosity but also concerns regarding potential danger. Very soon, Fang Hao encountered the owner of these wheel tracks. It was a humanoid creature, with a large dog head and hunched body. On the cart were bloody animal corpses. Knoll Rock Thrower, Level 2. Skills, Sling. The Knoll Rock Thrower wasn't very tall, about 1.2 to 1.3 meters. Its skin was gray-white, quite similar to a bulldog's. The group of hundreds of skeletons led by Fang Hao had attracted its attention. After a momentary shock, it let out an ear-splitting howl, swung its sling, and launched an attack. Boom, boom, boom. The sling, although primitive, exerted quite a powerful force. Whirring out, it hit the wooden shields, generating large thuds. The first row of charging skeleton soldiers were pushed and jolted around. "Attack, kill them," Fang Hao ordered. Clatter, clatter. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers, holding their wooden shields, began to run and charge at the gnolls. The difference in numbers was substantial. Even though the sling was powerful, the skeleton soldiers' wooden shields and leather armor provided substantial protection. They couldn't inflict significant damage. The closely packed army of white skeleton soldiers quickly closed in. There were only about 20 gnolls. When the skeleton soldiers got in close combat, they weren't able to resist effectively. Wielding small daggers, they let out loud cries and futilely waved their weapons, unable to contend with a group of skeleton soldiers. Screams echoed, and they all fell beneath the shield bash and chaotic axe. After everything calmed down, Fang Hao stepped forward. He looked at the dead bodies on the ground, and several cut-off skeleton bodies. "Clean up the battlefield," Fang Hao instructed. The skeletons began to collect the equipment dropped by the Knoll Rock Throwers. He, on the other hand, had his gaze set to the corpses of the dead gnolls. There were white bones resembling vertebrae by their corpses. Wriggling spine. Type: Consumables. Description: a ritual item of the Undead clan, used for recruiting undead troops. Upon seeing this, the origin and use of the wriggling spine were already known. It was mentioned in the chat channel. The construction of a barracks was not for unrestricted recruitment of troops. The human camp would drop a consumable item known as the Soul Crystal, a necessary material for recruiting troops. Just like Fang Hao summoning skeleton soldiers, he needed 300 beast bones. But beast bones were slaughter materials, which could be used for recruiting undead troops. They were not the primary recruitment item for the undead camp, but rather a temporary substitute. The wriggling spine was the primary recruitment material for the undead clan, serving the same function as the soul crystal. The skeleton soldiers had swiftly cleaned up the battlefield. The supplies had already been gathered. Harvest: 21 iron daggers, 8 wriggling spines, 1 flatbed cart, 2 unicorn corpses, and one giant antlered deer corpse. There were more than 20 gnolls, but only 8 wriggling spines had dropped. It seemed there was a certain drop rate. Not every corpse had one. Fang Hao had not made the next move. Instead, he was deep in thought. There was clearly a gnoll stronghold, or perhaps a camp nearby. Otherwise, the gnoll hunting team would not have appeared. Scouting out their location and military strength had become crucial. Fang Hao himself took an iron dagger and strapped it to his waist. Iron dagger, white, category, dagger. Attribute, Tier 1 damage. Description: attaching an iron piece to a wooden handle to make a weapon. Is this the product of brain work? You geese switch your weapons. Fang Hao picked out 20 uninjured soldiers, replacing their stone axes. The quality of the stone axes were also white, but the functions were not the same. Although the stone axes had damage, they did not reach Tier 1 damage. Their primary function was to cut wood. For combat, they did not cause as much damage as the iron daggers. When the soldiers heard Fang Hao's order, 20 of them immediately came up and changed their weapons. All right, follow me. Fang Hao continued. It was not time to go back yet. They needed to investigate the location and numbers of the gnoll camp. Rather than wait for the enemy to attack him, he preferred to determine the situation, preparing to take the initiative to attack. Identifying their location was not difficult. Besides the cart tracks left on the ground, there was a path that had opened up in the dense forest. Through the deepest part of the forest, they saw a defensive wall made of logs and a towering lookout tower. There was no significant difference from a human village. Many gnolls were coming and going, cutting wood, quarrying stones, and gathering various basic resources. If there was no protective shield, Fang Hao would think this was also a human territory owned by a special race. Regrettably, it was not. There were other gnoll hunting teams returning. In addition to the bodies of wild beasts on the flatbed carts, there were also humans. Fang Hao roughly estimated that there were about 500 to 600 people in the camp. In addition to a large number of stone throwers, there were also the gnoll warriors with iron swords and the valiant gnolls with iron axes. Let's go back, Fang Hao said, leading the soldiers slowly back. This camp must be eliminated eventually, but not at present. They needed to gather enough manpower to launch an attack. Back at the edge of the forest, along with the previously confiscated flatbed cart and food, they returned to the territory. Upon returning to the territory, the sun was just overhead. You geese continue patrolling, Fang Hao said. After pushing the flatbed cart into the protective shield, the skeleton soldiers returned to their posts, patrolling and protecting the worker skeletons from wild animal attacks. Of course, if there were wild animals, that would also be a good thing, as it could increase the food reserve. Tier 1 Warcraft Unicorns 2, Tier 1 Spotted Deer, Slaughter completed. Gained 1,200 meat, 90 beast skins, 60 beast bones. Apart from the acquisition of wriggling spine, the cart and food also turned out to be a good harvest today. The most important thing was the discovery a nearby gnoll camp. Thinking of the sizable number of gnolls who were so close to his territory, he felt an unconscious tension arise in his heart. This was not a game. This was reality. People died every day for various reasons. He was not a person who hesitated. He immediately went to the front of the barracks. Level 1 burial grounds. Recruitable. Skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldier, wriggling spine 1. Note: you can recruit troops of the corresponding faction at this building. Upgrading the building level can unlock new soldier types and higher tier troops. Upgrade materials needed: wood 500, stone 720, leather 80, hemp rope 240, shadowstone 5. Previously, recruiting a skeleton soldier required 300 beast bones. Now, only 1 wriggling spine is needed. That is to say, 1 wriggling spine equals to 300. Recruitment available: skeleton soldier, cost, wriggling spine 8. Do you wish to recruit? Confirm recruitment. The system's prompt sounds off again. Successful recruitment of 808 skeleton soldiers due to Hundredfold Amplification. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All camps throughout the territory were filled with the bright flashes of the 8 skeleton soldiers crawling out from the burial grounds. Seeing this spectacle, Fang Hao wasn't surprised as he had seen it many times before. He continued to manufacture 808 wooden shields and 808 stone axes for them. Some of you go hunting for food, and the rest transport supplies. Take the resources gathered by the workers' skeletons to the warehouse, ordered Fang Hao. The group of skeleton soldiers, upon receiving orders, robotically turned around and exited the territory to complete their tasks. After giving these commands, he reignited the extinguished fireplace and began slicing meat using an iron dagger, getting ready to roast the meat. He had already decided to take out the Knoll camp. Before that, however, lunch had to be sorted out. Eat and drink to your fill. Compared to the meat chunks chopped with a stone axe yesterday, slices cut with a dagger were more suitable for grilling. However, they lacked seasonings and happy water. Otherwise, the meal would be even more joyful. Soon, the aroma of the meat filled the air, stimulating the appetite. Whilst enjoying the tenderly roasted meat, he opened the chat channel to see what everyone was discussing. Does anyone have soul crystals? Undead appeared outside my territory, willing to trade resources for soul crystals. Same here, a farmer's got killed by something, and the rest are now too scared to work. Trading resources for weapons. Anyone selling weapons? We're all using stone tools. What weapons could we possibly have? I'm Ren Yongning. Whoever can bring me home will be made the CEO of my company. Never heard of you. Who are you exactly? A noodle shop's CEO. I'm starving. Is Fang Hao not putting up food this afternoon? My farmers and I have gathered a lot of resources, just waiting to trade for food. Calling Fang Hao. Same here. Same here. Seeing the repeated messages flooding the channel, Fang Hao chuckled wryly. The essence of being human is repetition. Even if the chances to speak are precious, they are taken up by repeated statements. Today was the second day after everyone was transported to this new world. From the conversations, you could discern the differing development speeds of the territories. Most people were still in the initial phase, logging and quarrying, gathering resources. Others, through luck or personal abilities, had established military camps. They had begun realizing the importance of soul crystals. In the human camp, only those with soul crystals could recruit troops in the military camps. But regardless of whether they were recruiting troops or not, food was a necessity. Without an adequate food supply, the loyalty of the citizens would decrease, and in severe cases, they might even defect. The larger the population of the territory, the greater the food demand. Hence, food was a fast-selling commodity. With this in mind, Fang Hao directly put up 2,000 units of food for sale. At the same moment, all chatter within the channel abruptly silenced. Following 2 seconds of silence, exclamations filled the air. The boss put up food. Who said that something happened to the boss? What a rotten mouth. Fang Hao is awesome. Fang Hao is awesome. Amidst the surprised exclamations, the 2,000 units of meat were quickly disappearing, and in the blink of an eye, they had all been sold out. As a result, Fang Hao acquired a large amount of materials. The materials piled up in his territory are growing rapidly, like a mountain. There were too many people in the regional channel. Even 2,000 units of meat were not enough for everyone. Messages started appearing again in the channel of people who missed out, asking if more could be put on sale. Ding! A private chat notification sounded. Upon opening it, it was the young lady who had sold him the Shadow Stone, named Dong Jieyu. Brother Hao, are you there? Dong Jieyu asked directly. Fang Hao immediately replied, I am. Brother Hao, I've gotten 2 more pieces of Shadow Stone. I want to exchange them for some food. Dong Jieyu said. In the morning, the two had already conducted a trade of Shadow Stone. 1 piece of Shadow Stone was traded for 30 units of food from Fang Hao. Shadow Stone is a special building material for the Undead faction and is essentially useless and non-marketable in the human factions. Obtaining 30 units already exceeded Dong Jieyu's expectations. She was so thrilled after the first transaction that she cheered for a long time. Sure, you can list them, and I will buy them. Fang Hao said. Okay, thank you, Brother Hao. Dong Jieyu agreed and immediately initiated the assigned trade of 2 Shadow Stones. Fang Hao, in return, promptly paid 60 units of meat and made the purchase. Upon completion of the trade, both parties were pleased. Fang Hao acquired the faction-specific material, and Dong Jiayu received 60 units of meat which could last her several days. Moreover, she could potentially exchange these for other resources. If there's one resource that currently acts as a medium of exchange, it would definitely be meat. Having taken care of everything, Fang Hao quickly stuffed the remaining grilled meat into his mouth. After satisfying his hunger, he promptly arrived at the underground cemetery. Level 2 Underground Cemetery. Recruitment cap, 10/10. Recruitable, skeleton, free. Note: can recruit labor troops at this building to do basic work. Materials needed for upgrade: wood 600, stone 800, hemp 120, shadowstone 2. Previously, he didn't upgrade because he lacked shadowstone. In addition to that which he had just traded from Dong Jiayu, he now had exactly 3 shadowstones in his possession, satisfying the upgrade material requirements. Upgrade. With a flash of light, the underground cemetery was successfully upgraded. Level 3 Underground Cemetery. Recruitment cap, 10/20. Recruitable, skeleton, free. Note: can recruit labor troops at this building to do basic work. Materials needed for upgrade: wood 1200, stone 1600, leather 100, hemp 240, shadowstone 5. After the upgrade, the recruitment cap has increased from 10 to 20. Fang Hao immediately began recruitment. Recruitable, skeleton 10. Do you wish to recruit? Confirm recruitment. The system's prompt once again sounded. Hundredfold Amplification triggered. Successfully recruited 1010 skeletons. A dense light brightened up, and 1010 skeletons crowded round. He then created 1010 sets of stone axes and stone picks, distributing them to the newly recruited skeletons. Next, he began to create leather armor and wooden shields. Hundredfold Amplification triggered. Successfully crafted 3030 simple leather armors. Hundredfold Amplification triggered. Successfully crafted 2020 wooden shields. Currently, the number of labor skeletons are around 2000, of which several were lost in the beast attack. The number of skeleton soldiers is 900. Being the main armed force within the territory. He called all the working skeletons outside to gather. Regardless of whether they were skeleton soldiers or labor skeletons, all were uniformly equipped with simple leather armor and wooden shields. As for weapons, apart from the 20 skeleton soldiers who were equipped with iron daggers, the rest were uniformly equipped with stone axes. The knoll base must be taken down as soon as possible. Whether it's about eliminating hidden threats or strengthening ourselves, the sooner it is done, the more beneficial it is. Fang Hao stood on a large stone, looking at the vast ocean of skeletons below. Bones and dogs, historically incompatible. Tonight I shall lead you all to annihilate the gnolls, and regain the dignity of us undead. Fang Hao raised his arm and shouted, his expression high-spirited. But around him was still silent. The skeletons dumbfoundedly stared at him, like an array of terracotta soldiers, with no movement at all. Well, I just want to tell you that this battle is not just for me. Fang Hao jumped down from the large stone, mumbling, sooner or later, you'll depress me. Other lords could chat with their peasants. He, on the other hand, had to live with a bunch of skeletons every day. Just on the second day, he already felt a bit autistic. Even his self-proclaimed title has become us undead. He's going to stress himself to death, sooner or later. All right, let's go. Fang Hao called out. The procession set off majestically, with the weapon-wielding skeletons surrounding Fang Hao in the middle, offering him adequate protection. Even if danger arose, attacking him wouldn't be easy. The procession continued to advance towards the knoll base. In the morning's survey, Fang Hao had roughed out a map. Not to mention it's also close by and not hard to find. They could soon see the still bustling knoll base from a distance. Squat down, everyone squat down. Fang Hao half squatted, letting the bushes conceal everyone from sight. Seeing this, the skeletons mimicked him, squatting down and moving forward, concealing their bodies as much as possible. This wasn't intended as a stealth attack, but rather, since their side lacks long-range troop types, to reduce the distance of attack as much as possible. to reduce casualties on the way to the attack. Fang Hao led the skeleton army to quickly approach their destination. Despite sneaking while squatting, the rustling of the large patches of bushes and grass made quite the noise. In an instant, it caught the attention of the nearby knoll woodcutters. With wide-open eyes, they curiously looked towards the direction where Fang Hao and his men were. "Charge! Take down the base!" Fang Hao issued the command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon receiving the command, the skeletons instantly burst out of the bushes and killed in the direction of the base. A horn was blown in the knoll base, facing the attack of the skeleton army. The village gate began to close slowly. Regardless of the gnolls outside the gate shouting, the gate was not opened. In the end, the gnolls were caught up by the charging skeletons and the chaotic acts ruthlessly turned them into mud. Facing the attack of the skeleton sea, an instant counter-defense was made inside the camp. Gnoll slingers ascended the wooden defense walls and began to swing their slings and throw. The power of the slings was impressive. When it hit the wooden shields and simple leather armors, it could absorb some of the damage. But when it hit the skeleton frame of the labor skeletons, fractures would appear on the hit part, and in worse cases, they would break directly. Fang Hao watched from afar. He was resentful that his troops did not have long-range weapons. Fortunately, he still had an absolute advantage in numbers. At this moment, the skeleton army had already reached the foot of the wall. Like human pyramids, relying on each other's bodies, they successfully climbed up the 3-meter-high wooden defense wall. Seeing this reminded Fang Hao of a scene from a movie he had seen. It was extremely similar to a scene from World War Z. Gnolls are not a powerful race. In past battles, they leveraged their numerical advantage and some simple tactics. Their combat strategies were also quite simple. But now, facing an undead army that outnumbered them, they were clearly outmatched. The skeletons piled up against the walls of the village and struck down the gates with fierce blows. The wave of skeletons flooded into the camp like a rampaging torrent, initiating a brutal melee. The gnoll soldiers within the camp did not coordinate with each other. Each one fought their guild's target. Soon, under the relentless assault of the relentless skeletons, the gnolls were overwhelmed. When the camp once again fell silent, the still, unmoving skeletons waited for orders. It was only then that Fang Hao walked over from a distance. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he commanded, "Clean up the battlefield. Gather all the equipment and resources." The skeletons, no longer stationary, began to collect the fallen gear from the ground. Logically, there should be a boss in the camp, perhaps a village or a clan leader. But now, after being pulverized, it became rather difficult to distinguish who were the leaders and who were the followers. In the face of death, all creatures are equal. As the skeletons busied themselves with cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Hao, leading a dozen skeletal soldiers, entered the largest wooden hut of the tribe. This was likely the clan leader's room, or some sort of meeting hall. The furniture was styled in a savage fashion. "We'll take this bearskin rug back. Move the table and chairs out. We'll take them along later," Fang Hao directed from inside the hall. The skeletons began to move, hauling everything outside. All the items would be packed and taken along soon. No helping it, resources were lacking in his territory. The only furniture was a pile of hay, which served as his bed. There was another room behind the hall. Upon opening the door, he saw a large bed in the room, draped with a fur blanket. In the corner of the bedroom, there was a black chest with a metallic sheen. Yay! Fang Hao made a fist in celebration. He now had a bed. As for it being previously used by the gnolls, he didn't mind. Given their current situation, he couldn't afford to be picky. He could just clean up the fur blanket once they got back. At least, no longer would he have to sleep on a pile of hay. Once again, he turned his attention towards the chest. The chest in front of him was different from the wooden chests from before. You could tell it was of a higher grade, which also meant that the rewards inside would be more substantial. "Move the bed and fur blanket outside. Be careful not to damage them," he ordered. The skeletons began to haul out the bed. Fang Hao approached the chest, rubbed his hands together, and asked for blessings from the god of luck before opening the chest. Obtained: Marketplace Building Blueprint, Cart Making Blueprint, Battle Axe Making Blueprint, 20 Warfire Coins. Generous. Just as he had imagined, the reward was generous. He had opened 2 wooden chests before, and their rewards were basically 2 common items. This metal chest contained 3 blueprints, all of which were practical. He even got 20 warfire coins. The camp was quite wealthy. Having received the equipment, he left the building. In the central space of the camp, the collected supplies piled up into a small mountain. Without lingering, Fang Hao continued to the warehouse. The warehouse was stocked with various materials: wood, stone, food, beast skins, and some weapons and tools. Move also the goods from here. Fang Hao commanded the moving operation, while continuing to rummage for other goods. Beyond the living quarters of the clan leader, the rooms of the generals were quite crude. Calling them houses wasn't quite right. They were more like hovels or makeshift shelters. Around the sweep, there wasn't much left to loot. Back in the open space, Fang Hao started to sort out the inventory. Resources: 122 wriggling spines, 5,520 units of wood, 3,220 units or stone, 47 units of iron, 3,225 units of food, 144 units of beast skin, 20 warfire coins. Equipment: 120 iron daggers, 72 single-edged swords, 45 battle axes, 12 flatbed carts. Furniture: 1 large iron cauldron, 1 solid wood table, 6 chairs, 1 double bed, 1 bearskin rug, 1 set of fur blankets, 12 wooden ladders. Blueprints: marketplace building blueprint, cart making blueprint, battle axe making blueprint. As Fang Hao took inventory, a smile spread slowly across his face. As expected, looting was the quickest way to develop. The spoils from seizing this camp would sustain his operations for quite some time. Of course, there were no small losses on his side as well. He lost at least 1/3 of his forces. But this wasn't a problem. Worker skeletons could be summoned for free. There was only a cooldown time. And the situation with the skeletal soldiers was even better. The wriggling spines yielded 122 new additions. If he desired, by using the 100-fold amplification, he could recruit an army of 10,000. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't lose out. Alright, start loading up. With the 12 flatbed carts they acquired, it was just right for transporting these things, and it would be more convenient. However, he underestimated the amount of looted goods. The 12 carts weren't able to fit everything. He had no choice but to open the crafting menu and start making more carts. Besides, they would be useful in the future, so he might as well have them made now. Flatbed cart, 22 wood, 8 hemp ropes. Fortunately, only basic materials were required, and they were readily available. Construct. 100-fold amplification triggered. Successfully constructed 101 flatbed carts. As the flatbed carts appeared one after another, the skeletons started to load goods onto the carts and tightly secured them with hemp ropes. Meanwhile, Fang Hao was eyeing this camp again. A few ideas started coming to his mind. His advantage was the large number of skeletons that required no food or sleep and worked tirelessly. The resources in the vicinity of his territory would eventually be depleted. This place was a decent stronghold. Once everything was in place, he could deploy a portion of the worker skeletons here for collection. The warehouses and residences were already in place, so no additional construction was needed. As he was lost in thought, all the goods had been loaded. After boarding up the village gate, the majority of the forces left the knoll camp and headed back to their own territory. Due to the carts and the cargo, they couldn't cut through the forest like they did when they arrived, so they had to take the main road back. Lying on the flatbed cart, resting on the fur blankets, he opened the Book of Lords to pass the time. This damn stone axe is a piece of crap. It's so slow at cutting trees, and it breaks after a few swings. Stop complaining. This is how it is now. Just gather more and upgrade your buildings quickly. You can also trade the surplus with Boss Hao for some food. Such bad luck. I have a river near my territory. I made a net and I could catch a couple of fish every day, but today, when I went to check, I was nearly scared to death. What happened? A net full of bones. I hauled in the net and it was full of skeleton bones. Some skeletons still had stone axes in their arms. It scared the hell out of me. Damn it, that's eerie. You aren't near an unmarked grave or something? Are you? I don't know. I dug out the fish and buried the bones. I also kowtowed a few times. I dare not eat the fish, so I put them up for sale. The guy above, I bought your fish. You bastard scammed me. How did I scam you? The fish are fine, still wriggling. Why didn't you eat them then? I was worried they might be poisonous. Damn you, you wait and see. Watching the two bicker amusingly, Fang Hao also took note of this newcomer's ID. Jiang Bin. There was a stream near the Knoll encampment. From that recent battle, many of his skeletons had perished, and some of their bones had been swept away by the stream. That must have been why Jiang Bin saw a ton of bones in his fishing net. It also indicated that their territories were not far apart. Of course, even if he didn't bury the bones, they would eventually disappear over time. After all, this world had become digitized. The army returned to camp in high spirits. No need for manual sorting. All different types of resources were sorted automatically and neatly stored in their respective places. He ordered his skeletons to move the bed into the Lord's wooden cabin. The fur rugs and bedding were sent to the nearby river to be cleaned. He then opened up the manufacturing tab and summoned the iron axe blueprint that he had just acquired. Iron axe, 2 iron, 2 wood. The requirements for making an iron axe were not high, but iron is a relatively scarce resource. Luckily, he had acquired a small amount from wiping out the Knoll camp. The inventory showed 59 iron units, enough to craft an iron axe. Production started immediately. 100x amplification triggered. Successfully crafted 808 iron axes. 100x amplification triggered. Successfully crafted 505 stone pickaxes. Manual laboring skeletons had suffered some losses in the battle. There were a bit more than 1,400 left. Because the Undead's building requirements needed more stone than wood, he allocated more manpower to stone mining. With the original remaining tools, along with the newly crafted stone pickaxes, 900 labor skeletons were assigned to mine stone. 500 equipped with iron axes were assigned to continue chopping wood. The remaining iron axes were distributed to skeleton soldiers, replacing their stone axes. With the increased number of skeleton soldiers, there was no longer a need for that many to patrol. 200 skeleton soldiers were reassigned to move carts for transporting supplies. That way, laboring skeletons didn't need to ferry resources back and forth, saving time and increasing overall work efficiency. After settling everything, all the skeletons started their respective tasks according to the plan. Fang Hao propped up a wooden pole. The fur bedding recently washed was draped over it for drying. He looked forward to sleeping on a bed tonight. Just thinking about it made him feel strangely content. He moved the hay from the Lord's house, and threw them angrily into the warehouse. A sense of triumph prevailed on his face. I've got a bed now. I won't be needing you anymore. After busying himself for a while, Fang Hao opened the building tab again to examine the newly acquired market building blueprint. So, is this market for trading goods? Level 1 market, 800 wood, 500 stone, 220 hemp. The basic resources needed for a level 1 market weren't excessive. All considered basic resources. There weren't any requirements for exotic or rare items. Constructed. A radiant light flashed, and a 2-story wooden building appeared before his eyes. Next to the small wooden building, a fenced area was set aside as a marketplace. Before Fang Hao could explore the functionality of the new construction, the system message rang out again. Market construction complete. Your Undead faction influence has reached 200. Do you accept the trading delegation from your region, Skeleton King or Dice, to set up shop in the market? So that's how it is. Trade between lords can be executed through the Book of Lords. Similar to trading items in the game, irrespective of the distance, the traded items teleport directly into your storage once the trade is completed. Currently, only the regional channel has been opened. Still, it is incredibly convenient and doesn't require any fees. The appearance of the market allows the Earth Lords who had traveled through time to trade with the native forces. Not only did you have to construct a market, but a certain level of influence was also required. Fang Hao, being the first to upgrade his main city, was awarded a faction influence of 200, which just meets the requirement for the Undead faction's trading delegation to set up shop, except there were no second thoughts. A trading delegation meant no danger. You accepted the request from the Skeleton King. Odd Ice trading delegation to set up shop. The skeleton delegation's arrival countdown begins, 11 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Following that, a desolate tombstone suddenly appeared in the fenced area within the market. It emitted a faint green light. The tombstone displayed a synchronized countdown. Damn, are they going to crawl out from there? It gave off an impression like this delegation of skeletons isn't walking here. Instead, they are going to crawl up directly from this tomb in front of him. Of course, he was just making a facetious remark and wasn't burdened by it. After all, he had seen so many skeletons crawl out of tombs, and he wasn't afraid of it, nor did he feel any sense of burden from it. Not bothering with his own market having a ticking countdown, Fang Hao began to prepare dinner. Although he'd gotten a cooking pot from the Knoll encampment, Fang Hao had no desire to use it. From the food scraps left by the gnolls, he could tell these creatures also treated humans as food. Who knows how many people might have been cooked in that pot. Meat is meat, after all. He decided to continue eating roasted meat. He still lit the fire and continued preparing roasted meat. At the same time, he opened the regional channel, looking forward to a friendly chat with others to kill time. Damn it, I've had enough. These stone axes are like paperwork, they break after just a few uses. Yes, it's so troublesome having to remake them every time they break. What's the use of complaining? Better to save your energy and chop more wood. Stone tools were not as durable as iron ones. Iron tools withstood more use and rarely broke, while stone tools were consumable. After chopping 2 or 3 trees, they would break and need to be remade. Others don't have the luxury of Fang Hao's 100x amplification. It's very troublesome to craft one by one. Just as everyone was expressing their discontent, a message popped up, selling iron axes. 1 iron axe for 8 iron or 50 units of meat. As soon as the message was sent, the chat room went abuzz. Gosh, that's a total rip-off. 50 units of meat. Is this a golden axe or what? Wouldn't it be faster just to rob people? It's a tool for gathering resources. Everyone will have it sooner or later. Why are you setting such a high price? This is obviously taking advantage of everyone. Clearly, they are trying to rip people off in the early game. Lower the price, produce more and sell more. Everyone started criticizing him. Indeed, even Fang Hao had the blueprint for the iron axe. The ingredients required were 2 units of iron and 2 units of wood. The resource requirement wasn't high. This person wanted to exchange for 8 units of iron or 50 units of meat, which was no small amount. Even though everyone needed an iron axe, no one would be willing to give up so much food for it. Moreover, it was uncertain how many of them had this much reserve of iron and meat. Facing the crowd's outrage, this person didn't back down. Buy it or don't buy it. If you can't afford it, others can. You will know very well how dangerous this world is. Every second counts. The quicker you gather resources, the higher the chance you have of surviving. Think about whether to buy it or not. He spoke aggressively, but also factually. Every day, some people died exploring the map and searching for food. Luckily, Lords still had 7 days of protection. Otherwise, even more people would be dead by now. Therefore, after he spoke, many remained silent. The criticism noticeably died down. Just as Fang Hao was enjoying the show, a private message popped up. Yao Liang, the guy who was just selling iron axes. Fang Hao, are you there? Fang Hao scowled at his private chat message. Yes, what is it? Fang Hao replied. Actually, he had some guesses in his heart. Iron axe. 50 units of meat for 1, can increase resource gathering speed. How many do you want? Yao Liang's tone was full of confidence. He didn't even ask if Fang Hao would buy, he just asked how many he wanted. It was reasonable to think so, as only Fang Hao would have the meat to spare for an axe. After all, he puts a large amount of food up for sale every day, which clearly showed his ample food reserves. At the same time, this proved that Yao Liang saw him as a rich fool. No wonder he said in the channel that if you guys can't afford it, someone else can. He had set his sights on him a long time ago. Just as Fang Hao was about to decline, he saw Yao Liang post again in the channel. I have already made a deal with Fang Hao. He will purchase a large number of iron axes. There are not many remaining. If you want to buy, hurry. What a noise! As soon as his words were out, the channel boiled again. So expensive, only Boss Fang Hao can afford it. They're both price gougers, turning a simple tool into a luxury item. Both of them are no good. I'll buy. I hunted 2 unicorns today, we'll get 2. That's right. Even Fang Hao knows the importance of early development. Why don't you understand? There aren't many left. If you want to buy, hurry. Watching people chat, Fang Hao frowned. He didn't want to get involved in this, but Yao Liang had used him as a tool to make people believe the axes were scarce and accept the price. Truthfully, Yao Liang was smart, a smart but mean person. If Fang Hao had not obtained the blueprint for the iron axe, he would have traded food for a few. However much he traded later wouldn't matter, as long as he made the trade, Yao Liang would use it to his advantage, using Fang Hao as his free advertisement. Fang Hao wasn't one to care about what others thought, but he also didn't want to be used by others. After thinking a bit, he decided to clarify himself in the channel. I, Fang Hao, have neither bought nor intend to buy his axe. Don't blindly trust. Wow, Boss Fang Hao spoke. Capture a living Fang Hao. I knew it. This asshole was messing with us. Boss Fang Hao did not actually buy. Fang Hao's words immediately led to others condemning Yao Liang's shameless behavior. Immediately following this was a private message from Yao Liang. Fang Hao, what the fuck do you mean? Are you trying to undermine me? I never traded with you, so I need to let everyone know. Fang Hao calmly replied. Good, you fucking played me. Wait and see. Yao Liang cursed in rage. Fang Hao squinted his eyes, remembering Yao Liang. But he currently didn't know where Yao Liang's territory was, so even being angry didn't help. Both of them cursing each other online would only waste their daily chat limit. After thinking for a bit, Fang Hao thought of a plan to retaliate. He immediately used the 100x multiplier to make 101 iron axes and put them up for sale. Trader, Fang Hao. Listed item, iron axe. Quantity, 100. Required for 1 unit, 4 units of iron. Note, if you have a blueprint or special materials, you can negotiate price in private chat. Compared to Yao Liang's 8 units of iron, Fang Hao's 4 units seemed very reasonable. And Yao Liang sent another private message. Motherfucker, you wait. At this moment, Yao Liang was furious. Fang Hao had undermined him and made him lose face in the channel. Then he sold iron axes for 4 units after. Those who just bought from Yao Liang were now chasing after him for refunds. There's no law in this world. Even though they didn't know each other's territories, Yao Liang dared not offend so many people. Under pressure, he had no choice but to refund the others. Fang Hao ignored the enraged Yao Liang. In this world, strength is the most important. With the expansion of territories, those who survive will inevitably meet, and by then it wouldn't be about who can curse better. After listing the trade, the stock of iron axes slowly reduced. Private chat rung again. Boss Fang Hao, I have a blueprint. I want to trade it for your iron axes. The blueprint was sent over. Wooden bucket blueprint, white, materials for production, 5 wood, 2 hemp rope. I'll give you 2 iron axes for it, replied Fang Hao. Alright, thank you very much. Once the two completed the trade, the blueprint was immediately added to the Book of Lords. Fang Hao immediately started crafting. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification, received 101 wooden barrels. Just then, a skeleton returned with some supplies. Go fill these barrels with water, said Fang Hao. The skeleton immediately lifted the wooden barrels and set off. At the same time, several private messages came in. All of them wanted to trade blueprints for iron axes. Received white blueprint, wooden bench, 5 wood, 2 hemp rope. Note, a simple wooden bench which can accommodate up to 3 people at a time. Received white blueprint, drying rack, 3 wood, 2 hemp rope. Note, used for air drying raw meat, handy for long-term storage. Received white blueprint, simple single bed, 7 wood, 6 hemp rope, 3 leather. Note, A simple and practical single bed. You can rest assured on it without worrying of falling off. I have a double bed made of solid wood. Fang Hao muttered quietly. Previously there was no bed, and he could only sleep on grass. He always woke up aching all over. Just after getting a big double bed, now he had received a blueprint for a single bed. Why does it always happen this way? Either nothing happens or everything happens all at once. Apart from the blueprints, Dong Jiayu contacted him too. Exchanged Shadowstone for 10 iron axes. After all, the food they exchanged last time was enough for her and the farmers in her territory for quite some time. Next, Fang Hao put 2,000 units of meat for sale and then returned to the Lord's log house to rest. Next morning, Fang Hao came out of the log house and had a big stretch. Sleeping in a bed is really comfortable. The morning sun cast a warm glow over his face. Dew shimmered on the grass next to it. The breeze carried a faint scent of plants as it passed. Honestly, the air here is much better than the world he left behind. Picking up a plank placed aside, he etched 3 on it, signifying it was his 3rd day in this world. He lit up the fire to prepare breakfast, while also not forgetting to list more food for others to buy. As he waited for the meat to be cooked, Fang Hao began crafting the drying rack. He only received the blueprint for the drying rack last night. There was nothing to dry late at night, so he waited until the day to craft it. 100-fold amplification triggered. Received 101 drying racks. 100 drying racks appeared on the ground. He called over a passing skeleton. From now on, you are in charge of drying food. The skeleton put down the iron axe it was carrying, went to the warehouse, picked up a piece of meat, and hung it on the drying rack. These skeletons are peculiar. Even though they are not very intelligent, they are capable of carrying out basic tasks given by Fang Hao. They work efficiently and adeptly. Just like executing a program, they neatly hung 3 pieces of meat on each drying rack to dry. Watching the skeleton busy at work, Fang Hao took the last piece of grilled meat and popped it into his mouth. After swallowing it, he put out the fire. A notification suddenly rang out. Skeleton caravan has arrived at your territory. It's up to the Lord to inspect it. The market that was built yesterday. The indicated time of arrival was 12 hours. After the night passed, it was already time. You guys, follow me. To be on the safe side, Fang Hao called a few skeleton soldiers along with him. There's likely no danger, but just in case. A few skeleton soldiers immediately walked over, holding axes and shields and following behind Fang Hao. Upon reaching the market, Fang Hao saw that a tombstone that had been built was now completed. A magnificent-looking skeleton sat beside the tombstone. The skeleton merchant was dressed in rich attire, leaning against a wooden staff in his right hand, and wore a gemstone ring on his scrawny bone finger. His hollow eye sockets shone with a blue light, like that of a ghost fire. Upon seeing that Fang Hao was a human, the blue light in his eye sockets flickered with surprise. But soon it calmed down. He spoke softly. The god of Undead accepts the faith of all believers. Seeing Fang Hao approach, he immediately stood up and said, "My lord, Rua is willing to serve you." Fang Hao was taken aback. Holy shit! This skeleton can talk. Even though Fang Hao did not speak, he was surprised in his heart. The skeletons following him were all silent. None of them could talk. Not only could the skeleton in front of him talk, but it also had feelings. He didn't even have flesh on his neck, so how was he speaking? It's not scientifically possible. No, he himself had traveled through time. Science clearly did not apply here. In spite of his surprise, Fang Hao remembered to respond to the other party. "Hello Mr. Rua, I welcome your arrival." Fang Hao greeted with a smile. "It's my honor." Skeleton Rua bowed gracefully. His manners and actions were like those of a well-mannered nobleman, creating a stark contrast against his skeleton form. "Mr. Rua, where are the goods?" "I'd like to take a look at the caravan's goods first," Fang Hao said. Of course. Rua tapped his cane on the ground, and a dark tunnel opened up in the adjacent graveyard, and shelves made of bones rose. 6 items were arranged on the shelves. Iron sword blueprint, white level, selling price, 5 warfire coins. Leather helmet blueprint, white level, selling price, 3 warfire coins. Metal parts blueprint, white level, selling price, 2 warfire coins. Viscera jar, green level, selling price, 50 Warfire coins. Lord's skill, God's presence, Undead, selling price, 120 Warfire coins. Blank map, selling price, 2 Warfire coins. Caravan's stopping time, 4 hours and 26 minutes. The purpose of the first 3 blueprints was obvious. Fang Hao understood their functions. However, he was unsure about the use of the remaining items. Viscera jar, green level, item type, tool. Description: the Viscera jar is an ancient container of the Undead clan with mysterious energy. It can plunder the viscera of powerful creatures to strengthen the army and worship the gods. Seeing the description, Fang Hao understood the function of the Viscera jar. In modern society, similar things had been mentioned on television. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt, after being mummified, stored their organs in a type of container. The situation seemed similar. God's presence, Undead, type, active skill. Description: allows the Lord to inhabit the body of the undead under his command and control it in battle. The lower the level of consciousness of the controlled body, the higher the compatibility. On seeing this skill, Fang Hao's eyes instantly lit up. This skill is quite good. The most significant feature of the fighters under his command is their lack of intelligence and exceptionally low consciousness. So, he would definitely have high compatibility. Moreover, with this skill, his safety could also be guaranteed. For dangerous places, he could rely on this skill. Suppressing the feelings of joy in his heart, he continued to inspect the final item. There, blank map type, single page. Description: the explored terrain will be recorded on the map, which can be viewed by the Book of Lords. It's also a useful item. The last time he explored the map, when he was heading towards the Gnolls camp, he recorded the map on a wooden board. It was inaccurate and very vague. This kind of wooden map, 1 or 2 days later, he could still recall the image and find the recorded points. If it was a long time later, he wouldn't be able to find any places even if he looked at the hand-drawn map. If there was a blank map that could record at any time, then it would be much more convenient. Fang Hao carefully read the product introductions. The skeleton merchant was also observing Fang Hao's territory, a village-level territory. Yet it contained both undead and human buildings. It truly was a magical place. Of course, a territory of this level also has limited consumption ability. The goods provided by the caravan directly related to the territory's level. The current offerings were only of lower grade goods. How about it? Do you need anything? The hoarse voice of Skeleton Rua was heard. Fang Hao averted his gaze and said, "I'll take everything." The Warfire coins in his hand were not many. The system had rewarded him once. He had gained some more from wiping out the Gnoll camp. It was just enough to buy all the items. "Thank you for your generosity," Rua said. Then he took all the items from the shelves and handed them to Fang Hao. 3 white blueprints were directly recorded into the Book of Lords and they could be viewed under the manufacture page. The blank map also merged into the Book of Lords. When he opened it again, a 5th page had appeared. Resources Manufacture Building Channel and the newly added map. The map was shrouded with mist. Only the territory range could be visible. Lord's skill, God's presence. Meet the learning conditions. Do you want to learn? Confirm. The God's presence skill book turned into light entering into Fang Hao's body. Last was the Viscera jar. On the earthenware jar, intricate gold patterns were painted. The jar's lid was a metallic skull the size of a fist. It looked strange. "Mr. Rua, when will the goods be replenished next time?" Fang Hao asked. Although all his Warfire coins were spent this time, they greatly assisted him. Money in hand was useless. Only by spending it to enhance his strength could he survive more securely. Therefore, Fang Hao was already looking forward to the next batch of goods. "The caravan will arrive with new goods in your territory after 7 days," Rua answered. For a lord like Fang Hao, who was so decisive and generous, Rua was also satisfied. Fang Hao nodded, keeping the number 7 days in mind. "So, the time for the store of fresh goods is 7 days. By the way, if I have goods, can I sell it here?" Suddenly Fang Hao had a thought. If he could sell items, with his 100 times amplification skill, couldn't he earn money in return? "Not yet. Only when your territory has a registered caravan can you sell items to the market." Rua had an answer. "Oh, All right. Fang Hao was helpless. This is to prevent exploiting a bug. After a brief chat, Skeleton Merchant Rua, after a slight bow, walked into the crack of the tomb. At the same time, a 7-day countdown appeared above the tomb. The skeleton merchant left, leaving him alone once again. It was hard to find someone who could converse, and they left in just a moment. If he'd known, he would have purchased the items one by one, and chatted more with the skeleton. At least he could have asked if they had a family. How skeletons recognize female skeletons, how to reproduce offspring, show some concern, to strengthen connections. Now that the person left, if he wanted to chat, he had to wait until after 7 days. Next, Fang Hao went to the burial grounds, barracks, and planned to recruit soldiers. In yesterday's fight, he acquired 122 wriggling spines, just enough for a full recruitment. Skeleton soldiers don't consume food and won't produce any burden. Naturally, the more the better. Recruit immediately. 122 spines disappeared. A notice immediately appeared in response. 100 times amplification triggered. 12,322 skeleton soldiers recruited. Instantly, the images of skeletons filled the territory. Just as he was about to assign tasks to the newly produced skeleton soldiers, a private chat suddenly rang. It was from Dong Jiayu, who he had traded with in the past. Brother Hao, are you there? I want to discuss something with you. I am. Go ahead. Fang Hao initially thought that she had more shadow stones to exchange with him. It seemed that it should be something else by now. I've explored to the 3rd layer of the tomb, and undead creatures have appeared here. I want to advance some iron axes from you for weapons. Dong Jiayu was fortunate. Her territory was situated near a mountain range. The nearby timber and stone resources were abundant, so she had no worries about mining. In reality, Dong Jiayu's grandfather owned a martial arts studio and she had learned some martial arts with him since childhood. Therefore, on the 2nd day of crossing into this world, she left her territory and began exploring her surroundings. She found an ancient tomb in a valley. Soon, she discovered some blueprints and shadow stones from the tomb. She kept the blueprints for the development of her territory, and sold the shadow stones to Fang Hao to acquire resources. Among the lords who came over with her, she was progressing quite well. But today, while leading militiamen to explore the 2nd layer of the ancient tomb, many undead creatures suddenly appeared. Not only did 2 militiamen die, she was also injured. She had no choice but to retreat to her territory and reconsider her strategies. The ancient tomb was the basis of her lead, and despite the danger, she had to continue exploring it. After much thought, she decided to come to Fang Hao, hoping to advance some weapons and equipment. Dong Jiayu was not aware that Fang Hao had iron weapons. She just thought that iron axes would be more lethal than stone ones, and wanted to advance some iron axes. You want to advance some iron axes for fighting? Fang Hao asked in surprise. Is that all right? Dong Jiayu was somewhat uncertain because every resource now was extremely important, affecting one's own development and survival. She hurriedly added, let's consider it as an advance reward for the shadow stones, okay? Fang Hao asked again, what are the types of soldiers you have? What weapons and equipment are they using? He was not familiar with the information about human soldiers. Just ordinary militiamen, there aren't any special troops yet, Dong Jiayu replied. She thought that Fang Hao would know about the militiamen. After all, everyone was a cross-world traveler from Earth and belonged to the human camp. They naturally knew about the soldiers recruited by humans. How many people do you have? 3. Previously, she had several Tier 1 militiamen. 2 of them died in the previous battle, leaving only 3, including her. There were 4. Fang Hao didn't hesitate much. He replied, I can provide you with weapons and equipment. Whenever you find valuable items during your exploration, prioritize trading them with me. Great, thank you, Brother Hao. Thank you for your trust. Jia quickly expressed her gratitude. This was not just a trade, but also showed Fang Hao's trust in her. This kind of trust was especially precious in a place like this. Okay, list a unit of wood or something so that I can trade the items to you, Fang Hao said. The system only allowed trading, not gifting. However, There were many workarounds. Listing a rock from the ground to be exchanged for gold was allowed. Okay. Soon, Dong Jiayu listed a unit of wood in the designated trade. Fang Hao gave her 4 single-edged knives and 4 wooden shields. When Dong Jiayu saw that she had actually received real weapons instead of iron axes, she was amazed. Just how far had Fang Hao's territory developed? On just the 3rd day, he had already acquired real weapons. If he was able to give those weapons to her, that implied that such equipment was not scarce in his place. At this moment, Dong Jiayu's impression of Fang Hao was even more profound and unfathomable. She immediately sent another message to Fang Hao to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Hao." "Okay, be careful. Survival gives hope," Fang Hao advised. Shadowstone. It was a necessary material to upgrade an undead building. At present, only Dong Jiayu could obtain it. Thus, she must be supported to continue exploring the tomb. Of course, after several transactions, although they hadn't become friends, Fang Hao had a pretty good impression of Dong Jiayu. He didn't want her to face any danger. After the transaction was over, both of them started getting busy again. Fang Hao brought up the production page and started producing weapons and shields for over 10,000 skeleton soldiers. Iron sword, wood 3, iron 3, leather 1. When he wiped out the Knoll camp, he had gained 47 units of iron, and through selling iron axes over the past couple of days, he had earned more than 300 units of iron. It may not be much, but with the Hundredfold Amplification, there's enough to equip this team. Make them. Hundredfold Amplification triggered. You have obtained 13,130 iron swords. Hundredfold Amplification triggered. You have obtained 13,130 wooden shields. Hundredfold Amplification triggered. You have obtained 13,130 simple leather armors. Hundredfold Amplification triggered. You have obtained 14,140 leather helmets. Alright, everyone pick up your weapons and equipment. Fang Hao shouted loudly. All the skeleton soldiers he had recruited stepped forward, picked up the weapons and equipment that had been made, and put them on. "You don't go." Fang Hao casually grabbed a skeleton soldier who was about to leave. He was using the God's Presence skill directly. Everything went black before his eyes. The body of Fang Hao, sitting on the stone steps, instantly fell backward, and the dumbfounded skeleton soldier standing nearby, in his hollow pupils, suddenly flamed 2 ghastly blue ghost fires, similar to the skeleton merchant who just left. God's Presence on target, skeleton soldier, compatibility 72%. Fang Hao's consciousness transferred to the skeleton. Surprised, he looked at the skeletal limbs, then looked at his own body beside. "You two, carry me into the room, place me on the bed." The skeleton's voice sounded dry and hoarse. It sounded very eerie. 2 skeletons picked up the body of Fang Hao and headed toward the Lord's wooden house. Thud. The skeleton used its skull to hit open the wooden door before they dumped him on the bed. Seeing this, Fang Hao was so angry he kicked the 2 skeletons on their backsides with his bone leg. "You two are trying to kill me." Both kicked skeletons staggered, still standing there in a daze. Next, Fang Hao assigned work, some to patrol, some to help the workers gather resources. He, however, selected about 2,000 skeleton soldiers for exploration of the surrounding territories. The Book of Lords had added a new page, map. Any places that had been explored would automatically record the terrain and topography. Places which had been explored before would need to be re-explored to have the map record them. "Follow me." Calling out to the 2,000 skeleton soldiers behind him, they headed out of the village. The territory was still under protection. The protection shield could ensure his safety. Adventuring while possessing the skeleton seemed like a sure win. Meanwhile, Knoll camp. A Knoll with a saber slung about his waist had a gloomy face, full of rage. He sat on a large stone waiting for the news from the scouts. He had led a team to the Orc Bazaar for trading, but upon return, found his den had been wiped out. All resources and items had been moved out. Not even a chair was left behind. Fuming with anger, he had no choice but to order someone to fetch a stone for him to sit on while waiting for news. "Leader, there's news." A few gnolls ran over hastily, shouting loudly. Despite not being very intelligent, Gnolls still belong to the intelligent races. Occasionally, one or two Gnoll priests would appear, their intelligence not inferior to humans. Speak, the leader ordered wrathfully. We followed the cart tracks and found an undead village. There are lots of undead there. How many? From what I saw, at least several thousand. Hearing this number, the leader's face turned even grimmer. The enemy's numbers were too great. They were not something they could withstand. Contact the Fireblade tribe, tell them we've found a wealthy village and invite them to loot together. Fang Hao, who remains totally in the dark. He still leads the team to explore the surrounding maps. Even if the Book of Lords is in his original body's hands, the places that he explores with the control of the skeleton would also be recorded normally. He explored for 2 hours. The skeleton exploration team had already harvested 5 wild boars and 3 unicorns. The beasts of this world are far more powerful than the creatures of Earth. 2 wild boars already fill a flatbed cart. It takes the combined efforts of 2 skeleton soldiers to push the cart at the same speed as the team. Wielding his iron sword, he cuts down the thorns in front of him. Because he has inhabited a skeleton body under God's presence, he feels like he's playing an adventure game, fighting monsters without any real danger. After passing through a dense forest, he hadn't yet fully seen the situation. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from the front row. Then, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the trees shivered. Looking up, a giant bear with red hair all over its body came towards him. Jungle Giant Bear, Tier 3, everything happened so suddenly. By the time Fang Hao noticed, the giant bear had already charged to his side, slapping with its palm. Raising his shield in haste. Bang! The giant bear stood up on its hind legs and its claws hit the wooden shield heavily. After a thunderous sound, Fang Hao felt himself flying, with the wind whistling in his ears. Boom! Another dull sound. Fang Hao hit a tree and slowly slid down. On his left arm, only half of the wooden shield remained. He quickly checked his body, finding that 2 of his ribs had broken. Fortunately, Fang Hao couldn't feel any pain. Even with 2 broken ribs, it didn't hinder his actions. The remaining skeleton soldiers had started fighting the giant bear. The newly replaced equipment already had lethal power. They swarmed, continuously slashing and hacking at the bear's body, while also using their shields to bash the bear. The giant bear's strength was also considerable, and each swing of its paw would send skeleton soldiers flying, breaking their bones. Fang Hao stood up, discarding the broken wooden shield in his hand. He drew his sword and charged once more. He joined the frenzied melee. Even if the bear had great strength and was fierce, it couldn't withstand such an intensive attack. In the end, Fang Hao seized the moment, stabbing the bear's weak point under its tail. He twisted and stirred his sword, killing it once and for all. Damn! That was intense. Even though he possessed a skeleton's body and couldn't feel fatigue or pain, the ferocity of the giant bear still left him feeling shocked. Had he been inhabiting his own body, leading the map exploration team, that hit just now could have gravely wounded, if not killed him. There are no hospitals here. Being heavily wounded is a death sentence. Loaded on a cart. It took 5 skeleton soldiers to throw the giant bear's corpse onto the flatbed cart. After it's transported back to the territory, it will be butchered. Let's go. There should be a den nearby. Fang Hao called out as the team continued to move forward. According to their experiences with Warcraft and prairie wolves, the beast's lair should also contain a treasure chest. They searched around and indeed found the giant bear's cave. Just as they entered, they encountered several humanoid and animal skeletons. Just as he thought of going in deeper, he was attracted by a skeleton. Adventurer's skeleton. Type: remains. Description: this is the corpse of an unfortunate adventurer. Next to the corpse was a tattered backpack. As soon as Fang Hao picked it up, the leather backpack fell apart. A piece of paper with patterns drawn on it fell out. Map: Tomb of the Dragon. Type: single-page map. Description: an adventurer-made map, recording the routes and terrain of the Tomb of the Dragon. Such a guy. This poor adventurer died at the hands of this giant bear while on the way. Bury him. At least that's a proper burial, Fang Hao said. 2 skeleton soldiers stepped forward, trying to lift the turned into white bone corpse. The moment the 2 put in some force, clatter, bones were scattered all over the ground, and the skeleton soldiers began picking up the fallen bones to bury outside the cave. Fang Hao entered the cave and saw a wooden treasure chest. He opened the chest. Acquired, Stone Hoe Blueprint, Bathtub Blueprint, Natural Gem 1. Natural Gem. Category, Rare Resource. Note: essential rare resource for recruiting advanced troops and constructing special buildings. What a good item. It's a pity we're the bad guys though, Fang Hao murmured, holding the natural gem. The natural gem was a rare and precious resource. The name was clearly at odds with the Undead clan. Shadowstone would have been a name more suitable for the Undead, he thought. All useful resources were quickly packed and stored away. They began the return journey. The loaded team returned to the territory. Fang Hao deactivated God's Presence mode, and the skeleton soldiers turned back to their usual dull selves, going to the warehouse, picking up a new shield, instinctively joining the patrol team as if nothing had happened. After his soul returned to his body, Fang Hao sat up on his bed, touched the top of his head. There was a bump. It was caused by the skeleton hitting his head against the door when they were carrying him. Next time, he thought to himself, he should lay down properly to avoid becoming injured. He left the room. He went over to the loot. Tier 1 Iron Boar 5, do you wish to slaughter? Slaughter completed. Acquired 2,500 meat, 100 beast skin, 75 beast bone. Tier 1 Unicorn 3, do you wish to slaughter? Slaughter completed. Acquired 1,500 meat, 60 beast skin, 45 beast bone. Tier 3 Jungle Giant Bear, do you wish to slaughter? Slaughter completed. Acquired 900 meat, 55 beast skin, 30 beast bone. Throughout the hunt, Fang Hao slowly added to the diminishing meat storage again. The hunting abilities of the skeleton soldiers were quite weak. Although a hunting squad was formed, there were very few times they brought back a game. This time, Fang Hao led the team himself. The efficiency of hunting was greatly improved. He slaughtered several games. We took out a couple more blueprints and maps. There, Stone Hoe Blueprint, Bathtub Blueprint, automatically got recorded into a page in the Book of Lords, Craft, section. And the moment there, Tomb of the Dragon map, came in contact with the Book of Lords, it fused with his territory's map. In the north of the territory's map, a mountain range emerged slowly, the location of the Tomb of the Dragon. Well, it was quite user-friendly, he thought. However, the Tomb of the Dragon was quite far from his territory. Trying to cross the fog and reach the Tomb of the Dragon directly seemed unrealistic. The day was busy and it was already dusk. He provided the others with food first. After all, there were still many people waiting for Fang Hao to provide food every day. As the development of various territories progressed, the demand for food remained huge. Some lucky lords got the blueprint for the barracks and could recruit militiamen. However, hunting was still difficult. If they encountered groups of high-level warcraft, it wasn't even clear who the prey was. Now, once Fang Hao was late in providing food, people would privately chat him to urge him, asking whether Fang Hao was in trouble and why he hadn't provided the food yet. Thousands of units were still in short supply. In a blink of an eye, completely sold out. Ding! A private chat rang. Brother Fang, I have blueprints here, want to exchange for some iron axes. Fang Hao remembered this person. He was the one who exchanged the simple leather armor blueprint with him. Of course, you can send them to me so I can take a look. Fang Hao replied. They had traded before, so they were much more familiar with each other this time. Iron pot blueprint, wood 6, stone 6, iron 3. So it's an iron pot. Well, I'll give you 3 iron axes, what do you think? Fang Hao thought for a moment and proposed his exchange number. An iron pot isn't exactly an essential item. Moreover, there is already an iron pot in my inventory, obtained from a raid on the Knoll camp. However, given the psychological burden of having previously cooked human flesh in it, it has been sitting unused. Now, someone is selling an iron pot blueprint, so I can manufacture a brand new one. Can do, the other party replies, then added, Brother Fang Hao, once you've learned the blueprint, I could provide the materials. Could you make me a pot? You are broken bahihi. Fang Hao immediately understood his intention. Pretty smart idea. At the current level of the domain, 1 iron pot is enough. He sells the blueprint to me in return for 3 iron axes, then asks Fang Hao to make him another pot. He's taking no loss at all. Of course, sell me more blueprints next time. Fang Hao generously says he wasn't particularly bothered about it. With a 100-fold increase, it's impossible for any deal to constitute a loss. One set of materials can create 100 products. It's the blueprint that is hard to come by, not the materials. Thank you, brother, I'll list it right away. Soon, an iron pot blueprint appeared in the designated transaction list. After giving the other party 3 iron axes, Fang Hao received the iron pot blueprint. Iron pot, wood 6, stone 6, iron 3, craft. Triggered 100-fold increase. Received 101 iron pots. A flash of light occurred. 101 iron pots appeared on the open space in front of me. The new iron pots are different from the ones seized from the gnolls. The newly crafted pots were one piece, with a wooden pile below and an iron pot on top. He chose one and gave it to the other party, fulfilling their agreement. He kept 3 pots for himself and put the rest, along with the remaining gnoll iron pots, up for sale. Trader, Fang Hao. Registered item, iron pot. Quantity, 98. Required for 1, 5 units of iron ore. Note, if there are special resources, blueprints or items, we can have a private chat. Finished off all the work. Fang Hao summoned a skeleton. You will be in charge of boiling water. The skeleton proceeded as instructed, bringing the stone materials to the warehouse to start boiling the water. There were 101 buckets of stored water in the domain, no need to fetch it from a distance anymore. Fang Hao continued to open the Book of Lords and navigated to the manufacture page. He selected a bath bucket. Bath bucket, wood 5, hemp rope 3. Manufacture. Triggered 100-fold increase. Received 101 bath buckets. The iron pots had not all been sold yet when a large number of bath buckets appeared again. He would offer the extra buckets for sale, but not at present. Prolifically selling a large number of items could attract attention from potential buyers. There's no rush, he could sell them in broad daylight the next day. Guided the skeleton to move the buckets to the open space next door. Water was boiling now. After adjusting the water temperature, he quickly took a bath. Having taken a bath, he felt rejuvenated, full of spirit, and relaxed. Stepping out of the bath, he spread his arms wide, waiting for his body to air dry. The feeling of complete relaxation while basking in breezes felt pleasantly good. Next, he started preparing dinner, boiling a pot of meat soup. He idly switched on their area channel to pass time. Hey, have any of you used Brother Fang Hao's pots yet? Any special situations? Nothing at all. Why? I foraged for some mushrooms and wild veggies and made a pot of soup. I didn't even add any meat, so why is there oil floating in it, and that meaty aroma? It's like I've boiled a pot full of meat. Stop bragging, man. Is it real or fake? I also made mushroom soup, but it's clear as water. It is true. I just tasted it, and it does taste like meat soup. Damn, brother, you found a treasure. Isn't this a daily meat soup? I suspect your pot has a hidden attribute. Would you sell it? I'd buy it at high price. In an instant, the channel was filled with discussions about iron pots. The iron pots listed for sale were rapidly selling out. Some people need a pot. Others buy it, hoping to get an iron pot capable of brewing a vegetable broth. Fang Hao did not expect such a thing to happen. The pot for cooking green vegetables, which produces oil, should be the iron pot from the gnoll camp. After all, years of cooking meat in it can leave some traces of grease. Having arranged everything, he went to bed to rest. The next day, early in the morning, he stepped out of the Lord's wooden house. He yawned and marked the 4th day on the side. He cooked breakfast on the fire. After breakfast, he jogged around the boundary of his territory, doing some basic exercises such as sit-ups. His physique was originally quite decent. He had muscles all over his body. But after crossing over, he found that his muscles were increasingly slack. This wasn't a good sign. Thus, he arranged for morning exercises first thing in the day. Having done everything, he changed into a more comfortable position on the bed. He used God's presence, skilled to possess the body of a skeleton soldier. Today's task was the same as yesterday's, to continue exploring the surrounding terrain. He chose 2,000 skeleton soldiers and led the team out of his territory with big strides. They passed through a plain to the west. Fang Hao abruptly stopped and signaled for the team to halt. He stared solemnly ahead. Several humanoid creatures were wandering about. Their bodies were entwined like vines, with green sprouts growing in some parts of their bodies. Lost Wood Element Servant Spirit, Rank 3, Type, Summoned Creature, Masterless, Abilities, Entangle, Revival. Description: Servant spirits who have lost their masters gradually lose their purpose. They wander here, attacking all passing creatures. These are Rank 3 soldiers. Moreover, there are 3 of them wandering ahead. After glancing at the skeleton soldiers behind him, he gave the command to attack. 2,000 skeleton soldiers raised their weapons and launched an attack. The massive charge quickly drew the attention of the Wood Element Servant Spirits. They glowed faintly with green light. Vines grew from beneath the skeleton's feet, writhing and entwining like pythons, grabbing the nearby skeletons to restrict their movements. But the number of skeletons was too large. The entanglement had no effect at all. Soon, the skeleton soldiers rushed up to them. The wood servant spirits transformed their arms into whip-like vines and started fighting the skeletons. The wood servant spirits demonstrated considerable combat power. However, faced with the numerous skeletons' concentrated and disordered attacks, the wood servant spirits found it hard to hold on. In the end, they turned into green lights and scattered in the air. They even dropped items after death: a natural gem, and 3 units of trace of the earth. He collected everything. Search the area, see if there are any chests nearby. The skeletons quickly dispersed. After a while, they actually brought over a black iron chest. Fang Hao immediately opened it. Obtained: Spiritual Field Blueprint, green; Mindful Necklace, green; Natural Gemstone 5, Trace of the Forest 1, Warfire Coin 15. In addition to some materials, this time he actually obtained a green blueprint and a piece of green equipment. Mindful Necklace, green; Category: Neck Ornament. Item Effect: increases spiritual power recovery. Description: a necklace that keeps you full of energy. Many items in this world have been digitalized. Unlike in games, there is no clear display of health and spiritual power. However, when using their God's presence, skilled to possess the body of a skeleton soldier, he could clearly feel mental fatigue. This necklace, although not as exciting as a good weapon, was exactly what he needed. Spiritual Field Blueprint, green; Type: Building Blueprint. Description: build a spiritual field in a suitable location to grow crops, enhancing their growth speed. There is a slight difference between spiritual fields and regular farmland. Under normal understanding, a spiritual field has better soil quality, so crops grow better and mature faster. It's been the 4th day since coming to this world. Although there's no worry about food and drink, having barbecued meat without seasoning for every meal is indeed a bit monotonous. The presence of a spiritual field could perhaps allow for the cultivation of crops, which could change the monotony of his diet. You guys, switch out your shields, Fang Hao ordered. The skeleton soldiers who were called upon discarded their broken shields and picked up the equipment of their fallen comrades. In the recent battle, despite the undead having an overwhelming numerical advantage, they still lost 8 skeleton soldiers. They were replaced by those with the best shields among the 8. After getting equipped, the team continued on their journey, further exploring the map. Inside the knoll camp, the once raised encampment was welcoming a new batch of troops. They stood around 2 meters tall, their gaping mouths and fierce appearances emanating an air of barbarity and violent bravery. Unlike the gnolls, these were real orc warriors. Inherently aggressive, war and looting were their only pleasures. Inside the clan leader's hall, the gnoll clan leader stood nervously to one side, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. He never expected that his call for reinforcements would bring the notoriously volatile Kiddo. Kiddo was a young orc, both the leader of the tribe and the son of the Fireblade tribe clan leader. At this moment, the Gnoll clan leader wasn't sure if calling for backup from the Fireblade tribe was the right decision. So you're saying that, During your absence, your camp was attacked by these undead? Kudo asked in a deep voice. Yes, yes, the gnoll hastily replied. This village is very rich. I haven't heard of undead having any valuables, Kudo asked again. He came here leading a team, certainly not to avenge the gnoll camp. The survival of these weak creatures didn't matter to them in the slightest. They had heard that the village was very rich and came hoping to loot it. Very wealthy, the gnoll clan leader simpered. Better be, if I find out you dared to deceive me, I'll turn your skull into a decorative piece and hang it on my wall. Kudo's warning carried a deadly threat. The gnoll clan leader broke out into more sweat and dared not utter a word. At that moment, the scout who had been sent to investigate the situation returned and entered the hall. My lord, the situation has been surveyed. Indeed, there is an undead village, but it's under the protection of an energy shield, the scout reported in a solemn voice. Kudo's face gradually darkened as he listened. After the scout left, he roared out in rage, "You dare deceive me! I'll cut off your head to use as a chamber pot." The Fireblade tribe were familiar with energy shields. The energy shield perfectly protected the village, and no matter how powerful their machinery was, they could not break through it. This signified that they made a wasted trip. Even if the village's defenses were low, they couldn't get in. The gnoll clan leader jumped at Kudo's roar. He didn't know the function of the energy shield and had only thought of calling the Fireblade tribe for revenge. I didn't dare. Just as Kudo was about to grab his battle axe and behead the gnoll, a voice interrupted their conversation. Commander Kudo, I have a way to take the village, a voice proposed. All eyes in the room suddenly turned to this speaker. This was a human, wearing a Nike sports jacket over a piece of leather armor, with a brown book dangling from his waist. Kudo's commanding presence was so strong no one had noticed there was a human standing in the orc tribe's hall. Kudo suppressed his anger and asked in a cold voice, "What's your plan?" With that, he slouched back in his seat with a nonchalant air. "If there's a protective shield, it's likely one of my kind. If we can't break into the village, we can lure them out and kill them. Once they die, the shield will naturally disappear," said the human with a smile. This man's name is Fang Hao. Unfortunately, the day after he crossed over, his territory was discovered by the Fireblade tribe. Though his domain had a protective shield, and the orcs could not break in, they still blockaded the entrance, hindering the development of the domain. The farmers couldn't leave, and resources couldn't be gathered. As Fang Hao proved to have some wit about him, he negotiated with the orcs and made the village a vassal of the tribe. There was no need for military development. All they had to do was continually collect resources for the Fireblade tribe. He came today with Kudo, and when he heard the sound of an energy shield, he guessed it was another lord. And this lord will be the gift he presents to Kudo. Are you confident? After hearing Fang Hao's plan, Kudo's eyes light up. Orcs aren't good or particularly fond of strategic scheming, but they could acknowledge that this plan might work. "We can give it a try," said Fang Hao. "Good, as long as you succeed, I'll speak to my father to give you more power." "Thank you," said Fang Hao with joy in his heart, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. A broken bar. As dusk approached, Fang Hao led his team back into his territory. In addition to exploring nearby maps, they also hunted a large number of beasts, increasing the reserve of meat and beast skins. After all, every day there's a great crowd roaring to be fed, waiting for him to serve up food. Cancelled the god's presence status and slaughtered all the beasts. Slaughter completed. Gained 7,500 meat, 450 beast skins, 300 beast bones. On the fourth day of crossing over, the demand for meat still existed. He could tolerate a little more hardship, eat a little less. But farmers and soldiers also needed to be provided with food to replenish energy and increase loyalty. Imported the spiritual field blueprint into the Book of Lords. Materials required for a level 1 spiritual field: 1,500 wood, 800 stone, 300 hemp ropes, 5 natural gems, 1 trace of the earth. The requirements for a green quality blueprint were high. Among them, natural gems and the trace of the earth were rare resources that were hard to come by. Luckily, the warehouse had these materials. With the Book of Lords in hand, He chose to build on the flat open space outside the village. A wooden fence enclosed a piece of empty ground. The wild grass disappeared and the soil was loose, not as hard as before. He stood on the outside, measured the distance with his stride. It was approximately a 10-meter by 10-meter square field. However, they had no crop seeds yet. Returned to his territory. He sat down on a bench in front of a wooden hut, concocting soup while opening the area channel. A lot of information scrolled on the surface. Does anyone know how to bandage a wound? I've been bitten by a wolf. What should I do? Could I get rabies? Dinner's ready. I'm sitting at the kids' table. Seriously, guys, I really got bitten. The wound is deep. Don't mess around. Immediately rinse the wound with water, then squeeze out the contaminated blood. Can I use river water? It's best to use clean water so as not to infect the wound. Okay, thank you, brother. Then, Fang Hao's private chat soon followed up. He opened it and saw it was the Lord who just asked for advice on how to treat a wound. Is brother Fang Hao there? Lifesaver. Can I exchange a pot with you? I'd like to boil some water. There is a fixed number of times each person can speak every day. Even though some people use their attempts to chat and joke around, most lords are quite restrained. If there isn't anything important to discuss, they won't waste words in the chat channel. This lord is probably quite desperate. He's almost used up all his chat opportunities. Sure, you can shelve it, and I'll give it to you. Fang Hao isn't a good person, but he's not a cold-hearted one neither. He wouldn't play the saintly figure by doing charity, but if someone else was in trouble, he wouldn't stand idly by, laughing at their misfortunes. Therefore, Fang Hao didn't demand anything in return, planning to give the Lord a pot. Thank you, boss. Then, the other party promptly shelved the item in a private chat, exchanging a bone arrow blueprint for an iron pot. Bone arrow. Type, arrow. Damage, level 1 damage. Description, an arrow made from sharpened bones, very fragile. The bone arrow head will shatter upon hitting the target. It turns out the other party didn't expect to get something for nothing. It's just that the effect of this bone arrow is somewhat negligible. This is the lowest level type of arrow, similar to the stone axe among weapons. Fang Hao didn't say much and directly clicked to confirm the exchange. The iron pot he put up for trade disappeared, and he got a bone arrow blueprint in return. He entered the blueprint and filed it under their manufacturing tab. At the same time, he remembered their double-handed light crossbow blueprint he received earlier. Ever since the skeleton merchant appeared and he exchanged their metal part blueprint, he had met the production conditions. However, there hadn't been any battles so far, and the occasional beasts that showed up could easily be dealt with by his skeleton soldiers. On second thoughts, their double-handed light crossbow weapon was perfect for the single-minded skeleton workers. The attack power didn't rely on the combat power of the skeleton laborers, but on the destructive power of the crossbow itself. In any case, leave it for later. It's not needed at the moment. While having dinner, he listed 5,000 units of food for the people on the channel. After thinking for a while, he posted in the channel, "Who has seeds for crops? If you have some, you can quote me in a private chat." The moment Fang Hao posted, the chat feed froze for a few seconds. Then, it began to boil over like a pot of stew. Holy shit! Is Lord Fang Hao developing agriculture now? What's going on? Are we all in the same world? While we're still eating raw meat and drinking animal blood, the boss has already entered the farming age, asking for guidance. I planted a seed a couple of days ago. I've been fertilizing it daily, but it's not sprouting. To the guy above, based on many years of clinical experience, your shit is poisonous. How do you know? Did you get mouth ulcers because of this? Puke tilde. The topics in the channel gradually started to get weirder. It moved from agriculture to fertilizers, and finally turned into a food safety issue. The daily limit of 10 chat posts was still unable to stop everyone's wild imaginings and teasing. It brought a touch of joy into this dangerous world. Soon, someone initiated a private chat with a price offer. "Boss, are you there? I have 20 potatoes. Do you want them?" Potatoes are tuberous plants. They don't have seeds. You can plant them simply by cutting them into pieces. "Yes, what do you want to exchange for them?" asked Fang Hao. "Boss, How does 8 units of meat sound? The other party asked cautiously. He was worried that if Fang Hao disagreed, it would be awkward for both of them after rejection. Looking at the current situation, Fang Hao had considerable popularity throughout the entire region. Many people were purchasing food as well as tools like iron axes and pots from him. No one knew when they would need Fang Hao's help. Naturally, they didn't dare to offend him. Similarly, Fang Hao wouldn't be petty over minor differences. Sure, you can put it up. Okay. The other party happily agreed and promptly shelved the item. Fang Hao completed the trade and obtained 20 potatoes. Then, it was time to make hoes. He had obtained a stone hoe blueprint yesterday while exploring the map and defeating a giant bear to open a treasure chest. Stone hoe, wood 2, stone 2, hemp rope 2. Create. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification. Obtained 101 stone hoes. Sigh. There's only so much farmland. Creating over 100 hoes seems a bit overkill. He halted a diligent skeleton worker who was chopping trees with a stone axe and said, "You'll be responsible for farming from now on. Plant these potatoes first." The skeleton laid down its stone axe, picked up the hoe and potatoes, and mechanically walked towards the outskirts of the village. Fang Hao followed behind, feeling somewhat nervous. To be honest, he had lived in the city up until now and didn't know much about farming. He only knew about digging holes, burying seeds in soil, watering them, and then waiting. But farming is definitely not that simple. If the skeletons didn't know how to do it, and he himself did not know how to do it, there would be a real issue. He would have farmland and tools, but wouldn't be able to farm. But it turned out, all of Fang Hao's worries were unfounded. The skeleton arrived at the spiritual field and skillfully tilled the ground, cutting the potatoes into pieces and planting them one by one. Its movements were proficient. Simultaneously, a faint glow appeared on the planted spots, showing a countdown. Time until maturity, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Nice. This spiritual field is amazing. It takes only 7 days for crops to mature. Doesn't this mean that he can eat potatoes after 7 days? Soon after, more people privately contacted Fang Hao, selling him garlic and chili pepper seeds. After trading for the seeds, which weren't many, he handed them over to the skeleton farmer for planting. After taking care of everything, he did a few laps around his domain and did some sit-ups. Now he had plenty of food and water, and he was developing at a pace faster than many others. Next up was the competition of lifespan. He should not let his body fail him when his domain was doing well. Therefore, proper exercise was still necessary. While he was midway through his third set of sit-ups, 2 skeletons approached him. They held up a wild boar's carcass. Thump. They dropped it right beside him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fang Hao, who was in the middle of doing a push-up, got a face full of dust. "Are you sick? Can't you see there's a person here?" bellowed Fang Hao. The skeletons paid no heed and just walked off. Meanwhile, Fang Hao's attention was drawn to the wild boar's carcass. There were several fatal wounds on the boar, but what caught his attention was a smooth piece of beast skin tied to its tail. It read, "Brother, I'm a lord nearby. Let's meet and chat. We can help each other out. I'll be waiting for you in front of the forest to the east." The words were in Chinese, and you could tell that the other party wasn't merely imitating. They were actually proficient in using these characters. It seems like another lord nearby had discovered his territory. Fearing an attack from the skeletons, they decided to get this message to him in this way. Looking at the time, he felt even more puzzled. Normally, there would be some distance between domains, definitely not too close. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the 4th day before the other party discovered his domain. At this moment, it was getting dark. After he finished his dinner and exercises, he would be going to sleep. And yet, the other lord chose this time to ask for a meeting. Even if he agreed to meet, how would the other party return? The night was much more dangerous than the day. It could be deduced that the other lord had a place to stay nearby, to the east and near his territory. Without thinking, Fang Hao instinctively thought of the knoll camp. Continuing to study the wild boar corpse, there is still a chance to look over the body before it gets butchered. Once it's butchered, meat and materials are separated automatically, and the parts that can't be eaten will vanish on their own. The wound is deep, indicating that the person who killed the wild boar was very strong. Yet, a human lord should not possess such strength. It must be the work of his soldiers. Among the splinters of the boar's broken tusk, a red hair has been found. This hair is thicker and stiffer than a human's, looking similar to the boar's fur. Could he be of a special faction, or have special soldiers? Fang Hao frowned and muttered, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. It doesn't feel like a simple mutual aid agreement. Night falls. Before the trees to the east, a torchlight illuminates the area. As Wang Hong is holding a torch, waiting for the arrival of the Lord from afar. There are more than just him in the forest. Nearby in the shrubs, nearly 2,000 Beast Clan warriors are hidden. As Wang Hong, it seems your plan didn't work. Orkido spoke from the side. As Wang Hong had proposed a plan, to lure the Lord, who is under protection, out and kill him. The low-ranking skeletons are completely incapable of communication. They killed the wild boar, had Wang Hong write a letter to meet, and delivered it to the hands of the opposing lord, agreeing to meet here. But the sky is getting dark, and the opposing lord has not yet shown up. Let's wait a little longer, he should come. As Wang Hong insisted, undeterred. If his plan were to fail, with Kudo's temperament, he would surely punish him. Even the simple whipping punishment of the orcs would be too much for him to bear. Just then, as the two were talking, a group of people walked out from the territory in the distance. Under the bright moonlight, they could see the figure of the other party. They're here, you all hide. As Wang Hong urged, Kudo also noticed the people coming from afar, waved his hand, and had all the orcs hide. Once the other party is killed, the protection will disappear. Soon, under Wang Hong's gaze, a man, completely wrapped in clothes, approached. Behind him were two skeletons dressed in leather, wielding swords and shields. As Wang Hong squinted, surprised at the opposing iron sword, but also greedy for it. Brother, you finally made it. As Wang Hong greeted warmly. Fang Hao looked at Wang Hong and spoke in a low voice. How should I address you? His voice was hoarse and low, sounding very uncomfortable. As Wang Hong, what about you, brother? As Wang Hong stepped forward to greet. Who I am isn't important. Where are the people you've hidden? You can have them come out now. Fang Hao spoke directly. There was still a little uncertainty in his heart before. Seeing Wang Hong standing alone here, he was certain of the other party's ill intention. Who would dare to stand here alone? Even Fang Hao wouldn't dare to stand here in the night, just to wait for someone. Purely, what do you mean? Stop pretending, I'm already here, there's no need for you to keep up the act. Fang Hao continued. Whoosh! Just then, a gust of wind was heard. A cold light flew out from the bushes next to them. Crack! Bang! With a crisp sound, an iron knife pierced through Fang Hao's body and nailed him to the tree behind him. At the same moment, a large group of orcs rushed out, slaughtering the two skeleton soldiers with their knives. HMPH. A smart fool, he guessed there was an ambush, but still dared to come. Kudo sneered as he walked out from the bushes. The Knoll clan leader, courteously took the hatchet that was nailed to the trunk and respectfully handed it to Kudo. He didn't forget to flatter, Lord Kudo, you're amazing, killing him with one move. Shut up with your nonsense. Kudo snapped angrily. The Knoll clan leader smiled obsequiously. Yes, I shouldn't talk nonsense. Kudo, who was initially immersed in the joy of victory, suddenly became serious. The protective dome round the distant territory hadn't disappeared. The skeletons working outside also began to retreat. They stopped their work and returned to the territory. What's going on? Kudo's voice dropped a few degrees colder. The Knoll who had been chattering non-stop shrank back, shutting his mouth, and silently retreated to one side. As Wang Hong, expression solemn, walked up, uncovered the corpse and carefully examined the body pierced by a battle sword. Upon seeing the face, as Wang Hong's complexion took a drastic turn. Lord Kudo, look. Kudo and the orcs around him looked over. This was no human clan lord, but just like the other two skeleton foot soldiers, it was a skeletal figure, stuffed with straw to make it look plump. We've been fooled. Let's go. We'll head back to camp, and arrange for a guards to stand by the entrance tomorrow, Kudo ordered. It was unknown how they had used skeletons to probe, but clearly, they hadn't lost their lives. They started to gather their forces and hid inside a protective shield, leaving the orcs helpless against them. They could only go back to camp and wait for other opportunities. Tomorrow. The beasts lit their torches and began to retreat in large groups. And behind them, a small skeleton followed the light of their torches from a distance. Late at night, Fang Hao sat up from his bed. With a rub of his temple, he looked slightly weary. He had been tailing the retreating orcs and had confirmed that their destination was the Gnolls' campsite. At the same time, he was also aware that their plan this time had not succeeded. The orcs surely wouldn't let him off, and conversely, Fang Hao wouldn't allow such a dangerous, uncontrollable group to exist near him. He walked out of the room and lit a bonfire. He started to make tools by the firelight. Metal parts. Metal 1. Create. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification. Received metal parts 101. Light crossbow. Wood 5. Iron 2. Metal parts 3. He directly selected 20. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification. Received light crossbows 2020. Light crossbow. Green. Category. Dual-handed distance. Damage. Second level damage. Description. Handy and convenient light crossbow. He picked a skeleton to test shoot. It functioned fine, no issues at all. Bone arrow. Wood 1. Beast bone 2. Bone arrows are consumables. He selected 100. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification. Received bone arrows 10,100. In an instant, the weapons on the empty field formed a small mountain. Load the bone arrows on the carts. All working skeletons pick up the light crossbows. Fang Hao shouted the order. A few carts were pushed over. Bundles of bone arrows were loaded onto the cart. The working skeletons cast aside their tools and picked up the light crossbows beside them. Meanwhile, he inspected all the skeleton foot soldiers' weapons and armor, selected a few skeletons, and swapped their shields and armor. Everything was ready. He returned to his room, laid down and cast God's presence. The next second, a ghastly blue flame rose from a skeleton foot soldier's chest. Advance. The ghostly flame flickered as Fang Hao issued the command. The White Bone Army left their camp, marching in the direction of the goblins' camp. The Gnolls' camp. The Gnolls' houses could hardly accommodate the bulky orcs. In the center of the clearing, crude beast skin tents were set up. Over 2,000 robust orcs gathered at the central space of the camp, having their dinner. They had been busy since earlier trying to lure and kill Fang Hao, but they ended up returning fruitlessly. Inside the clan leader's hall, Kado, the orc, and Zhuang Hong were eating meat from their plates, facing the unusually sticky meat soup, as Zhuang Hong had some difficulty swallowing. Lord Kado, although we failed this time, it also proves the feasibility of this plan. If we come across other human clan lords, we'll surely succeed. As Zhuang Hong put down the soup and spoke softly, Kado remained silent, while the Gnoll clan leader gave Zhuang Hong a strange look. The Beast clan respected strength above all. It was common to see infighting among their own kind. However, it was rare to see someone like Zhuang Hong such keen on providing ideas to foreign races and plotting against his own kind. As Zhuang Hong spoke, he carefully observed Kado. The plan just now had been perfect. His appearance proves the feasibility of the plan. But they had clearly underestimated that lord, one who had a unique faction and the ability to control skeletons. The failure in the ambush made Zhuang Hong feel extremely uneasy. For now, he was a pawn at their mercy. He was in a situation where he relied on the orcs who had the power to decide his life or death, hence the need to act with caution and appeasement. If you weren't still of use, I would have killed you long ago, Kado said coldly. As Zhuang Hong's territory was now a subsidiary village of the Fireblade tribe. They were gathering resources for the tribe every day. Killing such a free labor force would indeed be a waste. Yes, I will do my best. As Zhuang Hong kept wiping his sweat, repeatedly promising, Humphrey, you'd better prove your worth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, the sound of wind breaking sounded intensively from outside the room. After which, it was the painful howls of the orc warriors. Kado briskly stood up and walked out. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw arrows falling towards him. Pat, pat, pat. Arrows fell like rain, forming a gigantic net that covered the entire campsite. The arrows tore through the tent, and orcs kept falling. Bone arrow. Kudo picked up one of the arrows fallen outside the door. The bone arrow head shattered upon touch with the ground, leaving only some bones on the shaft. Find cover. Don't run aimlessly, Kudo yelled. The orcs running around began to look for shelters to dodge the arrows. There wasn't much cover in the campsite. Those who squeezed into the shelters survived, while those who didn't. The rain of arrows continued for more than 10 minutes. Besides a few who used their companions' bodies as shields, many orcs were killed under the bone arrows. Never had they seen such a relentless and rain-like barrage of arrows. When the rain of arrows ceased, Kudo and the others went out of the hall and climbed on the city wall. Seeing the skeletons holding crossbows under the moonlight outside, Kudo couldn't contain his rage anymore. He roared, "It's those damn skeletons, warriors of the Fireblade tribe. Pick up your weapons and follow me to wipe them out." Roar, 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 roar. The morale of the orcs was ignited. They picked up their weapons and roared loudly. Over 1,000 Beast Clan warriors, like angry beasts, charged towards the skeletons in the front. Their eyes glowed red, seemingly frenzy, carrying a heavy sense of oppression. However, as the orcs rushed out of the camp, a large number of skeleton soldiers appeared from the sides of the road. Looking around, the whole forest was filled with skeletons holding sharp blades. No orders were needed. The next second, the two sides started clashing, 2,000 against 1,000. The moment they clashed, the skeleton sea drowned the 1,000 or so orcs, making it impossible to see any signs of them. Only the furious and unwilling roars of the orcs were heard. Half an hour later, the battle came to an end, with all the orcs killed, including Kudo, who was hacked to death. No one survived. Fang Hao, controlling the skeleton soldiers, walked into the camp stepping on blood plasma. As Wang Hong was hiding in the corner, his body trembling constantly. He was done for. If he had known better, he wouldn't have provoked this person. Why did he have to stand up and advise the orcs on how to provoke this person? As Wang Hong, right. I don't think I got your name wrong. Any last words? Fang Hao came to him and asked softly. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'm willing to give you my territory. We're from the same place. Please don't kill me. As Wang Hong begged loudly. He could negotiate with orcs, and he could negotiate with humans. Even though the person in front of him was now just a skeleton, he could confirm that it was once a human. As Wang Hong still held on to a glimmer of hope. But his words were of no use to Fang Hao. So this is your last words? I understand. He then raised the iron sword in his hand. As Wang Hong shuddered, yelling out loud, what else could I do? My territory is near the orc tribe. I just wanted to survive. What else could I do if not to submit to them? Is it wrong for me to want to live? I just wanted to live. In the end, as Wang Hong began to cry profusely, everyone has different experiences. As Wang Hong thought he had a rough start, but Fang Hao's beginning was even more precarious. As Wang Hong's fault was choosing the wrong path. Choosing to kill Fang Hao. I get it. If you can go back to Earth after you die, remember to send me a dream. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hao swung his sword, effortlessly slashing his throat. Blood splattered everywhere. As Wang Hong's face was filled with terror, his hands desperately clutching at his throat, trying to stay alive. But it was all in vain. He could only collapse weakly to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually fading. The victor is king, while the losers are bandits. If he had believed Wang Hong's words from the beginning, and went to meet him in person, then it would be him who had died. And Wang Hong would be the victor, someone who had defeated his enemy with strategies. Now it was the same. Fang Hao was the victor. He would not show any mercy to him. The so-called I was wrong, I won't do it again, we are compatriots. They were just excuses made by the losers. Such people would only hold on to their grievances, waiting for a new opportunity. Therefore, killing Wang Hong, just like killing the lord who initially drove him out of his cave to steal his treasure chest, did not create any psychological burden. He bent down to pick up the Book of Lords from Wang Hong. He flipped it open to take a look. Perhaps due to an unrecognizable identity, the current skeleton soldier's body couldn't be used. He put away the Book of Lords. He continued controlling the skeleton to squat down and began to undress Wang Hong. In a few moments, Wang Hong was stripped bare. Quite pale, This wasn't some kind of special fetish of Fang Hao's, but he genuinely needed those clothes. Everyone came here with their original clothes, but changing them had become a troublesome task. Since Zhuang Hong was already dead, these clothes would now become his. As for the taboo of wearing a dead man's clothes, this didn't apply to Fang Hao. In this world, it's kill or be killed. If he dared to kill people, why would he be afraid to wear clothes? He took off the blood-stained clothes, trousers, and sneakers and put them to one side. The sneakers were genuinely decent. They looked expensive at first glance. Someone, bury him. 2 skeleton soldiers entered, picked up Zhuang Hong's body, and headed outside. At least he'll be at peace underground. Hopefully it's all a dream, and after we wake up, everyone will return to their original world. He left the clan leaders' hall. The stars in the sky still shone, and a trace of dawn appeared on the horizon. He estimated that it should be around 3 or 4 in the morning. The skeletons were still busy. They were stripping the dead orcs of their equipment and collecting them. Standing in the doorway of the hall, a sharp pain in Fang Hao's head hit him. It was as if someone was flicking at his brain nerves, one tap at a time, causing intermittent bursts of pain. It was a mixture of fatigue from fighting through the night and the exhaustion of spiritual power from using God's presence ability for a prolonged time. He gave some instructions to the skeletons and immediately deactivated the God's presence ability. Returning back to himself, after drinking a mouthful of water, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, the sun was high in the sky. He had slept straight through to noon. The rumbling in his stomach, protesting against the hunger, reminded him that it was time to eat. The surroundings of his territory were quiet. All of his skeleton soldiers were still at the knoll camp and had not returned yet. Inside his territory, mountains of resources were stacked. He lit a fire and made some barbecue. He opened the Book of Lords and found the chat constantly updating. There were several private messages as well. "Boss, you're not in trouble, are you? I've prepared a lot of resources, waiting to trade them for food with you." "Boss Fang Hao, why haven't you put the food on the market today?" "Boss, if something happens to you, let me know the location of your territory. I want a share of the legacy." There were many similar messages, including ones from those who had traded blueprints with him before. They were all asking if something had happened to Fang Hao, otherwise why hadn't he put the food on the market at this time? Fang Hao yawned twice. He put the food on the market, proof that he was alive and well. In the chat channel, people were still making idle talk. "Let me tell you, today I pulled up a net full of skeletons again, a lot more than last time." "That's scary. You should switch to a different river. This one must be poisonous." "No wonder no one is buying the fish you sell. Is your river the river Styx? You keep fishing up skeleton bones. Are there any piranhas in the river?" "No, listen to me. I found several sets of leather armor and helmets among the skeletons. They're great for equipping my soldiers." "Wow, how lucky. I'm so envious. I don't have soldiers or leather armor." "How many sets did you find? Are you willing to sell them? I can trade resources." "Not selling. I'm walking upstream along the river, waiting to find more. Then I'll sell them to you." This must be the Jiang Bin again. The last time there was a battle with the Knoll camp, he said that he had fished up a bunch of skeletons in his net. At that time, Fang Hao had the feeling that this guy's territory was downstream from the Knoll camp, along the nearby creek. Another battle had taken place last night. Now, he said he had fished out more skeletons, along with leather armor and helmets. It became clearer that his territory was not far from the Knoll camp. Watching the others chat and joke, Fang Hao finished his barbecue. After a few mouthfuls, he went back to his room, selected his troops, and used the God's presence skill. The next second, Fang Hao appeared in the Knoll camp. The skeleton soldiers had finished cleaning up the battlefield. Without new orders, they stood stiffly in place, like terracotta warriors. After a glance around, Fang Hao went to the stack of resources in the center. Resource type, wriggling spine 1742 pieces, iron 120 units, beast skin 80 units, warfire coin 50 pieces. Equipment type, Orc machete 2012 pieces, Orc leather armor 842 pieces, Orc leather helmet 655 pieces, Orc leather boots 1055 pairs, Orc iron armor 32 pieces, Orc iron helmet 11 pieces, flatbed cart 12 units. Miscellaneous, 4 baskets of fruit, 42 units of salt. Manim market map. Truth be told, only war can bring rapid development to Fang Hao. To support war with war, under the boost of a hundredfold increase, every battle leads to a burst in the number of soldiers. This time another 1742 wriggling spines were obtained. Under the hundredfold increase, the number of soldiers would reach a horrifying level. Massive amounts of orc equipment could also enhance the combat power of the skeletons. As for the fruits and salt, no need to elaborate, just some improvements in the diet. Manim market. Category, single blueprint. Description, a peaceful market established by orcs, where all fights and looting are prohibited. This was similar to the previous Dragon 2 map that he had obtained. On the single piece of map, was a route leading to the orc market. This suddenly reminded him of his own market. In 5 days' time, the skeleton merchant would bring new merchandise to his territory, and he had not yet prepared enough warfire coins. Maybe he could try out this orc market to get some warfire coins. Next to the pile of supplies was a set of equipment neatly displayed. Bloodthirsty helmet, bloodthirsty chest armor, bloodthirsty gauntlets, bloodthirsty boots, bloodthirsty set, purple. Category, body defense. Defense, level 5 defense. Set effect. Berserker, for every enemy eliminated or assisted in elimination, strength increases by 1% for 8 seconds. This effect can stack up to 50 times. Description, the sound of the armor rubbing together, is like thick, fresh blood being spilled on the ground. Fang Hao had some impression of this equipment. That was Kudo's equipment, and it seems that it is still a rare set. The chest armor was a metal plate wrapped tightly in a layer of black leather, with intricate patterns carved on the leather. The bloodthirsty set was a treasure of the Fireblade tribe, previously worn by the Orc clan leader, Fireblade. This time, Kudo went on the expedition as one of the most favored sons of the Fireblade chief. He was allowed to wear this bloodthirsty set for safety. But who could have expected that they all underestimated this undead village without even a city wall? Kudo ended up staying here for good. Picking up the bloodthirsty gloves and flipping them over, a mangled orc finger fell out of the glove. Needless to imagine, the equipment was too difficult to remove and the skeleton's movements were rather rigid. They simply yanked it off along with the finger. Thinking of this, Fang Hao shook both the glove and the boots. Fortunately there were no remaining limbs. All right. Secure the cargo, we are heading back to the territory. The skeletons loaded all the spoils of war onto the cart. After securing them with ropes, the large group set off again, majestically returning to their territory. After a few hours of journey, the group finally returned to their territory. They unloaded all the supplies according to their locations, then had all the skeletons return to their posts and continue their work. Life had to continue. To counter the possible dangers that may arise in the future, the pace of development could not slacken. Fang Hao deactivated the god's presence state and walked out of the Lord's cabin. Looking at the world through the skeleton's body and through his own eyes are quite different experiences. The world is grim and colorless in the skeleton's eyes, giving off an underworld feeling. It was better for him to see the world himself. It surely felt good to be alive. This time, although the fight was involuntary, the gains were quite substantial. Not only did he acquire a large quantity of orc equipment, but also over 1,000 wriggling spines. As a novice protection coming to an end, these spines could be of help to increase the safety of the territory after he starts to enlisting soldiers. Skeleton soldiers do not need food, unlike other lords. When recruiting troops, they need to consider their food reserves. In addition to this, there's Wang Hong's Book of Lords and Kudo's purple level set. Both were precious treasures. Fang Hao descended the steps and drew near the supplies. System prompts followed immediately. Book of Lords can be consumed as follows, as Wang Hong's Book of Lords, just like a blueprint, turned into specks of starlight and integrated into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. You have acquired the decision power over Zhuang Hong's territory. Occupy/discard. Occupy will become your subordinating territory, can continue to develop. Discard will receive 50% to 80% of the territorial resources of this territory, and this territory will be abandoned. Fang Hao did not make a decision immediately, but opened the map and checked. After devouring Zhuang Hong's Book of Lords, according to the rules, Fang Hao had now taken over Zhuang Hong's territory and became the new lord. And the Book of Lords, it is more like a lord's certificate. After being devoured, he gained the decision-making power of this territory. On the map, the location of Zhuang Hong's territory appeared to the east of his own territory. This distance is really not close. With his current strength, he simply can't divide soldiers to manage, especially since Zhuang Hong said that the territory is very close to the Orc tribe. In name, it had also become a subsidiary village of the Orcs. After deliberation, he finally chose to abandon it. The most important thing is to develop steadily. He has a hundredfold amplification and can regain it in the future. You have abandoned the subsidiary territory. You will get 80% of the territory resources, 50% of the territory building resources will be returned. The light flickered. A large number of materials appeared, transported from Zhuang Hong's territory. They were placed on the open space in the territory, and on the map of the Book of Lords, the territories that had been lit up were once again shrouded in mist, unable to be observed. The Lord has risen to level 2, marching speed plus 1%, resource gathering plus 2%, the number of daily speeches in the regional channel plus 10. Unlock new blueprints, torch production blueprint, ranch building blueprint, logging yard building blueprint. Fang Hao didn't know if he was the first person to kill other lords and devour the Book of Lords. But what can be confirmed is that most people still do not know that the Book of Lords can be devoured and upgraded. In addition to obtaining the opponent's resources, the Book of Lords can also be upgraded, thereby unlocking more features and permissions. The increase in marching speed and gathering speed is no less tempting than top-notch equipment. If this rule is made public, it may intensify conflicts among lords. Even the lords who do not want to participate in the battle are wary of others' covetousness. The newly unlocked blueprints on the Book of Lords. It's also a considerable gain, as Zhuang Hong, as a subsidiary territory of the Orcs. In order to better mine resources for the Orcs, the tribe also provided some aid. It includes blueprints for facilities like ranches and logging yards. As Zhuang Hong did not disappoint the Orcs. He did indeed mine a large amount of resources for them every day. Now it has been directly abandoned by Fang Hao, and the blueprint has been integrated into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. When checking the Book of Lords, the regional channel was still continuously scrolling the information. And one of them has to do with Jiang Bin, who always catches skeletons in the net. Bro, sell me a few sets of leather armor, you can't use that many. Yeah, Mr. Jiang Bin, sell the extra ones to us. Little brother Jiang Bin, there are many wild beasts outside my village. If you give me 2 sets, I will reward you well when I meet you. Okay? Bin is awesome. Can you accept me as your little follower? Fang Hao looked at the people in the channel shouting awesome boss. His mind went blank for a moment. Going up along the chat record, he finally found the reason for this. It turned out that Jiang Bin got several pieces of leather armor from the skeleton washed up by the net. So, he simply followed the river upstream with his militia. He got quite a harvest, and got more than 10 pieces of leather armor and helmet. He boasted about it in the channel, which led to that scene. A bunch of people were shouting that the boss is awesome. In addition, due to Fang Hao's silence these 2 days, some people have already drawn an equality line between Jiang Bin and Fang Hao, thinking that Jiang Bin is the second new boss. They even think that he has surpassed Fang Hao. Seeing all this, Fang Hao could only smile bitterly and shake his head. These folks were really not ambitious. It's just a few pieces of ordinary armor. Is it necessary to flood the channel? Moreover, these ordinary equipment were dropped by his skeleton and washed away by the river. If these people knew that he had hundreds of orc armors and a set of purple equipment, will they flood the channel? Highly shouting that he is awesome. Wait, it seems like they have shouted it several times before. At this moment, private chat rang out. It was from Dong Jiayu. She had disappeared for 2 days. Fang Hao even suspected that she was in danger. Brother Hao, are you still alive? What kind of speech is that? Fang Hao was flipping through the chat, so he responded very quickly. Brother Hao, I got a couple more shadow stones. Do you still want them? Shadow stones are useless for others but Fang Hao is willing to exchange it for resources. Yes, how many do you have? Fang Hao responded quickly. His territory was developing well, but he hadn't found a way to get shadow stones. And Dong Jiayu became his only way to get shadow stones. I have 5 here, I'll trade them with you. Speaking, she directly posted the specific transaction. What do you want in exchange? More grain? Fang Hao asked. Last time I borrowed weapons in advance. It's okay. Shadow stones are useless to me, and I also managed to harvest some. Dong Jiayu replied again. Last time, she had borrowed several weapons from Fang Hao in advance. This time's transaction is considered to be a repayment for those weapons. Fang Hao smiled slightly, didn't refuse, and continued to ask, so it sounds like those weapons were a bit useful, things are going smoothly. As he said, he put 150 units of meat in the Shadowstone exchange column. He didn't take advantage of Dong Jiayu either. I'm totally depending on these weapons. Then, Dong Jiayu clarified about her experience exploring the ancient tomb. The ancient tomb was divided into individual burial chambers. The first 2 burial chambers were relatively simple and not too dangerous. She got shadow stones and some blueprints from there. But the tomb rooms to come weren't as easy, as some undead skeletons emerged. Thanks to the weapons Fang Hao had supplied, she probably wouldn't have been able to continue exploring further. That's good. Be careful. Surviving to develop steadily is the key. Fang Hao's tone was like that of an elderly father. In Dong Jiayu's ancient tomb, only ordinary undead skeletons had appeared so far. Low-level skeletons had low intelligence and only pursued basic actions. It isn't difficult to defeat them, especially skeletons without a leader. Fang Hao's skeletons were like this. But their advantage was also very apparent: large numbers and unified command. Otherwise, these low-intelligence skeletons could hardly exert effective combat power. By the way, Brother Hao, do you have any armors? Anything will do? Dong Jiayu asked again. Yes, you need armor? Fang Hao replied. You really do have it? That's great, Dong Jiayu exclaimed. While contacting Fang Hao, she was also in touch with Jiang Bin. After all, the channel was all about Jiang Bin getting a lot of armors. But Dong Jiayu's offered price didn't satisfy Jiang Bin, so they didn't close the deal. When she was chatting with Fang Hao, she casually asked a question. She did not expect that Fang Hao really did have some. How many do you need? I'll prepare it for you, Fang Hao replied. Dong Jiayu looked at the private chat and did not respond for a while. She never thought that Fang Hao had such a substantial fortune. He not only sells massive amounts of food every day, but now he also owns iron weapons and even armor. Moreover, his generous offer of asking how much she needed was surprising. Jiang Bin had collected some leather armor and already attracted a large number of fans. Even now, on the regional channel, people were hailing Jiang Bin as a big shot, hoping that when he found more, he would sell to them first. If these people knew that Fang Hao not only had armor, but also weapons, they would probably flood the regional channel with their admiration. 7 sets. Can I pay with food and lumber? Dong Jiayu asked. Fang Hao looked behind him at the mountainous piles of lumber and stone resources. He replied, I will lend you first. You can repay me with good items after you finish exploring. He was not short of basic materials. If he wanted to, Fang Hao could use the Hundredfold Magnification to produce weapons and armor in exchange for these materials. But there really was no need. There were just too many resources within his territory. He had already enclosed a vacant lot behind the Lord's cabin with wooden fences. It was used specifically for storing these basic resources. What he needed now were special resources, special tools, or various blueprints. That works too, thank you Brother Hao, Dong Jiayu hastily said in gratitude. She felt somewhat relieved that the person she knew was Fang Hao. I will list them. Check them out when you can. Okay. Fang Hao listed 6 pieces of simple leather armor and helmets, and 1 orc iron armor set and helmet. The orc iron armor was a level 2nd armor, naturally meant for Dong Jiayu to wear, because she would be the key to obtaining more shadow stones in the future. Wow, Brother Hao, you're awesome. Even though she was prepared, when she saw the orc iron armor, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They each ended their conversation and got back to their work. Fang Hao returned to his loot. He picked up the bloodthirsty chest armor. The bloodthirsty chest armor is internally made of metal plate armor, and the exterior is wrapped with a layer of red leather ornated with embossed patterns. Bright red, exquisite. It's extremely heavy to hold, just like carrying a heavy piece of iron. Even with his current body, he wouldn't be able to fight if he wore it. Fang Hao again used God's presence to control a skeleton soldier and tried to put on the armor. But the situation was similar to his. The weight of the armor affected normal movement and combat. There is indeed a difference between reality and the game. In the game, anyone could put on any armor. But in reality, one must consider one's physical strength. Wearing this armor is like carrying an ox, and it's challenging to fight. Damn, even if I take 10 pounds of protein powder, I won't reach the strength of an orc. Fang Hao cursed. This armor could only be put away for now. He will bring it out when his strength reaches par, or when he acquires higher level soldiers. As the skeletons wash and dry the acquired clothing by the river, he left the territory. The newly unlocked blueprints needs to be produced as soon as possible. Level 1 ranch, lumber 1000, stone 800, straw 500. Hemp rope 200. Outside the territory, he chose a flat piece of land. He began to build. Wooden fences fenced off the plot, and a simple wooden shed was built in the middle. But right now, the ranch is still empty, with no animals at all. It seems he needed to capture some gentle animals for breeding next time. Having settled the construction of the ranch, he continued to look for a location to build the lumberyard. He had initially planned to build the lumberyard at the Knoll camp, but after careful consideration, he decided to abandon this plan for now. The issue with the orc tribe had not been completely resolved. Better to be on the safe side. He chose a location near the forest to build the lumberyard. Level 1 lumberyard, wood 2000, stone 1200, straw 200, hemp rope 550, iron 120. Description: lumberyard area, plus 5% wood gathering efficiency. Directly choose to build. A lumberyard appears before your eyes. The skeleton laborers who are chopping trees nearby begin to work around the lumberyard. After assigning a few skeleton soldiers to guard the building against beast attacks, he returns to his territory. 2 out of the 3 blueprints have already been built. There's only a torch left, which Fang Hao feels is unnecessary. He simply rests at night. For the skeletons, as undead creatures, do not need torches for light when they work in the dark. If he needed one later, it wouldn't be too late to make it then. Apart from the blueprints and equipment, the biggest gain is more than 1,700 wriggling spines. This means that if Fang Hao is willing, he could recruit an army of 100,000 skeletons, enough to vastly outstrip the average lord. For now, Fang Hao does not plan to recruit. An army of 100,000 skeletons is too much and would easily attract unnecessary trouble. It's not conducive to the development of the current territory. After tidying everything up, there's still time. He can continue exploring the map. Fang Hao again uses God's presence, and enters the body of a skeleton soldier. The battle with the orcs is just the beginning. The days to come will be more dangerous. To survive safely in this world, exploration and development must not be halted. Setting off with 2,000 skeleton soldiers, he continues to explore the surrounding map. Crossing the southern valley, the trees and plants become denser. Drawing the iron sword from his waist, he chops off the branches and thorns in front of him. Fang Hao notes this place down as a backup wood gathering point. Thinking of this, his footsteps suddenly stop. Instinctively he squats down, staying hidden. All the skeleton soldiers behind him also stop. Though they don't squat, they rigidly stand in place. Ahead in a clearing, a young unicorn sheep lazily munches on grass. There are plenty of game in the forest, so food is abundant. It's easy to come across creatures grazing or strolling around. Fang Hao crouches further low, glancing under the unicorn sheep's belly. Great, it's a female. We'll have sheep's milk in the future. The ranch has just been established. Young wild animals can be caught and raised. In the future, he'd be able to drink sheep milk. Quick, surround it, capture it alive, don't hurt it. Fang Hao instructs the skeletons behind him. He fears these simple-minded subordinates might rush up and slaughter it upon sight. The stunned skeletons, upon receiving the order, slowly disperse, gradually surrounding it. The woolly creature idly grazing perks its ears up, abruptly lifting its head to look in all directions. The next moment, it bolts in one direction. Quick! Catch it! Fang Hao shouts out loud. The skeletons surrounding it on all sides no longer hide, chasing after the fleeing unicorn sheep. Bang! A muffled noise. A skeleton trying to block the path of the unicorn sheep gets hit square inches the chest. It is flung back like it was hit by a cannon, snapping branches and bushes on its way back. It ends up in a rather sorry state. Capturing it alive is way more difficult than killing. Chase, catch it alive. The unicorn sheep runs in front while a bunch of skeletons chase it frenetically from behind. After about 20 minutes of chasing, the unicorn sheep completely disappeared. Before their eyes stands an ancient castle surrounded by thorns and roses. Shadow and castle. The ancient castle seemed to have stood the test of time. The towering grey walls were covered in dark green vines, giving it an old, ominous feeling. All focus was on the ancient castle, letting the whereabouts of the unicorn be completely forgotten. The fact that none of his 2,000 skeleton soldiers were lost gave him a little bit more confidence. Open the doors, commanded Fang Hao. Screech. Dust swirling up, alongside a piercing sound. Under the combined effort of the skeletons, the corroded, mottled door was slowly pushed open. No matter how dangerous this ancient castle might be, its proximity to his own territory required an investigation. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a lone ancient castle within the dense forest drenches one in unease. As the door creaked opened, the scene within revealed itself to Fang Hao. Behind the door was the courtyard of the castle. The courtyard was covered in fallen leaves, with wild grass growing everywhere. Weeds entwined around gravestones, coiling and intertwining with the miscellaneous vegetation. Damn, I knew it wasn't a living world's building. Who could predict that the courtyard of this castle would be a graveyard? Now, it could also be seen that there were walls in front of the courtyard, connected by stone steps and a brick archway. Suddenly, Fang Hao's gaze was drawn to a grey-white crystal stone beside a grave. Shadow stone. Fang Hao unconsciously gasped. The crystal stone not far away looked exactly like the shadow stone he and Dong Jiayu had traded for. Also, Dong Jiayu did mention that this type of crystal stone was obtained in ancient tombs. What was in front of him did somewhat match with that. Upon closer inspection, there were several others nearby. Go and bring those shadow stones over here, Fang Hao said. A skeleton soldier immediately stepped forward, walking through the weeds along the blue brick road towards the shadow stone. The skeleton soldier walked towards the gravestone, just about to take the shadow stone. Suddenly, like boiling water, the ground in the courtyard began to tremble violently. Following that, one after another, corpses infested with maggots crawled up through the cracked ground. I knew it, Fang Hao muttered under his breath. According to what Dong Jiayu said, while obtaining the shadow stone, they encountered some undead creatures. He conjectured that this might be a similar situation. Turns out what you fear, you attract. Fang Hao called back the skeleton soldier who had gone in, standing at the entrance, watching as one after another corpses crawled out. These bodies must have been buried underground for many years. Their messy hair mixed with leaves and dirt. Their skin was long decayed, emitting a repulsive stench. Their wide-open mouths and chalk-white eyes seemed to echo with roars of anger. At this moment, Fang Hao felt rather fortunate that his troops were skeletons. At least they looked clean and didn't give off the smell of decay. Rotten corpse, Tier 1. Description: cannon fodder within the Eternal Night Legion. Their bodies are brittle and fragile. Individually, they possess very low combat abilities, so they attack in groups, proving that they pose a significant threat. Eternal Night. The name does have an impressive ring to it. As Fang Hao pondered, the number of rotten corpses had already increased to more than 100. Watching as they raised their weapons and headed towards him, Fang Hao tentatively said, "We're all dead here, Why don't we all sit and chat?" The rotten corpses didn't respond, but instead sped up towards him. "Charge, kill them," Fang Hao ordered. The skeleton soldiers charged forward. Fang Hao also struck down at a rotten corpse that had rushed in front of him with his sword. Thud. The rotten corpse didn't dodge or evade and let Fang Hao's sword strike its forehead, splitting open a crack. Even with its skull cracked, it showed no reaction. Its machete struck downward, slashing towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao dodged and smashed his shield into its skull, executing the shield strike skill. Bang! With a dull thud, the rotten corpse stumbled and fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. Fang Hao saw his opportunity and hacked at its neck several times with his iron sword, severing the head. Dead, once and for all. The battles involving other skeletons were also nearing an end, as Fang Hao's usual fighting style was to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. The number of skeleton foot soldiers was naturally large. They were equipped with iron swords, wooden shields and various other full sets of armor. How could these newly risen rotten corpses compare? After an onslaught, all the rotten corpses were annihilated. Clean up the battlefield and collect the shadow stones and equipment, Fang Hao loudly commanded. The skeletons immediately began to act, collecting shadow stones and stripping equipment from the bodies of the rotten corpses. Soon, the loot was gathered. 5 shadow stones, 1 death trace, 122 broken single-bladed knives. In a castle key. Gaining 5 shadow stones made Fang Hao elated. They were important materials for undead clan buildings. Their value was even more important than the equipment gained. The exact use of death trace was not clear, but it was also a special material and very rare. In successive battles, Fang Hao's side always overwhelmed the enemy with sheer numbers. At the same time, Fang Hao also realized his own deficiencies. It was the low-level status of his soldiers. A level 2 soldier can often fight against 4 to 5 level 1s without suffering a defeat. So, the level of the soldier is particularly important in a battle. The only way to upgrade troops is to improve their building standard. Broken single-bladed knife. Category: weapon. Damage: Level 1 damage. Description: corroded broken single-bladed knife. Watch out for tetanus. Well then, Fang Hao suddenly felt relieved, thankful that he and his skeleton soldiers were not human. Otherwise, if he was a human lord leading human soldiers, and they were subject to this small amount of damage with the added risk of bacterial attack, who could sustain it? In this environment, how many people understood medical treatment? If they got sick, were infected, I'm afraid few people could make it through. Key: Shadow and Castle. Category: Equipment. Description: the key to the second floor of Shadow and Castle, where the Eternal Knight's servants have slept for a long time. Await your next game. A game? Everyone here is sly. It's not certain who's playing who. Fang Hao was not scared in the slightest. If they consider this a game, then why shouldn't he consider this place as a mission? Isn't possessing skeleton soldiers just like controlling characters to kill monsters in games? He should be more qualified to use the word game. Gather up, prepare to move to the next zone, Fang Hao shouted. The skeleton soldiers gathered around him. He ascended the stone steps, arriving at the gate to the second floor. He inserted the key and turned it gently. The rusty metal-heavy doors creaked open. The group walked in. There wasn't much distinction between the first and second floors. But to proceed to the next level, the path was no longer a city wall but the gate to an old castle. The castle was markedly western, constructed entirely from stone, with white roses climbing the walls, some even spreading into the windows, adding to the gloominess. He stepped into the castle, leading his group. This time, they were not greeted by the rotten corpses of the first level. Instead, they were met by undead spear wielders. Zombie spearman, Tier 2, ability: Fight. Skills: Thrust, Charge, Defense. Description: zombie spearmen are not clumsy like rotten corpses. Having received the baptism of Eternal Night, they will fulfill their duties to the end. These zombies were in better condition than the rotten corpses. They were clad in rusty, decaying armor, and clung onto a metallic spear. They arose from their tombs, after a moment of silence, fell into formation and raised a battered flag, the design of which was obscured by its wear and tear. Once they were ready, They locked eyes on Fang Hao and his group and began a spear-aided advance. Spread out, prepare to fight. The spear soldiers weren't as clumsy as the rotting corpses. While still rigid, they silently followed their former formations and tactics. The current scene was just like that. The spear soldiers autonomously formed a square formation, thrusting out their long spears to create forwards-facing spear phalanx. It somewhat resembled a scaled-down, or simplistic version of the Macedonian phalanx. Spread out, surround them, spread out now, Fang Hao roared. Slightly startled, the skeleton foot soldiers dispersed, trapping the zombies' square formation in the middle. There weren't many zombie spearmen, about 300 or so in total. Seeing their enemies encircling them, they halted their attack, evidently puzzled. Their spear targets kept shifting, like the hands of a clock, changing directions on the spot. Indeed, they can't manage without directions, Fang Hao noted, somewhat amused. Despite the zombie spearmen's ability to form a phalanx in an instant, their intelligence was still abysmally low. Without instructions, they didn't know how to respond to being surrounded by the enemy. Their formation kept changing direction. Fang Hao didn't waste any more words. When the time was right, he gave the command, attack. Whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton foot soldiers launched an attack, pouncing on their target like beasts from all directions. The ones attacking from the front were sent flying high into the air by the protruding spears. The spear tip got stuck in the skeleton's ribs, lifting it high into the sky. Both parties showing off their claws and teeth, venting their rage. And on the other three sides of the spear formation, the skeleton foot soldiers closed in, slashing out with swords and daggers. Fang Hao initiated his attack from the side, grabbing a spear that had been swung around, his iron sword slashing towards the opponent's neck. Splat! The iron sword smoothly cut open the opponent's throat. The dark-colored blood hung on the wound like thick syrup, not even a drop falling down. Damn it! Fang Hao cursed softly. He tilted his head to avoid the opponent's attack, constantly swinging his iron sword. The wound on his opponent's neck grew and grew until he eventually cut through their bone. The fight was rather intense. Zombie spearmen belonged to level 2 and thus, they had higher basic attributes than the skeleton foot soldiers. When all the zombie spearmen were wiped out, more than 30 skeleton foot soldiers had been injured or killed. Even the soldier controlled by Fang Hao had his left shoulder bone broken by a spear. It hung limp, unable to lift the wooden shield. Fortunately, skeletons didn't feel pain, otherwise he would have a lot to endure. Clean up the battlefield. Damn! These zombies are fierce, Fang Hao shouted, tearing off a strip from the zombie's rotten flag and attempting to bind it around the ribs. The skeleton soldiers began to clear the battlefield. The spoils were collected. 7 shadow stones, 2 death traces, blueprint, iron spear, 324 rusty iron spears, ancient castle key. Besides the shadow stones and death traces, a blueprint for an iron spear was also obtained. In this world, the rule of production was granted to lords. Blueprints became particularly important. Whether a designer or blacksmith, as long as you had a blueprint, you could forge the desired equipment and items. Even though they gained more than 300 iron spears, it couldn't compare to the worth of the blueprint. Having collated all the spoils from the battle, they reached the ancient castle. After inserting the key, skeletal foot soldiers pushed the door open with a concerted effort. Entering the ancient castle, Fang Hao's eyes widened instantly. Unlike the lower exterior, the central hall of the castle was exceedingly bright and luxurious. He felt like he was in a miniature palace. The smooth floor shone with a gleam. The wooden wall panels on the walls were adorned with intricate patterns, and the crystal stones on the copper lampstands radiated a faint light. This made the interior of the ancient castle still brightly lit. Inside the castle was a red carpet. Extending along the carpet every few steps, stood a stone pillar. The stone pillars were carved with lifelike patterns, and atop each stone pillar sat a creature like a giant bat. With eyes closed and immobile, they were like sculptures. The bodies of the bats were comparable to those of adult wild beasts. They were huge, with twisted muscles all over their bodies. Through the gaps in the flesh wings, one could see their enormous claws and sharp, curved nails. There was no need for any natural alertness nor any understanding of these creatures. Having experienced 2 rounds of battles outside, it was clear that these were new monsters. However, these bat-like creatures kept their eyes closed, completely unmoving, making it hard for Fang Hao to tell if they were sleeping or dead. "Go scout," Fang Hao said. The skeleton soldiers in front walked forward, along the red carpet. After only a few steps, suddenly, a giant bat on a stone pillar opened its eyes sharply, let out a howl, and sprang down from the stone pillar. With its wide wings unfolding and aided by the gliding speed, it grabbed the advancing skeleton soldier into the air. Before the skeleton soldier could react, he was torn to shreds by the giant claws. Scattered bones fell from the sky, strewn all over the ground. Bloodthirsty wolf bats, level 5, ability, combat, skills, flight, bloodlust. Description: when the bloodthirsty wolf bats bare their sharp fangs, it means they have lost all reason. They will tear flesh, bone marrow, and sate their desires in the most cruel manner. When the wolf bats swoop down and get close, Fang Hao could clearly see their attributes. Seeing that it was a level 5 combatant, his heart skipped a beat. How did the level of these creatures suddenly increase so much? With the first wolf bat tearing the skeleton soldiers to pieces, the other bloodthirsty wolf bats opened their eyes one after another. When their rage-filled, bloodthirsty red eyes turned towards Fang Hao and the others who had intruded, they began to howl continuously, leapt down from the stone pillars, and pounced. "Fight, kill these creatures," Fang Hao roared. Upon receiving the order, the skeletons swung their iron swords to initiate an attack. The space in the castle hall was limited, only a portion of the skeleton soldiers could squeeze in. The rest were blocked outside the castle, unable to enter, nor able to use their numerical advantage. Boom, 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 boom. There were a total of 6 bloodthirsty wolf bats. They swooped down and plunged directly into the horde of skeletons, tearing open the defensive armor with giant claws and biting the skulls of the skeletons with their large mouths. Once the bloodthirsty wolf bats were injured, they would fly into the air, waiting for their wounds to slowly dry up. Then they would continue to charge down and battle with the skeletons. "Close in, don't scatter," Fang Hao continued to command. The scattered skeletons began to converge towards Fang Hao, using the wall behind them as a defensive point to avoid being dispersed once again. But Fang Hao's command also attracted the attention of the wolf bats. The nearest wolf bat dropped the skeleton it was holding and charged straight towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao dared not make a head-to-head confrontation. His body instantly fell to one side to evade the attack. Bang! The wolf bat knocked several skeletons flying, and its own body crashed into the wall behind it. The huge recoil caused the wolf bat to succumb to a brief dizziness. It shook its head, its body wobbly. "Idiot! Kill it for me!" Fang Hao cursed and attacked at once. The nearby skeleton soldiers lunged at the same time, swinging their iron swords. Wounds began to appear on the body of the wolf bat, and bright red blood flowed out. With a wail of agony, it took to the air with its bleeding body. Fang Hao cursed his luck silently. It survived such an attack. What a tenacious life force. Looking at the situation on the field, the loss of the skeleton soldiers had already reached hundreds. Continuing to fight would only increase the casualties. "Get out and close the door on them." The skeletons retreated back to the outside of the castle without looking back, closing the huge doors of the castle before the other side could react. "A few of you block the main door, I'm going to get reinforcements." Having removed the god's present status, Fang Hao rose from the bed. After having a sip of cold water, he walked out of the Lord's cabin directly. Outside, the worker skeletons were still busily doing their work, and the skeleton soldiers were patrolling and hunting. He opened the Book of Lords and turned to the production section. Bone arrow, 1 wood, 2 beast bones. He set the quantity to 100 and chose to make them. 100-time amplification triggered, successfully made 10,100 bone arrows. Bundles of bone arrows appeared, piled to a side. "Prepare 10 carts, Load the double-handed light crossbows from the warehouse and bring the knoll daggers. Fang Hao ordered loudly. A few skeletons nearby immediately put down their work and went to the warehouse to load the carts. Fang Hao had been thinking about countermeasures after the recent battle. Considering the higher rank and better physical abilities of the bloodthirsty wolf bats, they far exceeded the skeleton soldiers. But most importantly, they flew. The skeleton soldiers' swords and shields could only strike when the wolf bats landed to attack. However, the wolf bats were too quick. It was difficult for the skeleton soldiers to follow their speed. So, Fang Hao decided to change tactics. If they couldn't catch up, then they would abandon their swords and shields. He made more than 10,000 bone arrows which, while limited in their attack, could potentially whittle down the enemies. Soon, the carts loaded with 2,000 double-handed light crossbows and over 200 knoll daggers were pushed over. These double-handed light crossbows were crafted when dealing with the orc troops. They had been carefully preserved in the warehouse. This saved Fang Hao from wasting materials to craft more. Once again, Fang Hao sent skeletons to look for over 200 elongated wooden poles. He tied knoll daggers to the tops of the poles with sturdy hemp ropes, making them into makeshift spears. This was somewhat awkward. Fang Hao had already obtained the blueprint for iron spears, but the blueprint was at Shadow End Castle, and making them would require the Book of Lords. In other words, he could only make them after the Book of Lords had recorded the blueprint when the skeletons from the Shadow End Castle returned. Fang Hao didn't want to delay until the evening, so he skipped one of the steps. He simply mounted the daggers on long wooden poles, serving as makeshift spears. Soon, 200 spear daggers were made. Load the bone arrows and the spears onto the carts, Fang Hao said as he moved back to his room. Once again, he used God's presence and possessed a skeleton soldier standing outside the door. The 10,000 bone arrows, 200 spears, and the 2,000 double-handed light crossbows grabbed from the warehouse were all loaded onto the carts. Everything was ready. Fang Hao led 3,000 skeleton soldiers and pushed the carts towards Shadow End Castle. The road was clear. When they arrived at Shadow End Castle, more than 1,000 skeleton soldiers were still guarding the fortress's gate. They showed no signs of slackening. Okay, 2,000 of you need to abandon your shields. Take up the double-handed light crossbows, and a few of you take the spears, said Fang Hao. 221 knoll dagger spears, 324 rusty iron spears. A total of 545 spears could be gathered. It was plain to see Fang Hao's reasoning. The diving attack of the bloodthirsty wolf bats was fierce, cumulatively knocking down large numbers of skeletons. If they failed to handle the diving attack, then the crossbowmen would struggle to perform effectively. After thinking for a long time, Fang Hao thought of the spears to thwart the damage of the diving attacks. However, to see if the idea was feasible, they needed to verify it in combat. With everything set, Fang Hao said, "Open the gate." The castle gate was opened ajar, and Fang Hao peered inside. The grand hall of the castle was a mess after the earlier battle. The 6 bloodthirsty wolf bats had once again returned to the 6 massive pillars, motionless as if they were statues. "Good. Let's move in," Fang Hao urged. Armed skeletons flooded the great hall with their weapons and the accumulated pile of 10,000 bone arrows. The hall was limited in space and became instantly crowded as the skeletons entered, leaving even more behind outside. The actions of Fang Hao and the others stirred the bloodthirsty wolf bats, which were just resting. When the bloodthirsty wolf bats opened their eyes to discover it was still these low-grade skeletons, their rage became difficult to contain. An angry roar resounded through the air. Nima, fire! The bloodthirsty wolf bats had only just taken off when the skeletons wielding light crossbows had already pulled their triggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A dense flurry of bone arrows, like a large net, fired at the bats. Due to the suddenness of the event in the confined space, the bats didn't have time to find cover. In an instant, every bat was assailed by bone arrows, inflicting pain beyond bearability. The bats, furious, dived to attack just as the crossbowmen were reloading. Fang Hao was waiting for just this moment. Spears. The skeleton soldiers thrust their iron spears at the diving bats. The lead bat, seeing the oncoming spears, realized with dread that it was too late to break. Instantly charging into the forest of spears, its wings were pierced, making it slide into the heart of the skeletons. The skeletons with swords and shields, naturally, took advantage of this opportunity to kick them while they're down. With each swing of their sword, they hacked its head into a mash. The remaining 5 bloodthirsty wolf bats watched the scene in front of them in terror. They never imagined that these skeletons, who had just exited and re-entered, managed to kill one of their companions. Blood of the deceased still glistening broodingly on the iron spears. Just a few seconds later, new bolts were reloaded once more. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The rain of arrows again surged out, staking the bodies of the bats, making them look like porcupines. While the damage of the bow and arrows was limited, they were still able to penetrate the bats. Occasionally, a few arrows even pierced their wings, shooting through to form a hole. The bats, bathed in blood, attempted to dive for an attack but were immediately repelled by the spears. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Fire! Whoosh, whoosh! After the 4th volley of arrows, the bats could no longer endure. Bleeding profusely, they recklessly charged forward. The spears once again stabbed out, piercing their bodies while the other sword and shield bearers finished them off. Soon, the battle that had lasted almost an hour finally ended. Throw the bodies out, Fang Hao ordered. The deaths of the ferocious Tier 5 wolf bats were indeed a little stifling. Despite possessing overwhelming strength, they were slain by Fang Hao's combined arms approach. The massive bodies of the 6 wolf bats were dragged outside, leaving trails of fresh blood along the way. Once again, the hall lapsed into silence. Fang Hao trod upon the arrow shafts strewn across the floor, as if walking on dry grass, causing a cracking noise with each step. This battle deeply impressed upon Fang Hao the importance of troop tiers. Tier 5 bloodthirsty wolf bats, fighting hundreds of Tier 1 skeleton soldiers, left the soldiers with no means to fight back. Yet the eventual victory relied heavily on Fang Hao's mastery and opportunism. Any other lord would find it hard to achieve the same outcome. If they encountered the bloodthirsty wolf bats in the early stages of their domain, they would be left with only one path: a death. Search, see if there's anything good on the first floor, Fang Hao loudly ordered. If he was given 6 Tier 5 troops, he refused to believe there was nothing of value here. Soon, the skeleton soldiers had turned the first floor upside down, having removed the god's presence status. Fang Hao rose from the bed. After having a sip of cold water, he walked out of the lord's cabin directly. Outside, the worker skeletons were still busily doing their work, and the skeleton soldiers were patrolling and hunting. He opened the Book of Lords and turned to the production section. Bone arrow, 1 wood, 2 beast bones. He set the quantity to 100 and chose to make them. 100-time amplification triggered, successfully made 10,100 bone arrows. Bundles of bone arrows appeared, piled to a side. Prepare 10 carts. Load the double-handed light crossbows from the warehouse and bring the knoll daggers. Fang Hao ordered loudly. A few skeletons nearby immediately put down their work and went to the warehouse to load the carts. Fang Hao had been thinking about countermeasures after the recent battle. Considering the higher rank and better physical abilities of the bloodthirsty wolf bats, they far exceeded the skeleton soldiers. But most importantly, they flew. The skeleton soldiers' swords and shields could only strike when the wolf bats landed to attack. However, the wolf bats were too quick. It was difficult for the skeleton soldiers to follow their speed. So, Fang Hao decided to change tactics. If they couldn't catch up, then they would abandon their swords and shields. He made more than 10,000 bone arrows which, while limited in their attack, could potentially whittle down the enemies. Soon, the carts loaded with 2,000 double-handed light crossbows and over 200 knoll daggers were pushed over. These double-handed light crossbows were crafted when dealing with the orc troops. They had been carefully preserved in the warehouse. This saved Fang Hao from wasting materials to craft more. Once again, Fang Hao sent skeletons to look for over 200 elongated wooden poles. He tied knoll daggers to the tops of the poles with sturdy hemp ropes, making them into makeshift spears. This was somewhat awkward. Fang Hao had already obtained the blueprint for iron spears, but the blueprint was at Shadow End Castle, and making them would require the Book of Lords. In other words, He could only make them after the Book of Lords had recorded the blueprint when the skeletons from the Shadow End Castle returned. Fang Hao didn't want to delay until the evening, so he skipped one of the steps. He simply mounted the daggers on long wooden poles, serving as makeshift spears. Soon, 200 spear daggers were made. Load the bone arrows and the spears onto the carts, Fang Hao said as he moved back to his room. Once again, he used God's presence and possessed a skeleton soldier standing outside the door. The 10,000 bone arrows, 200 spears, and the 2,000 double-handed light crossbows grabbed from the warehouse were all loaded onto the carts. Everything was ready. Fang Hao led 3,000 skeleton soldiers and pushed the carts towards Shadow End Castle. The road was clear. When they arrived at Shadow End Castle, more than 1,000 skeleton soldiers were still guarding the fortress's gate. They showed no signs of slackening. "Okay, 2,000 of you need to abandon your shields. Take up the double-handed light crossbows, and a few of you take the spears," said Fang Hao. 221 knoll dagger spears, 324 rusty iron spears. A total of 545 spears could be gathered. It was plain to see Fang Hao's reasoning. The diving attack of the bloodthirsty wolf bats was fierce, cumulatively knocking down large numbers of skeletons. If they failed to handle the diving attack, then the crossbowmen would struggle to perform effectively. After thinking for a long time, Fang Hao thought of the spears to thwart the damage of the diving attacks. However, to see if the idea was feasible, they needed to verify it in combat. With everything set, Fang Hao said, "Open the gate." The castle gate was opened ajar, and Fang Hao peered inside. The grand hall of the castle was a mess after the earlier battle. The 6 bloodthirsty wolf bats had once again returned to the 6 massive pillars, motionless as if they were statues. "Good, let's move in," Fang Hao urged. Armed skeletons flooded the great hall with their weapons and the accumulated pile of 10,000 bone arrows. The hall was limited in space and became instantly crowded as the skeletons entered, leaving even more behind outside. The actions of Fang Hao and the others stirred the bloodthirsty wolf bats, which were just resting. When the bloodthirsty wolf bats opened their eyes to discover it was still these low-grade skeletons, their rage became difficult to contain. An angry roar resounded through the air. "Nima, fire!" The bloodthirsty wolf bats had only just taken off when the skeletons wielding light crossbows had already pulled their triggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A dense flurry of bone arrows, like a large net, fired at the bats. Due to the suddenness of the event in the confined space, the bats didn't have time to find cover. In an instant, every bat was assailed by bone arrows, inflicting pain beyond bearability. The bats, furious, dived to attack just as the crossbowmen were reloading. Fang Hao was waiting for just this moment. Spears. The skeleton soldiers thrust their iron spears at the diving bats. The lead bat, seeing the oncoming spears, realized with dread that it was too late to break. Instantly charging into the forest of spears, its wings were pierced, making it slide into the heart of the skeletons. The skeletons with swords and shields, naturally, took advantage of this opportunity to kick them while they're down. With each swing of their sword, they hacked its head into a mash. The remaining 5 bloodthirsty wolf bats watched the scene in front of them in terror. They never imagined that these skeletons, who had just exited and re-entered, managed to kill one of their companions. Blood of the deceased still glistening broodingly on the iron spears. Just a few seconds later, new bolts were reloaded once more. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The rain of arrows again surged out, staking the bodies of the bats, making them look like porcupines. While the damage of the bone arrows was limited, they were still able to penetrate the bats. Occasionally, a few arrows even pierced their wings, shooting through to form a hole. The bats, bathed in blood, attempted to dive for an attack but were immediately repelled by the spears. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Fire! Whoosh, whoosh! After the 4th volley of arrows, the bats could no longer endure. Bleeding profusely, they recklessly charged forward. The spears once again stabbed out, piercing their bodies while the other sword and shield bearers finished them off. Soon, the battle that had lasted almost an hour finally ended. "Throw the bodies out," Fang Hao ordered. The deaths of the ferocious Tier 5 wolf bats were indeed a little stifling. Despite possessing overwhelming strength, they were slain by Fang Hao's combined arms approach. The massive bodies of the 6 wolf bats were dragged outside, leaving trails of fresh blood along the way. Once again, the hall lapsed into silence. Fang Hao trod upon the arrow shafts strewn across the floor, as if walking on dry grass, causing a cracking noise with each step. This battle deeply impressed upon Fang Hao the importance of troop tiers. Tier 5 bloodthirsty wolf bats, fighting hundreds of Tier 1 skeleton soldiers, left the soldiers with no means to fight back. Yet the eventual victory relied heavily on Fang Hao's mastery and opportunism. Any other lord would find it hard to achieve the same outcome. If they encountered the bloodthirsty wolf bats in the early stages of their domain, they would be left with only one path: a death. Search, see if there's anything good on the first floor, Fang Hao loudly ordered. If he was given 6 Tier 5 troops, he refused to believe there was nothing of value here. Soon, the skeleton soldiers had turned the first floor upside down. A few items were presented before Fang Hao. Acquired building blueprint, skeleton conversion field, blue, category, building blueprint. Required materials, wood 500, stone 500, hemp rope 50, shadowstone 5, death trace 2. Description: the skeleton conversion field can transform buried creatures, bones into skeleton soldiers, unlocking troops, and can use a corresponding number of offerings for recruitment. As expected, Fang Hao was not disappointed. After defeating a Tier 5 troop, he obtained a blue architectural blueprint. Looking at the introduction, it's not bad. It can bury dead creatures and transform them into corresponding skeleton soldiers. After the first transformation, the building will keep a record, and then you can use the corresponding number of offerings for recruitment. The offerings refer to the wriggling spine. Whether there will be new recruiting offerings in the future is currently unknown. This is a pretty good blueprint. It's just that now the Book of Lords is not with him, so he can only keep it safe and record it when he goes back. There were no other spoils in the hall. Some decorative items like carpets and lampstands will be searched when leaving. Follow me to the second floor. Fang Hao took 10 skeletons, went up the stairs and headed to the second floor. It's not that he didn't want to bring more manpower, but the space on the second floor was narrow and divided into many rooms. There weren't enough people to fit, and even if a fight broke out, it would be difficult to fight with sheer numbers. Fang Hao took a few skeletons, searched each room one by one. The second floor room is nicely furnished, but it can be seen that it has not been lived in for a long time. There was a thick layer of dust on the furniture. Came to the last room on the second floor. It was a study, with beautifully carved tables and chairs, and heavy blue curtains, showing the love of the castle owner for this study room. After confirming that there was no danger, Fang Hao stepped in. The bookshelf was neatly filled with books, as well as some ornaments that the original owner liked. A golden lampstand and a half-read book were placed on the desk. There was a luminous stone on the lampstand, same as the light fixtures on the staircase. Nightstone. Category: ore. Remark: an ore with a function of light accumulation, can emit a soft glow at night or in darkness. Wow, it's a night pearl. Search around, see if there are any other good things, Fang Hao said as he casually picked up a book from the table to glance at. When the lords came to this world, they were also endowed with certain abilities by the system. They could communicate normally with various races and understand the language of many races, so they wouldn't come here and be completely disconnected from this world. The skeleton soldiers started to search around. Fang Hao was attracted by the first sentence in the book. Life is a cancer, but I have found a cure for it. Prompt then sounded. Collected a clue to the elixir of immortality. 1-5. This suddenly interested Fang Hao. For humans, immortality has always been attractive. If he saw such a statement in his original world, Fang Hao would decisively throw it aside and phone the police. But after coming to this world, filled with different races and powerful creatures, he belonged to the Undead faction, where even skeletons could talk. So the elixir of immortality was not a lie. So, under circumstances allowed by strength, Perhaps clues to the elixir of immortality can be collected. He roughly browsed through the book and gathered some information about this world. Like the previously encountered Eternal Night Legion, the Eternal Night represents the vampire faction, and his own faction, the Undead, is known as immortal. The two manipulate undead creatures, but the factions are different. After browsing through, he put this book away and also started searching for items. The skeleton's search was not exactly polite, to say the least. Maybe for them, the order of searching was only to find treasure, and did not include handling things carefully. The room quickly became a mess, and Fang Hao had two more items in his hands. Directional teleportation scroll, healing potion, warfire coin 27, bloodstone 5. There weren't many precious spoils in the study apart from the furniture. He obtained a magic scroll. Teleportation scroll, category, magic scroll. Description, can record a target point, used to teleport to target area. The teleportation scroll, resembling the town portal scroll he'd used in games before. Once used, it would teleport him to a specified location. It was pretty decent. You never know when it might come in handy. He stowed away the teleportation scroll and continued to examine the next item. Healing potion. Category, potion. Description, can heal certain injuries. Fang Hao looked at it and quickly stowed it away. In this world they've crossed into, there were no hospitals or doctors. Even slight ailments could prove fatal here. Just like a player who was attacked by prairie wolves outside the territory before. Despite rushing into the protective barrier alive, he'd sustained serious injuries. If there had been a healing potion then, it would have been extremely helpful, allowing the injuries to heal faster and better. One more protection. There were 27 warfire coins in the desk drawer. To live in such a huge castle yet only leave this much money, really frugal. Bloodstone. Type, ore. Description, rare ore acquired for Blood Clan building construction. The function of the Bloodstone was similar to that of the Shadowstone. The difference was that Shadowstone was used for undead building construction materials, while Bloodstone was for the Blood Clan. Alright, follow me upstairs. The castle only had 3 floors, but every floor's framework was much taller than a normal building. The framework of the first floor hall was around 6 to 7 meters. Each room on the second floor was over 4 meters. The skeleton troopers put down the items in their hands and followed Fang Hao out of the room. They continued upwards along the stairs. At the entrance of the staircase to the 3rd floor, there stood 2 statues with open mouths, baring their fangs. They somewhat resembled the bloodthirsty wolf bats encountered on the 1st floor, but were much smaller and their bodies weren't overly huge. Though the statues looked fierce, due to a long period without cleaning, a layer of dust had settled on them. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he proceeded a few steps forward. He stopped in front of a room. The large door of the room was engraved with exquisite patterns, including various flowers and plants, and different human figures. Though not as big as the castle gate, it was still huge and solid. This door looks valuable. He exerted a bit of force, but the wooden door didn't budge, except for the dust on it which fell onto Fang Hao's head due to the shake. Together, push the door open. Fang Hao retreated a step, allowing the skeletons behind him to do the work. There was no need to do the work if so much help was available. The skeletons behind him stepped forward and together, they pushed the door open. Accompanied by a shower of dust, a thin slit opened in the door. Fang Hao tilted his head, peering in through the slit. Housed within was a gigantic black coffin. "Stop," Fang Hao whispered. Based on the creatures they'd previously encountered, item descriptions, and the portraits hanging on the castle walls, he could determine that the owner of this castle belonged to the Blood Clan of the Eternal Night Clan. Therefore, in this grand main bedroom, such an exquisite coffin unavoidably made him suspicious. Could a vampire be sleeping inside? But with the intense fighting outside, even the castle doors were torn. Even someone hard of hearing for the past 10 years should have heard it, right? You all wait at the door. Fang Hao walked lightly towards the curtains after entering through the door slit. Fang Hao slipped into the room through the gap. The bedroom was spacious and lavishly decorated. In the middle of the room, there was an unusually extravagant black and gold coffin. It was rare to see a coffin crafted with such grandeur. Even though Fang Hao was not familiar with coffins, He could tell from the materials and craftsmanship that this was a fine one. After giving it a quick glance, Fang Hao paced towards the windows of the room. His idea was simple. He intended to open all the curtains in the room and let the sunlight shine in. If there were truly a vampire inside, he would let the sun punish it. Fang Hao vaguely remembered that vampires were afraid of sunlight. He wondered whether garlic and silverware would help. If time allowed, he would consider going back to pick a huge amount of garlic to hang around the coffin, leaving no chance for the vampire. Swift. With this in mind, Fang Hao pulled the heavy curtain open. Seeing the window, however, Fang Hao slightly paused. The windows of the castle were not translucent, but, like the main door, had two shut panels. He opened the panels again, allowing the sunlight to flood into the room. And as the sun entered, the nightstones mounted on the walls and ceiling gradually dimmed. Having opened all windows, the dazzling sunlight instantly brightened the room. "Come in," Fang Hao called out, and the skeleton soldiers outside the door quickly came in and stood still. "Open the coffin." The skeletons stood on each side of the lid, gripping the cover with their hands. They heaved and a crack in the lid was opened. Fang Hao quickly peered inside. Empty. The coffin was fully opened, yet there was no vampire inside, just an empty coffin. Indeed, with such a commotion, the vampire should have woken up even if it was afraid of sunlight. Exquisite corpse rejuvenation coffin. Blue. Category: Corpse Rejuvenation Coffin. Description: the corpse rejuvenation coffin of the Eternal Night clan that calms you instantly when you lie in and has the function of nourishing spiritual power. Wow! The coffin had attributes. However, this offered luck somewhat ominously. Unsure of its effects on spiritual power, Fang Hao concluded that this sealed coffin would definitely suffocate anyone once its lid was shut, meaning you could be buried directly. A very convenient indeed. "Cover it," said Fang Hao. The coffin was a rare blue quality item, but there was no use for him. Maybe he could sell it to another vampire later. Next, it was time to gather the items. The skeletons found a dark room next door. There was a treasure chest made of gold inside. Wow, it's gold. In the center of the dark room, there was a treasure chest emanating a faint golden glow. This was Fang Hao's first encounter with a gold chest since he came to this world. The best he had seen before was an iron chest. This sudden upgrade to gold took him by surprise. He rubbed his hands, praying silently in his heart for good fortune to open excellent items. He opened the treasure chest. Obtain: Wall Construction Blueprint, Guard Tower Construction Blueprint, Exquisite Corpse Rejuvenation Coffin Manufacturing Blueprint, Blue, Hardwood Plank Manufacturing Blueprint, Flame Ring, Blue, Warfire Coins plus 120, Bloodstone plus 40. The golden treasure chest did not disappoint. He got 3 blueprints and a blue equipment, plus 120 Warfire Coins. With the advent of the marketplace, Warfire Coins came to serve a purpose. However, Fang Hao had not yet found a stable way to obtain them. Level 1 Wall Construction Blueprint, Lumber 1200, Stone 500, Thatch 300, Hemp Rope 800. The number of materials required for building level 1 walls was more than for other constructions. But it made sense, considering that walls needed to enclose buildings within a property, thereby requiring more resources. Guard Tower. Category: Special Construction. Required materials: Wood 500, Stone 300, Thatch 120, Hemp Rope 100. Description: Troops, heroes stationed in the guard tower will gain plus 2% in all attributes and can detect all dangers in the guarded area. The guard tower is a special construction. The term guard doesn't specifically refer to guarding the territory, but rather to guarding specific locations. That is, building a guard tower in a key area allows troops or heroes to be stationed there to guard that area. If Fang Hao were to build a tower, the place he would consider first is right in front of the Lord's wooden tower. By the time the territory's protective shield disappears, his own safety would have significantly improved. Hardwood board, Wood 2. Exquisite Corpse Rejuvenation Coffin, Hardwood board 12, Leather 6, Cotton 5. High-quality fabric 6. Well, looks like they're planning for me to open a coffin shop. I wonder if the funeral industry is booming in this world. Flame Ring, Blue. Category: Ring. Skill: Flame Fireball. Description: a ring imbued with destructive energy. Flame Fireball shoots a fierce fireball at the target, causing level 3 damage and continuous burning damage. Cooldown 1 hour. It's actually a magic ring. It allows the use of a magic skill called Flame Fireball. Fang Hao was absolutely thrilled. He finally had some attack power. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this adventure in the ancient fortress. Not only did he obtain the much-needed shadow stones, but he also acquired numerous blueprints and a flame ring. This significantly enhanced his strength and chances of survival. Fang Hao carefully stored his items and descended the stairs. "All of you come in, take everything you can carry out to the courtyard," Fang Hao ordered the waiting skeleton soldiers. The territory resembled an old, run-down village. Everything they saw seemed valuable, so naturally, they wanted to take it all. The skeleton soldiers entered and started moving items out of the fortress. Bang! While leaving the hall, Fang Hao tripped over a stone slab under his foot. Despite not feeling any pain in his skeletal body, he could tell the force was quite strong. Stone brick, construction material. A thought crossed Fang Hao's mind. He traced the source of the stone brick and looked upwards. A piece was missing from the top of the entrance. It must have fallen during the battle with the bloodthirsty wolf bats. Due to the limited space indoors, the skeleton army struggled to demonstrate their advantage in numbers. So, Fang Hao gave the order to break down the fortress's main gate. Because of the improper dismantling, the stone brick fell off. "So, do I have upgrade materials now?" Fang Hao muttered, as an idea struck him. The materials required to upgrade to a level 4 Lord's wooden house were stone bricks. But he hadn't obtained the blueprint for stone bricks yet, and no one in the channel had mentioned obtaining stone bricks or blueprints either. So, seeing the stone brick sparked an idea to dismantle the fortress. If he took apart such a large fortress, wouldn't he get a lot of stone bricks? As he thought about it, he deactivated the God's Presence state again. He woke up in his bedroom. Fang Hao rubbed his tired temples. The God's Presence state was too demanding, especially when it involved continuous combat. He left his house and started rallying all the busy laborer skeletons. The laborer skeletons had participated in the earlier battles. The original number of 2,000 had decreased to about 1,700. Despite this, Fang Hao still had a far superior workforce compared to other lords. The number of farmers other lords had ranged only from 5 to 10. Compared to 1,700, it was simply insignificant. "Grab your tools and flatbed carts and follow me." Fang Hao led his laboring skeletons out of his territory. The team was a long, thin dragon, carrying pushcarts and tools, heading towards Shadow End Castle. Within the territory, the quantity of wood and stone far exceeded the need. The skeletons mining, plus the material from food sales every day. It far exceeded what was needed for the development of the territory. Fang Hao had even specifically cordoned off a vacant lot outside his territory with wooden fences, just for storing the surplus basic supplies. Since no one would steal or take these supplies, there was no fear of loss. So when Fang Hao discovered a way to get stone bricks, he called up all the laboring skeletons, except the farmers. He suspended the collection of basic resources and provided the castle with bricks instead. This time Fang Hao chose not to utilize God's presence, but led the team to the castle himself. Previously, controlling the skeletons in combat had put a huge strain on his spiritual power. Plus, all the monsters in the castle had already been eliminated, so there was no need to worry about any danger. He lay on the cart, guiding the skeletons in the right direction. Soon, the group arrived at the castle. The castle courtyard was now in total chaos. All the furniture and items in the castle had been taken out, piled up into a small mountain. A crushed copper lampstand was yanked out from the piled junk, apparently scrapped. It was obvious that the skeleton soldiers could execute the order to loot, but were unable to discern the value of the items, or how to place them without damaging them. But there was no way around it. The intelligence of these skeletons wasn't high. To be able to do as much as this was already quite commendable. All the retrieved blueprints were entered into the Book of Lords. The collected scrolls, bloodstones, and other items were put into a bag. The bag wasn't a system bag. He'd made it himself from leather ropes, As for the flame ring, it was worn directly on his left hand. He spread out his left palm and thought, flame fireball. Whoosh! A fireball the size of a fist, with flames swirling around it, floated above his palm, exuding intense heat. But his left hand felt no heat or burning sensation. Go! Aiming at a dilapidated steel not far away, he swung his left hand upwards, and the fireball flew out. Boom! A dull thud. The flame fireball instantly hit the targeted steel. The terrifying destructive power snapped the steel in half, and the surface of the steel caught fire and burned for about 3 minutes, even though there was nothing flammable. Not bad. Impressive power. Fang Hao was satisfied with the power of the fireball. After using it, the flame fireball went into a 1-hour skill cooldown. After testing the power of the ring, Fang Hao turned his attention back to the laboring skeleton standing by. He stepped up onto a raised platform and shouted to the skeletons below. "All right, your job now is to dismantle the castle and sort the materials." He'd rallied all the laborers here to acquire enough materials to upgrade as soon as possible. The laboring skeletons got moving, taking up the hose on the cart. "You guys are in charge of the cart. Transport all the goods back to the territory." Fang Hao kept 5,000 skeleton soldiers. Among them, 1,000 were responsible for transporting the materials gathered by the laboring skeletons back to the territory. The remaining ones were in charge of the nearby area's safety. There were some wandering beasts and warcrafts around, which might come to harass. The skeleton soldiers loaded the furniture in the castle courtyard onto carts and headed towards the territory. Fang Hao got back into the cart, opened the Book of Lords and passed the time. As soon as he opened the Book of Lords, several private messages popped up. "Fang Hao bro, do you have any more iron pots? Can I get one with trace of the earth?" Trace of the earth, a necessary material when building a blue-grade spiritual field, had been encountered. However, most people were still unaware of the use of this material. Once they got it, they didn't know where to use it. Fang Hao thought for a while and said, "There are many materials needed to make an iron pot. If you add a piece of iron, I can make it for you when I get back." The other party fell silent for a while and then replied, "Okay, when can it be made?" "In about 20 minutes. I'm currently in the field. I'll do it when I return." "Okay, thank you, Fang Hao bro." Right now, blueprints are still scarce, and scarce blueprints for manufactured items became in great demand. Some people got a rare blueprint, made a product, and then quoted a high price. Compared to these people, the things Fang Hao sold seemed logical. What they didn't know was that, with the bolster of a hundredfold amplification, no matter how Fang Hao sold, there was a profit to be made. He disconnected from the first person and then received the second private chat. "Handsome, I want to exchange some iron axes with you." "Handsome, are you there?" "Handsome, you didn't get into trouble, did you?" Due to his previous state of invoking God's presence, controlling the skeleton soldiers to fight against the monsters in the castle, he didn't notice the messages. This person actually sent several messages in a row, seeming quite hurried. "I'm here. Iron axes can be exchanged. How many do you want to get?" Fang Hao replied at this time. 15 iron axes. Based on the price, that's 45 units of iron, right? The other party responded instantly. It seemed like they're also using the Book of Lords. Hearing the other party's offer, Fang Hao was slightly startled. Even though he's been in this world for a few days, it's still rare for someone to pull out so much iron all at once. It seemed that the other party had found a way to steadily obtain iron resources. "No problem. It will take about 20 minutes. I'll make them when I return to my territory," Fang Hao said. "Okay. By the way, can you reveal how you got so much iron ore?" Fang Hao asked again. Though iron was not considered a scarce resource, it was difficult to obtain at present. "There's nothing to hide about that. I found an iron deposit near my territory and I can mine some resources from there. By the way, do you have an iron pickaxe? I can trade for it." After the explanation, he added another sentence. Not all of the 15 traded iron axes were used for logging. Some were used to arm the militia soldiers. After all, to them, the iron axe was considered a weapon. "I don't have the blueprint for the iron pickaxe at the moment. Once the iron axes are made, I'll contact you." "Okay, Thanks. He ended the chat with the two people. The convoy was now nearing the territory. Just as he was about to check what everyone was chatting on the public channel, angry shouts of battle were heard from a distance. The skeletons near his territory wouldn't be shouting like this. In other words, a battle was happening nearby. Fang Hao felt a tightness in his chest. He immediately stood on the roof of the cart, looking in the direction of the noise. As expected, near his territory, a team driving a horse carriage was already surrounded by skeletons from the territory. A fierce battle was taking place. In the face of the ruthless and fearless fighting of the skeleton soldiers, the other party suffered heavy casualties. Complete annihilation was only a matter of time. You take the spoils back to the storage area outside the territory. Fang Hao jumped off the cart. Having given the order, the skeleton soldiers carrying the goods continued to head towards the territory. Meanwhile, Fang Hao went towards where the battle was taking place. "All right, stop the attack and surround them." Fang Hao's voice rang out. All the skeleton soldiers stopped their hacking action and enclosed the enemies in the middle. This is a troop of pig-headed humans. They pant heavily from the recent battle. Their eyes are crimson as they glare at the surrounding skeleton soldiers. They are a merchant group from a village. They were on their way to exchange and sell the goods from their village at the Manimork market. On their way here, they noticed this territory and the bulk of supplies corralled by wooden fences beyond it. The greedy pig-headed humans concocted a devious plan to steal some goods and sell them at a generous price in the market. Unbeknownst to them, they were discovered by the patrolling skeleton soldiers while pilfering the resources. The battle ensued. The intense combat attracted the other nearby skeleton soldiers. By the time the pig-headed humans were able to react, they were already surrounded by an alarming number of skeletons. Regardless of how much they retaliated, they could not break the encirclement. During the ongoing battle, their ranks suffered heavy casualties, and their troop of 100 had shrunk to just over 20. Just as they resigned to their fate, prepared to surrender and die, the skeletons stopped their attack and stood rigidly in place, forming a circle around them. The pig-headed humans look at each other, bewildered. Just as they began to consider breaking free, the skeleton soldiers in front abruptly parted, opening up a path for someone to pass through. The next second, shock appeared in the eyes of the pigmen. A young human male walked through the crowd of skeletons, ultimately standing in front of them, curiously inspecting them. "Why are you here?" Fang Hao asked solemnly. The pig-headed humans, despite their appearances, were not stupid. Seeing how the undead soldiers treated this human, they immediately realized that he might be their chance at survival. After carefully choosing his words, one spoke. "Respected sir, my name is Parker. We are a merchant group passing through here and have unfortunately had a misunderstanding with your, soldiers." This pig man named Parker had beady eyes that kept shifting, scrutinizing Fang Hao and the skeleton soldiers. He was also wondering why a human could command so many undead soldiers. "Oh, really?" Fang Hao gave a slight smile, his gaze falling onto their carriages. There were 5 carriages in total with the pigmen. 4 were covered by oilcloths to protect from the sun, while the last was loosely holding some miscellaneous items. There were furs, leather armors, bathtubs, and a big pile of tools. Obviously, the cause of the battle was not as simple as Parker had stated. The pigmen had stolen goods from the territory and were subsequently ambushed by the patrolling skeletons, leading to the fight. Parker noticed Fang Hao's gaze and realized that he couldn't continue lying. He quickly explained, "Sir, we did not know these goods belonged to you. We made a wrong decision and we are willing to compensate." Fearing any unnecessary triggers, Parker directly offered compensation. Orcs are greedy and warlike. Many tribes don't bother with farming or mining, instead relying on plundering for growth and expansion. Thus, most orcs believe in one universal law. That is brute force. If someone is more powerful than you, you endure beatings. If they are weaker, you ravage, kill, and loot without mercy. "Let's talk somewhere else," Fang Hao suggested. Corpses of the pig-headed humans littered the ground. Blood turned the soil a dark red, and the scent of blood saturated the air. Fang Hao turned around and walked towards his territory. Parker and the others followed, flanked and watched by many skeleton soldiers. When they arrived at an open area in front of the territory, Fang Hao sat on a rock, Parker and the others respectfully stood on the side, their gigantic pig heads stealing occasional glances at Fang Hao's territory. "You're a merchant group?" Fang Hao curiously asked. "Yes, sir," Parker replied. "Where do you come from?" That a broken bar, a small village up north," Parker eventually answered. "The goods on the carriage are yours? Where are you taking them?" Fang Hao continued. He still didn't know enough about this world. Communicating with the locals as much as possible would help him gather more information. "We plan to take the goods to Manim Market and exchange them for other goods," Parker answered diligently. "Manim Market?" Fang Hao was slightly taken aback. He seemed to remember the name, having seen it on an acquired map that was found in an old camp. The map was actually of the Manim Market. As he looked at the Book of Lords, sure enough, the location of Manim Market had been marked on the map page. Yes, a peaceful trade market established by the orcs. Orcs live to fight, and they have a fondness for looting and combat. While tribes did interact with each other, they would also attack each other. Thus, the Manim Orc Market was established, with its own set of rules. It forbade fighting and looting within the market, and all transactions had to be voluntary and mutual. Orcs followed these rules, bringing their tribe's surplus goods to the market for exchange, either for other goods or currency. "Can anyone go to this market?" Fang Hao asked, intrigued by the orc market. Parker glanced at Fang Hao and the crowd of undead skeletons around them, nervously replying, "This might be difficult." Fang Hao nodded in understanding and said, "All right, let's talk about compensation. You stole my property and killed so many of my soldiers. I can't let you leave without some repercussions." Fang Hao's voice grew stern. Parker glanced at the surrounding skeletons again. His heart thumped loudly in his chest as he boldly declared, "Sir, we are willing to leave one carriage of goods as compensation." "Ha!" Fang Hao couldn't help but laugh. "If I kill you all the goods are mine. What makes you think I would spare you for a single carriage of goods?" The faces of the pigmen began to perspire profusely. Fang Hao's words silenced their arguments. The most valuable part of their group was the contents of the carriages. If these goods were not enough to serve as compensation, what else could they offer to convince him to spare their lives? "Sir, you see, our goods." Parker attempted to say something. Fang Hao cut him off, not permitting him to continue. "I'll give you one final minute. If you can't provide what I want, you won't need to leave." After saying this, Fang closed his mouth. All of the pigmen fell silent. Sweat poured from their foreheads like raindrops as they felt the intense fear of death, their minds blank. Soon, 1 minute had passed. "All right, time's up." "Kill them," Fang Hao ordered straightforwardly. "Wait, sir, warfire coins." "We can give you warfire coins." Parker let out a howl in desperation. Fang Hao's expression hardened. "Cease the attack." The skeleton soldiers, ready to strike, returned their weapons to their previous positions. "Continue," Fang Hao ordered. Wiping the droplet of sweat falling into his eye, Parker hurriedly said, "Sir, warfire coins are the universal currency here. If you're willing, we can give you warfire coins to earn your forgiveness." At the mention of warfire coins, Fang Hao's heart raced. He needed to amass enough warfire coins to buy the blueprints before the next visit of the skeleton merchant. However, it seemed that acquiring warfire coins was not as easy as he had thought. "Do any of you have warfire coins?" he asked. "Yes, we do," Parker responded in haste. "Well, bring them all out then. Let's see if it's enough to buy your lives." "We're broken bar, we don't have them on us," Parker stammered. Fang Hao's expression turned dicey instantly. "Are you playing me?" No, sir." "Let me explain," Parker hastily replied. "This is your last chance to speak," said Fang Hao. "Sir, we have some warfire coins in our village. We are willing to leave someone here as a collateral while we get the money for you," Parker quickly proposed. The proposal seemed somewhat appealing to Fang Hao. Given the small scale of the pig-headed humans' caravan, their tribe couldn't pose much of a threat to him. If they were really willing to trade their lives with warfire coins, it would be a decent deal indeed. After all, in comparison to killing a few pig-headed humans for food, warfire coins were of greater value to Fang Hao. "So, how much are you willing to pay to save your lives?" Fang Hao continued to probe. Parker, noticing that Fang Hao was easing up, came to his senses. He replied, "Sir, we're from a small village. We don't have many warfire coins. We could probably scrape together 100. All of it can be yours." Fang Hao mulled it over. Over 100 warfire coins was a fair deal. With some more coins added from his treasure chest, it should be enough to purchase goods from the skeleton merchant during his next visit. If the other party was willing to pay compensation, he didn't have to kill them just yet. "All right, I agree. But how can I be certain you won't take off and never return?" Fang Hao inquired further. "Sir, our old commander was injured on the leg during the journey and can't move around much. We can leave him here while we go to fetch the money. Once you have the money, we'll take our commander and leave," Parker hastily offered. He then rolled back the tarpaulin atop the last of the carts. On the cart laden with belts, lay a weakened pig-headed human, his leg wrapped in bandages, still oozing with blood. Fang Hao rose, examining the pelts on the carts before approaching the injured pig-headed man. "You must be their former commander?" Fang Hao asked. The pig-headed human was evidently weak but managed to respond, "Yes, I am." "Are you willing to stay here, waiting for them to ransom you?" Fang Hao inquired. Before the injured man could respond, Parker eagerly answered, "Captain Bolton, you're injured and might delay us. We will come back for you as soon as we get the money." The injured man glanced at Parker and looked at the other pig-headed humans. "All right, I will stay here," he finally said. "Good, I agree to this. If you don't bring the money by tomorrow morning, I will kill him and come after you in your village," Fang Hao stated, not wanting to waste any more time with them. Yes, sir, we will leave now and return with your money," Parker, his huge head bobbing like a tambourine, responded. "Off you go, and remember the time I set," Fang Hao stated. "All right." Parker didn't hesitate any longer, and along with the other pig-headed humans, left swiftly. They reached a considerable distance before greedily eyeing the goods discarded within the territory. There were carpets, portraits, furniture and the rare nightstone among them. All these superior goods were left out in the open by that human kid. The pig-headed humans gradually moved further away. "Captain, are we really going back to fetch the money? Won't Captain Bolton be killed?" One pig-headed human came closer, questioning with dissatisfaction. A sharp glare flashed across Parker's eyes as he said in a merciless tone, "I am now the captain, and this matter isn't over. Tonight, we're going to retrieve everything we've lost, and then some." The hasty compensation promise was merely a life-saving tactic. A true orc warrior will never relinquish his goals just because of a temporary setback. As for Bolton, the left-behind former commander, he scoffed. How could he, Parker, secure position of captain if Bolton was still breathing? Bolton's death, seemingly instigated by humans, would suit his purpose perfectly. Hide in the forest till nightfall. "We'll take everything back," with interest, Parker instructed. "All right." The pig-headed humans echoed in unison and sprung into action. On the other side, Fang Hao studied the pig-headed human left behind. He summoned 20 skeleton soldiers, instructing them, "Watch him. If he gets near the warehouse or attempts to leave, kill him." Then he returned to his territory and sat down on a bench. The goods the pig-headed humans brought had added 120 units of iron and 1,125 units of pelts to his supply. These additional resources increased his total stockpile. Without further delay, he began crafting iron pots. On the way back, he promised to trade iron pots and axes he produced. There were some spare axes in the warehouse, so he could put those up for sale directly. However, he needed to manufacture the iron pots. 100x effect triggered. Successfully crafted iron pots 101. He sent private messages to the two interested parties, listing the promised goods for transaction. After returning to his bedroom for a sip of water, he proceeded to develop the territory. His recent experience with the ancient castle had filled many gaps in the upgrade materials. Now he had enough shadow stones to elevate the level of the burial grounds. Level 2 burial grounds, wood 500, stone 720, leather 80, hemp rope 120, shadowstone 5. Shadowstones were truly scarce. Based on Fang Hao's preliminary understanding, shadowstones only appeared in places where people were buried, indirectly hampering the development of the territory. Without giving it a second thought, Fang Hao immediately chose to upgrade. Under the flickering of light, the upgrade of the burial grounds was completed. Level 2 Burial Grounds. Recruitment available. Skeleton Soldiers. Skeleton Soldier, Wriggling Spine 1. Note: the corresponding army soldiers of the territory can be recruited in this building. Upgrading the building can unlock new soldier types and higher-level soldiers. Required materials for upgrade: wood 700, stone 1200, leather 120, hemp rope 300, shadowstone 8. After upgrading, Fang Hao was left with 13 shadowstones. That was exactly what he needed for another upgrade. He chose to upgrade again. Once again, the burial grounds was bathed in light. A few seconds later, the upgrade was completed. Level 3 Burial Grounds. Recruitment available. Skeleton Soldiers, Skeleton Spearman, Skeleton Soldier, Wriggling Spine 1. Note: the corresponding army soldiers of the territory can be recruited in this building. Upgrading the building can unlock new soldier types and higher-level soldiers. Required materials for upgrade: wood 1700, stone 2200, leather 350, hemp rope 500, shadowstone 12. Great! Upon seeing the newly added skeleton spearman to the recruitment list, Fang Hao couldn't help but feel delighted. First, he decided to recruit one to check its attributes. Do you want to use one wriggling spine to recruit skeleton spearman? Recruit. 100x effect triggered. Successfully recruited skeleton spearman 101, skeleton spearman, tier 1, faction, undead. Racial traits: undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skill: spear stab. Innate abilities: basic combat mastery, basic spear mastery, basic shield mastery. Undead: this type of soldier is already dead, hence they are void of morale, emotions, and immune to toxins, diseases, blindness, and mental magic. Hollow skeleton has no fatal weak points. Light weakness: light magic deals an additional 20% damage to itself. Spear stab requires a spear, stabs at the target with a spear, dealing substantial damage. Note: skeleton soldiers that have undergone preservation treatment and are armed with spears can confront any charging troops, ignoring all charge bonuses. From the exterior, the skeleton spearmen and skeleton infantry have not much difference, but their properties have changed. The innate ability of the skeleton infantry is sword and shield mastery, meaning they are more familiar with the sword and shield. On the other hand, the skeleton spearmen have switched to the combination of spear and shield, gaining attribute bonuses when armed with a spear and shield. During the castle raid, the advantages of troop combination have already been demonstrated. The skeleton infantry, relying solely on the sword and shield combination, was defenseless against the bloodthirsty wolfbats. But with a slight change, swapping some of the infantrymen's weapons for long spears and light crossbows, the situation on the battlefield transformed. From being pressured, they started to pressure the bloodthirsty wolfbats, eventually killing them all. It goes to say, the higher the tier of troops the better, but the combination of each troop type is equally crucial. They can produce significant advantages and effects on the battlefield. Next, Fang Hao conducted 5 more recruitments. 100 times amplification triggered, successfully recruited skeleton spearmen 505. He crafted enough wood shields and iron spears to equip the 606 skeleton spearmen. All right, go patrol the surrounding areas. Hunt any beasts you encounter and bring them back, Fang Hao commanded. The skeleton spearmen turned around and left the territory. Once all the skeletons had left, Fang Hao reopened his Book of Lords. He had obtained several blueprints in the castle. Level 1 Wall Construction Blueprint, wood 1200, stone 500, straw 300, hemp rope 800. Walls are of utmost importance to a city. In 2 days, when the protective shield vanishes, it will be the last line of defense for the territory. Therefore, the earlier and higher the walls are built, the better. He chose to build it right away. A square of light covered the territory, and the next moment, a 2-meter tall wooden fence was erected, protecting the territory. So a level 1 wall is made of wood. It seems that in order to make the wall stronger, the level of the wall needs to be raised. Level 2 wall, wood 2400, stone 1600, straw 500, hemp rope 1600. The materials needed have doubled. Thankfully, Fang Hao had many skeleton laborers. If he were an ordinary lord, he would have to save up resources for construction for a long time. The level 2 wall was completed. The wall was significantly thicker and taller, adding nearly 5 meters in height. Level 3 wall, wood 3600, stone 3000, straw 1000, hemp rope 2800. The materials for a level 3 wall have increased significantly. The amount of wood and stone has risen by over 1,000 units each. It's simply terrifying. Click to upgrade. 5 minutes later, construction of the level 3 wall was completed. The wall stands about 5 meters high, with its material changed from solid wood to a mix of wood and stone. The bottom 3 meters are made of stone, while the top is still constructed from stout logs. Patrol and defense personnel can now be arranged on top of the wall. After the construction was completed, Fang Hao continued to inspect the new architectural blueprints he had acquired. Guardian Watchtower. Category: Special Building. Description: The soldiers, heroes stationed in the Guardian Watchtower have their attributes increased by 2% and can sense all dangers within a guarded area. Required materials: wood 500, stone 300, straw 120, hemp rope 100. In Fang Hao's view, the role of the Guardian Watchtower is more like a gatekeeper, or perhaps, a guardian deity of the gate. It can protect a specific area, and the soldiers or heroes stationed there will have their attributes increased by 2%. Although not high, all buildings can be upgraded. When the building's level is increased, the added attributes will naturally increase significantly. After some thought, he decided to build the Guardian Watchtower in front of his lord's log house. He was the only living person within his territory at the moment, and the skeleton soldiers didn't need any special protection. He was the one that needed the most protection. Confirm construction. The light appeared and simple wooden watchtower emerged in the open space in front of the lord's log house. Please choose a building to guard. Level 3 Lord's House, Level 3 Warehouse. The Guardian Watchtower automatically detects nearby buildings for it to choose to protect. Choose the Lord's Log House. The Guardian Watchtower emitted light once again, enveloping the Lord's Log House with a ripple of light. Please select the troops to be stationed. 2 soldiers/1 hero. Skeleton infantry. The tier of the troops he had at hand were all tier 1. Among infantrymen and spearmen, which one would be a better gatekeeper? Obviously, the spear weapon of spearmen might not be suitable for deployment in this watchtower. So he chose the skeleton infantry. 2 skeleton infantry quietly walked over and stationed themselves on both sides, guarding the Lord's log house. Fang Hao circled around the watchtower to inspect it. It felt fairly good. When the territory is further developed, the watchtower will be placed a bit to the side. Next, he wanted to construct a skeleton conversion field, but his stomach released rumbling sounds of protest. Looking at the sky, he found that it was nearing dusk. The setting sun broke through the cracks in the clouds, spilling trails of rosy light. It's already this late. He lit up a fire, sliced the meat from the warehouse. The spiritual field had been built already, with skeletons assigned to watch over it every day. In a few more days, he'd be able to eat vegetables. Eating meat every day was somewhat unbearable, especially without any seasonings, just plain meat. While flipping the meat slices on the grill, he opened the regional channel to see people chatting. What weapons do your soldiers use? Today I trapped a prairie wolf in a trap. It took a long time and quite a bit of effort for me and my soldiers to kill it. 2 of them even got injured. Don't even mention it. I'm worse off than you. I boiled a pot of mushroom soup, went out to use the bathroom, came back and found all my farmers lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. I'm now acting like a nursemaid, following Dr. Zhang's instructions to detoxify them. Doctors here refer to a new type of vocation. These people have some medical knowledge that ordinary people do not have. When you encounter problems, you can pay resources to consult them, and they provide guidance based on their knowledge. I feel pity for the brother upstairs. Haven't had any mushrooms for a long time. Is that a lady on the floor above? Where's your territory? Do you want to develop together? Don't listen to him, miss. Let's discuss the problem of enlarging mushrooms in private. No more nonsense. I'm in urgent need of long spears and bows to kill the warcraft in the water. I'm willing to trade a hard wooden shield blueprint. Only serious people welcome. Hardwood shield, white, serves 4 hardwood planks, 2 hemp ropes. Even for items that possess the same white attribute, there's still a range of quality and capability. The shields that Fang Hao currently provided to his skeletons are at the lower end of the white attribute, made out of common wood. In contrast, hardwood shields, which also have a white attribute, are significantly stronger than their wood counterparts. As Fang Hao was enjoying his grilled meat, he became interested in the other party's message. After giving it some thought, he decided to ask for the other player's asking price. Immediately, he privately messaged the other player, asking, "What do you want to trade for it?" "Holy shit, Fang Hao, big boss. If it's a trade, it would depend on the type of spear you have." The other player replied, "Spears come in different varieties. Currently, the market offers a wood spear, bone spear, and stone spear, all of which possess a white attribute of quality. Of course, they also come in different degrees of quality." Without giving it much thought, Fang Hao replied, "Iron spear." "Holy shit, the big boss already has iron weapons." Damn. Upon hearing that Fang Hao obtained a blueprint for an iron spear, the other player couldn't help but get excited. "What would you like to trade?" "Let me consider," Fang Hao asked again. It seemed the other player was lost in thought as there was a pause before they replied, "I have 12 militia, can I exchange them for 13 iron spears?" "A white color blueprint isn't worth that many iron spears," Fang Hao responded. "Iron spear, serves 2 wood, 2 iron. If manufactured according to the recipe, crafting 13 iron spears would require 26 units of iron. At present, in the region, no lord has reported the discovery of an iron mine. Hence, iron resources remain scarce." Although Fang Hao enjoys the benefits of hundredfold amplification, he has to be careful not to disrupt the market rules with his abilities. Transactions should still generally adhere to the market price. "Big boss, I genuinely need these weapons. Please help a brother out and advise how many you can give." Understanding his initial ask was high, the other player urged Fang Hao to name his price after the initial refusal. After a moment of pondering, Fang Hao responded, "I can only give you 3 iron spears. But if you have 5 units of iron, I can give you 10 damaged iron spears as a temporary measure." Fang Hao then sent the characteristics of the damaged iron spear. The damaged iron spear, a spoil of war from defeating the zombie spearmen in the old castle. It's quite different from a regular iron spear and is already full of rust, worn out heavily. Since there were no blacksmiths in his territory, nobody could repair the equipment. So, it would be better to sell them. However, even in their damaged state, they are still stronger and more lethal than ordinary wood or bone spears. "Big boss, can you cut me some slack? I only have 3 units of iron." "Can we do the deal with that? I'll repay the remaining 2 units later," he pleaded. "Okay, list them." The 2 players, via a dedicated channel, quickly completed the trade. 3 iron spears and 10 damaged iron spears disappeared, and Fang Hao ended up with a blueprint of a hardwood shield and 3 pieces of iron. After saving it to his Book of Lords, the conditions to make the hardwood shield were lit up. Both players ended their private chat, and switched back to public chat. "The hardwood shield blueprint has already been traded with Big Boss Fang Hao. No need to PM me anymore. By the way, Big Boss Fang Hao is awesome." "What's going on? Did you get the AK? You seem so excited." "What the hell did you exchange?" "I just upgraded to a stone spear." "Did Big Boss Fang Hao already have iron spears?" "Shit, Big Boss is awesome. I also want iron weapons." "Big Boss is awesome." Ear broken bar. Fang Hao swallowed his last piece of grilled meat and closed the chat. Clearly, his development speed far exceeded most lords. Although it's an encouraging sign, he can't get arrogant and complacent. There were too many people from different walks of life crossing over into this world, with countless professionals among them. People die here every day. If he wanted to survive and thrive, he should keep improving himself and his territory tirelessly. After taking a sip of water to rinse his mouth, he instructed a few skeletons to boil some water as he planned to take a good bath before bed. He did not have the luxury before, but now he did. He had all the amenities now, so he could afford to relax a bit. Fang Hao rose from his chair, brushed his butt. He walked around his territory before stopping by an open space near burial grounds. He planned to build the skeleton transformation field here. Skeleton transformation field, rare, serves 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 hemp ropes, 5 shadow stones. Description: the skeleton transformation field can convert the buried organism, bones into skeletal soldiers. Depending on their type of organism, the required number of offerings will be consumed for recruiting. The skeleton transformation field was fundamentally different from a barrack. It required you to capture creatures to unlock related soldier types. Once you have unlocked, you can sacrifice offerings to recruit. After selecting the location, Fang Hao started the construction. A ray of light ascended, and a building appeared before Fang Hao. The skeleton transformation field had a tombstone about 2 meters high, and in front of it was a pool circled by stones, around 5 meters in diameter. Inside the pool was soft soil, uneven and rugged. It looked like a dry swimming pool. Go and bring the corpses of bloodthirsty wolf bats here, Fang Hao commanded. 2 skeleton soldiers went to the resource pile. In a few trips, they brought the corpses of 6 bloodthirsty wolf bats. Throw 1 corpse in, Fang Hao continued. He was curious to see how exactly the transformation field works. What would a corpse transform into? Obeying Fang Hao's command, the 2 skeleton soldiers tossed one of the bloodthirsty wolfbat corpses into the pool. Bloodthirsty wolfbat corpse, confirmed to transform into skeleton soldier type. Transform. The next second, the soil in the pool became soft like marshland. The corpse of the bloodthirsty wolfbat sank slowly, bit by bit, swallowed by the earth. A minute later, the transformation was completed. Transformation completed. Gained skeleton giant bat soldier type. The next moment, a skeleton giant bat suddenly flew out from the soil and landed on an open space nearby. The giant bat was made up entirely of white bones, except for its wings. The semi-transparent meat membrane was still intact, providing the ability to fly. Skeleton giant bat, Tier 3. Faction, Undead. Racial traits, Undead, Hollow skeleton, vulnerability to light. Skills, dive attack. Innate abilities, intermediate flight mastery. Remark: skeleton soldiers transformed from corpses retain the characteristics and attack style of their previous life. Previously, the bloodthirsty wolfbat was as large as a grown wolf, with a wingspan reaching about 3 meters. The current skeleton giant bat, however, was noticeably smaller, more the size of a vulture, and the soldier rank was reduced from Tier 5 to 3. It seemed that the transformation field downgrades the strength during the transformation process. Most importantly, the transformed soldier couldn't trigger the hundredfold augmentation, and Fang Hao only got 1 skeleton giant bat. Throw all the corpses in, Fang Hao commanded. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 5 corpses of the bloodthirsty wolfbats were thrown into the transformation field. In a short while, 5 other Tier 3 skeleton giant bats came out and landed nearby. Not bad. Fang Hao nodded, satisfied. Although it fell short of his expectation, it filled the gap in his air combat unit. Soaking in the tub, he enjoyed a refreshing bath. Bare-skinned, he stood on the open space, letting the wind dry the water droplets from his body. Although it was late, the night breeze was not cold but rather pleasant. Wait till his body was dry, he then put on his clothes and walked back to the Lord's wooden house. The Lord's wooden house had undergone substantial changes. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, all the furniture had been transformed, and the nightstone chandeliers emitted a gentle glow. Even at night, it provided sufficient illumination. All these items had been procured from the ancient castle. He planned to decorate the other rooms when there was time in the following day. The Lord's wooden house was an important building in the region. The main hall, along with 3 bedrooms. Currently, as the only living person in the territory, Fang Hao occupied just one master room. Resting in bed, he casually browsed the regional channel. Finding no interesting news, he instantly turned it off again. He stared for a moment and then cast God's presence, possessing the skeleton giant bat. God's target, skeleton giant bat. Compatibility 45%. The lower the compatibility, the more that body rejected you, and the greater the spiritual power consumed. The higher the compatibility, the better you controlled that body, consuming less spiritual power. Fortunately, Fang Hao only wanted to experience the sensation of flight, not planning to stay for long. Fang Hao looked around, finding himself on the roof of the warehouse. Spreading out the skeletal wings, he attempted to lift off into the sky. Flight was not difficult, but maintaining stable flight and accurately maneuvering past obstacles was somewhat hard. Trying a few times, he got slightly familiar with the controls. Steering the giant bat through the obstacles felt similar to a VR flight simulation. Woo! With a surge of his wings, Fang Hao shot straight into the sky and headed for the outskirts of his territory. The skeleton soldiers were on their patrol duty. The laborer skeletons were tending to the fields, waiting for the potatoes to mature. Fang Hao flew around, observing the surrounding territory under the cover of the night. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his eye. Looking carefully in that direction, he noticed a flicker of firelight in the distant woods. People? Fang Hao thought to himself. A fire in the vicinity of his territory might not be a good sign. Skeletons don't need any light, so the presence of firelight implied that other people might be there, or perhaps something else, remaining in the forest. With this thought, Fang Hao changed his direction and flew towards where the firelight was coming from. On his way, he spotted some wheel tracks left on the ground. Fang Hao suddenly remembered the pig-headed human merchant team that had passed through his territory and headed in this direction. They still haven't left. Very soon, his suspicion was confirmed. The woods were dense. During the day, the pig-headed humans surrounded the fire pit, whispering among themselves. "Captain, wouldn't this fire attract that kid's attention?" one of the pig-headed humans asked. Captain Parker, fully armed, heard the words and scoffed. "That kid is not strong enough himself. He's hiding in his territory and wouldn't dare to come out. Those low-level skeletons can't make out what the fire is all about. So, don't worry." He had observed Fang Hao and the skeleton soldiers quite thoroughly. The other pig-headed humans nodded after hearing his words. They stuffed the roasted food from the fire pit into their mouths. While eating, one of them asked, "Captain, what should we do next?" "I have watched the route of the skeleton patrols. We will avoid them, take away all the valuable things, and set everything else on fire in the end. We will not spare him anything." Parker sketched a simple operational map on the ground with a stick and explained softly. The pig-headed humans on the side listened and nodded constantly, indicating they understood. "Captain, won't this final fire attract their attention?" someone asked. Stealing was one thing, but setting a fire in the end seemed a bit too much. "You see, a large part of that resource storage place is made of wood. This final fire could burn for several days. If the human territory wasn't protected by some shield, the whole territory could be reduced to ashes. We lost so many men. Do we let them die in vain? Don't you think the human kid deserves some lessons?" Parker chastised softly. "Oh, yes, we will go along with whatever you say, Captain," one of the pig-headed humans said, shrinking his neck. Pig-headed human Captain Parker looked at the sky. "All right, check your equipment. It's time to move out." Parker kicked out the fire pit, and several pig-headed humans rushed to prep up. Fang Hao stood on a tree branch, listening to their conversation without missing a word. Flapping his wings, he dashed into the sky and headed back to his territory. The night was pitch black. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, leaving only a few stars twinkling constantly. The pig-headed humans rushed out from the edge of the woods, carrying packages on their backs as they quickly advanced toward Fang Hao's territory. After dodging several skeleton patrols, they smoothly arrived at the resource storage area. "Pack up the valuable things, the nightstones, carpets, portraits, quickly," Parker urged quietly. The rest of the pig-headed humans were excited. These things were worth much more money than selling furs. They rolled up their sleeves, selecting valuable items that they could carry away. Just as they were enjoying the loot, suddenly, A yawn sounded from nearby. Caught in the act, the pig-headed humans froze, nervously watching in the direction of the sound. The moonlight was hazy. They saw a man sitting not too far away, calmly watching them. It was Fang Hao, the lord of the territory. Meanwhile, the supposedly relaxed skeleton patrol began to converge on their location, surrounding all the pig-headed humans. "How long have you been sitting there?" Parker asked seriously. The pig-headed humans were unsure if Fang Hao had been there all along without them noticing or if he had arrived later. "Just a little late after you," Fang Hao responded calmly. "You knew we were coming?" Pig-headed humans backed up against each other, being cautious of the advancing skeletons. "Kinda. Besides, I found out later. We admit our defeat this time. Let us go, and we will leave right away. We will bring you the money when we return." "How does that sound?" Parker said earnestly. The skeletons holding spears formed a circle. The spearheads were pointing at them, gradually closing in. "You think this is child's play, a game? I gave you a chance, but you took my generosity for stupidity." Fang Hao's voice dropped a few degrees. No, a broken bar. Parker attempted to explain, but Fang Hao didn't give him any opportunity. He directly ordered, "Kill them all." Whoosh! The standby skeletons attacked instantly, like a roaring tsunami upon the pig-headed humans. "Break out, quick!" Parker yelled simultaneously. As a group, they charged one side, trying to find a breakthrough point and fight their way out. For a moment, the sound of fighting and cries filled the night air. The fierce battle lasted for 20 minutes. Parker, leading two pig-headed humans and covered in wounds, broke through the besieging skeletons and rushed towards the forest. As long as they made it to the dense woods, they might have a chance of survival. Trying to escape, Fang Hao gave a cold laugh, stood up, and raised his left hand. A blazing fireball appeared out of thin air and flew in the direction where Parker and the others were fleeing. Parker, soaked in blood, kept running without daring to look back. Suddenly, intense heat from behind forced him to take a glance. Seeing the magical fireball, his face turned paler with fear. Bang! Before Parker could react, he was struck and sent flying by the fireball. "Captain!" The two other pig-headed humans who were running away cried out in shock. But Parker lay there motionless, his body engulfed by flames. The two pig-headed humans, realizing that their leader was dead, exchanged a glance and continued to flee. However, they had only managed a few steps when several large skeleton bats swooped down from the sky, knocked them over, and ate them alive. Only after all the pig-headed humans had perished did Fang Hao leave his territory. The sizzling smell of roasting flesh wafted from Parker's far-off corpse, suddenly making him feel hungry. "Collect the spoils of war and throw the corpses into the conversion field," Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeletons leapt into action. The pig-headed humans were stripped clean of valuable materials, their corpses thrown into the conversion field to be transformed into Tier 1 skeleton soldiers. Acquired, orc single-edged knife 27 pieces, wriggling spine 8 pieces. Restore all the goods to their original places, Fang Hao ordered. The skeletons promptly returned the items that the pig-headed men had scattered back to their designated area. Inside the territory, Fang Hao sat on a bench, watching the pig-headed man with an injured leg in front of him. He was left behind as a hostage. Now, he was the only one alive. "All your members have just been killed by me. Have you anything to say?" Fang Hao prodded. It was late in the day, and he was running out of patience for dealing with these pig people. "I know. I heard Parker's shouts. They were still coveting your wealth. They brought this on themselves," the weak pig human managed. "I'm curious, what's your relationship with them? Weren't they afraid I'd kill you straight out if they stole the goods?" Fang Hao couldn't help but ask the nagging question in his mind. The pig-headed man coughed twice before continuing. "I was originally the captain of this team, and Parker was my deputy." The injured pig-human began his tale. They hailed from a pig-human tribe in the north. Their mission was to transport several months' worth of supplies collected from the pigman village to the Manimork market for sale. En route, his deputy, Parker, suddenly led a mutiny, wounding him and placing him under house arrest. If he wasn't more familiar with the route to the Manim market than Parker, he would have probably been murdered and dumped in the wilderness by now. "And now, the goods are gone." Parker handed him over to Fang Hao, conveniently using him to dispose of a threat. He then assumed leadership unopposed. Knowing Parker's intentions, why would you stay and wait for death? Fang Hao pressed further. There are too few people in the pigman village. If they all died here, the village would be in even more trouble. It's better that I stay and exchange their lives for mine, the pigman suggested. Quite the saint, Fang Hao muttered. Surprisingly, this elder pigman was willing to cooperate with Parker's charade and serve as the hostage due to this line of thinking. The pigman didn't understand what saint meant, yet he continued, Sir, I apologize for Parker and his crew's actions toward you, but these were individual acts. Please don't take it out on our village. Fang Hao remained quiet, single-mindedly mulling over the old pigman's words. Manim Market. With the hundredfold amplification boost, he gained the ability to mass-produce. An open orc market might just be what he needs to make a splash and earn warfire coins. You told a good story. I suppose I could spare your village, Fang Hao finally responded. Thank you, sir. Dragging his injured leg, the pigman knelt before Fang Hao and expressed his gratitude. But there's a condition. Stay outside my territory for the night. I'll tell you what to do tomorrow. Don't even think about escaping, or your fate will be far worse than your companions, Fang Hao warned coldly. Yes, sir. Fang Hao left the pigman a blanket and ordered the skeleton soldiers to keep an eye on him. He then returned to his room for rest. The following morning at daybreak, a light fog rose from the woods, shrouding the land. Fang Hao had rested well the previous night. He stepped out of his home and stretched himself. On the wooden board at the door, he marked down his 6th day in this world. Tomorrow would be the 7th day, when the newbie protection period would end. Each time he thought about it, he was overcome with a sense of urgency. He drew in a deep breath to steady himself, and then he started his morning exercise routine. First a few laps around his territory, followed by 5 sets of push-ups and sit-ups. After finishing all his exercises, he was slightly drenched in sweat. He commanded the skeletons to boil water for a bath while he prepared breakfast by the fire. He also remembered to supply food to everyone in his domain. Even though the skeletons were not efficient hunters, they still managed to butcher 5 or 6 beasts daily. This ensured an abundant food supply. Bring in the pigman from outside the territory, Fang Hao casually ordered as he turned the meat on the spit. A skeleton promptly left to fetch him. Authorize non-territory resident Bolton to enter the territory. The protection barrier required the Lord's permission for non-residents to enter the territory. Authorize. Soon enough, the pigman from yesterday, with a spear pointed at his back and a grim expression, was brought in. Walking briskly to Fang Hao's side, he respectfully said, Sir, you asked for me. Sit down. I forgot to ask yesterday, what's your name? Fang Hao indicated for him to sit. My name is Bolton, sir. Bolton nervously sat down, starting to speculate why Fang Hao wanted him. Not killing him, but not letting him go either. What was the meaning of this? Fang Hao put the roasted meat in front of him and asked, Is the Manam market only open for the orc tribes to trade? Huh? Bolton was slightly stunned, and understood somewhat. He wasn't killed because he was interested in the Manam market. After a moment of thought, he quickly responded, Not quite. There were humans and dwarves who used to trade here, but that was a long time ago. Now, it's only between the orc tribes. Fang Hao fell silent, his mind quickly working. When he went back to his room to rest the previous night, he seriously thought about the orc market. Today was the 6th day, and the protection shield would be gone tomorrow. Once their territory lost this protection, it wouldn't be good for them, the transmigrators. So, while the protection shield was still there, he had better go to the Manam market to observe, and see if he could trade some supplies. Therefore, he asked for Bolton first thing this morning to gain more understanding. What about the Undead clan? Fang Hao continued to ask. It would be best to go to the Manam market in human form. Going as an undead might make things more difficult, Bolton hastily answered. Fang Hao nodded, noticing that the other had not touched the meat in front of him. Why? Don't eat meat? No, not the case. Bolton shook his head. Pig-headed humans are omnivores who eat everything, and their digestive system is very good. They are known as iron stomachs. Naturally, they eat meat. Go ahead and eat. Having a full meal can help recovery. I have an ample supply of meat in my territory. Thank you, sir. Bolton carefully looked at Fang Hao and picked up the roasted meat with his hands to eat. Fang Hao continued his inquiries. At the Manim market, what sells well? Slaves, weapons, food crops, they all sell well, then minerals, furs and such, Bolton explained as he ate. Orcs are not good at foraging, nor are they good at farming, so weapons and crops sell very well. Oh, Fang Hao responded and began to eat his meal. The two ate quickly. When Fang Hao was full, Bolton also put down his food, indicating that he was full as well. He put out the fire and cleaned up everything. Fang Hao handed over an iron sword and hardwood shield from a passing soldier to Bolton. Can this equipment be sold for money? There were skeleton soldiers guarding all around, so he wasn't worried about Bolton doing anything with the weapon. Bolton carefully looked at the iron sword and shield. He said, such ordinary equipment wouldn't fetch a high price in the orc market, but it sells fast. If the quantity is large, it could be sold for a good price. Fang Hao nodded and stated his intention. Bolton, I want to go to the Manim market to sell a batch of goods. You will act as my guide. After selling the goods, I will let you go and also pay you a reward. What do you say? Fang Hao had a map to the Manim market, but it would be less troublesome if Bolton accompanied him. After all, Manim was an orc market. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Bolton's face was bitter. Did he have room to choose? They had captured him and interrogated him. It was just a more gentle command. But he still hoped that Fang Hao would keep his promise and not make it too difficult for him. I am willing to be your guide, sir, Bolton said. Good, you wait outside the territory for a while, we'll set off together later, Fang Hao said. Bolton nodded and under the watch of the skeleton soldiers, he exited the territory. Once Bolton walked out, the tall city walls blocked the outside view. No need to worry about Bolton discovering Fang Hao's secret. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and began to make iron swords. Iron sword, wood 3, iron 3, leather 1. Set the quantity to 10 pieces. Start crafting. Hundredfold Amplification activated. Acquired 1010 iron swords. A massive number of iron swords appeared on the empty ground in front of him. Bring the carts over and bundle and load the iron swords, Fang Hao ordered. In a short while, the 5 carts left behind by the pig-headed humans were brought over. The horses were quite well behaved, and they didn't react excessively despite being surrounded by the undead. The carts were parked aside, and the skeletons loaded the iron swords onto them according to Fang Hao's instructions. Then, he went to the burial grounds, intending to recruit some soldiers. Hundredfold Amplification activated, recruited 10,100 skeleton infantry. Hundredfold Amplification activated, recruited 20,200 skeleton spearmen. From the previous war with the orcs of the Fireblade tribe, he collected 1,700 spines which were still stored in the warehouse and not used yet. Now it was enough for him to squander. He continued to forge giant swords, iron spears, hardwood shields, armor, equipping the newly recruited soldiers. Getting everything ready, with over 30,000 soldiers, accompanying the 5 carts, they left their territory. Outside the territory, Bolton saw the tens of thousands of skeleton army emerging from the territory with his eyes wide, finding it hard to believe. He had just had breakfast with Fang Hao, and there wasn't such a large army in the territory at that time. Where did they come from? Bolton, get in the cart. We'll need you to lead the way from here, Fang Hao invited from atop the cart. The crowded skeleton army parted a path. Bolton, feeling apprehensive, climbed onto the cart, settling in at the back. Sir, so many undead might cause panic, Bolton quietly reminded. A small tribe only has a few hundred people. Only a large tribe could rival the population of 10,000. Mobilizing tens of thousands of soldiers to escort the supplies on these carts, only Fang Hao could do something like this. No problem, Fang Hao did not explain further. The cart advanced, heading towards the direction of Manim Market. A broken bar. At the same time, to the east of the territory, Fireblade tribe. The pig-headed human clan leader, who had been wiped out by Fang Hao twice in a row, was now kneeling in the center of the orc hall, shivering uncontrollably. 2 nights ago. Over 2,000 orc warriors were overwhelmed by the undead army. He was familiar with the camp's terrain, hiding in the excrement dump of the camp, narrowly escaping death. Outside the territory, he hesitated for a long time, eventually choosing to come to the Fireblade tribe to bring back the news of Godot's death and ask the Fireblade for revenge. At the same time, he might face the Fireblade's wrath. But he couldn't think of so much at this point. For revenge, he could only rely on the power of the Fireblade tribe. "You say Godot is dead?" a deep voice suddenly sounded. In the seat ahead, a burly orc was sitting. His upper body was naked, revealing a dark red tattoo, along with numerous scars. His beard was whitening, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent, was staring dead at the pig-headed human clan leader. This was the clan leader of the Fireblade tribe, Kent. In the face of the overwhelming pressure that was flooding in like a tide, the pig-headed human's body began to tremble uncontrollably, trembling as he answered, Yes, Lord Godot was killed by those evil undead, all other members also perished in battle." Bang! Kent slammed a fist, and the stone table in front of him instantly shattered. "Why didn't you die?" Godot was Kent's youngest son, and also the son he valued the most. All this time, he had been raised as the heir apparent of the tribe. In the tribe, he was second only to one and above all others. But when Kent heard the news of his son's death, he was instantly furious, with crimson in his eyes. "Why didn't you die?" Kent roared furiously. Godot had left the tribe this time in response to a call for help from the Knoll camp. They said there was a small village nearby the camp, and all the loot from pillaging it would belong to the Fireblade tribe. The Fireblade tribe was the largest orc tribe in the nearby region. What threat could a village pose? So, he let his son lead the team to it. But in the end, his son died, and the Knoll clan leader survived, which made Kent suspect something was amiss. The Knoll clan leader looked even more uncomfortable. If he said that he had hidden himself and thus escaped, he would definitely be blamed and killed directly. So, he simply made up a lie that was easy for the other party to accept. "It was Lord Godot. Lord Godot hid me. He said I was small and not easy to find, so he told me to bring the news to you, so you can avenge them." Gnolls were small in stature, so this explanation seemed plausible. "What else did Godot say?" Kent closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. "Godot said you are a great father, a great warrior, and that you would avenge him." The Knoll continued to shout loudly. "Phew." Kent let out a heavy sigh, continuing, "All right, talk about that undead village." Okay. Then, the Knoll told Kent all about discovering the village and the human lord. "You're saying a human can command an undead army?" Kent found it hard to believe. "Yes, everyone saw it." "The leader of the other side was a human," the Knoll said loudly. "Come here." Kent beckoned loudly. An orc immediately came in. Kent continued, "Mark the location of the undead village. I'll arrange for someone to investigate." "Oh, okay." The Knoll quickly drew a simple map. The orc soldier took the map and turned to leave. Kent thought for a moment, then continued, "You are still of some use. I won't kill you. But Godot and 2,000 warriors died because of the information you provided." At these words, the Knoll's heart jumped. Kent continued, "Bring him out and flog him." An orc soldier immediately came in, grabbed the Knoll and dragged him out. The Knoll was startled and cried out, "Lord Kent, I still have use. I know that village. I'll be useful for sure." This sentence was indeed of some use. Kent said to the departing soldier, "Don't let him die." Soon after, the sound of loud whips and the painful wails from the Knoll could be heard outside the house. Meanwhile, the pig-headed Bolton had indeed served as a guide. Leading the caravan, he found a more easily navigable route, thereby avoiding several large beast lairs. You could say that just having a map of the Manim market was not enough. You also needed to know the optimal route to get there. Fang Hao lay in the carriage. Using God's presence, he incarnated into a skeleton giant bat, soaring into the sky and overlooking the land. And in the distance, he could already see the silhouette of a city. With caravans going in and out, that must be the Manim market. Controlling the giant bat to land on the carriage, Fang Hao returned to his own body and opened his eyes. "Bolton, we're almost there, right?" Fang Hao called out. Bolton was in the first carriage, while Fang Hao was in the third, so he needed to raise his voice to talk. Bolton's massive pig head looked back, and he also called out, "Yes, sir, it's just ahead, but I'm afraid your army won't be able to enter the city. This huge undead army. It would not just be an issue of entering the city, even approaching it could cause panic. If the other party was alarmed and a fight broke out, it would be difficult to retreat peacefully." "You said Manim doesn't allow fights and looting. Does this apply to humans too?" Fang Hao asked. "It applies to everyone, but it has been many years since a human caravan appeared in Manim Market, so you might attract some attention," Bolton said. Fang Hao nodded. "Let the army camp nearby when the time comes. You take me in." "All right." Bolton nodded. Fang Hao had also considered this before. Fighting was not allowed inside the Manim Market, and every orc obeyed this rule. Moreover, Fang Hao had ways to protect himself. He had a teleportation scroll in his hand, which he could use to escape in case of danger. When they were still a distance away from the Manim Market, the caravan stopped. The skeletons began to set up camp, and built a simple defensive position. The 5 carriages were already hitched together. Bolton and Fang Hao, driving the carriage, continued to head to the Manim Market. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Manim City. The unspectacular grey wall was clad in weeds that sprouted from the mortar between the bricks. 2 Tauren guards stood at the gate, checking the incoming and outgoing vehicles. "This place is governed by the Tauren tribe, led by the 5th-tier hero, Teluk. That's why no one dares to cause trouble here," Bolton explained softly. There was an absolute difference between heroes and ordinary soldiers. Heroes were more powerful and had more talents and abilities. They were often the leaders, or the backbone of a force. By bringing this up, Bolton was not only introducing Teluk to Fang Hao but also indirectly reminding him not to get into conflicts here. Picking a fight with a 5th-tier hero was not a wise thing to do. Fang Hao nodded, showing that he understood. When the caravan arrived at the city gate, the muscular bare-chested Tauren guards, wielding their battle axes, strode over. "Bolton, here to sell goods, huh?" one of the guards called out. Bolton flashed a smile and pointed at Fang Hao. "I'm guiding a friend this time. He's brought goods and sincerity." The 2 Tauren guards' attention fell on Fang Hao. When they saw that he was a young human, the vast Tauren eyes were filled with surprise. "A human?" "It has been a while since a human came to Manim," one of the guards said quietly. "Yes, otherwise, he wouldn't need me as a guide." Bolton chuckled beside him. The Tauren guards gave a cursory check of the goods and didn't say much more. He threw over a wooden plate and said, "Teach him the rules. Don't cause trouble in the city." "Yes," Bolton hastily agreed. Upon entering the city, the caravan went straight to the market. The sudden appearance of a human in the city attracted a lot of orcs' attention. Many followed closely behind the caravan, intending to see what goods this human would sell. By the time they reached the market and exchanged the wooden plate for a stall, there was already a crowd of orcs gathered behind the carriage. Lifting the oilcloth over the carriages revealed rows of iron swords. "Come look." Weapons from the human clan. You can buy them with money or trade them with blueprints or special materials. "Come take a look." Bolton began loudly hawking his wares. Bolton shouted out loud. This immediately caught the attention of the surrounding orcs. They all gazed curiously. "Bolton, when did your tribe start getting cozy with humans?" an orc in the crowd shouted out. Bolton didn't take offense but replied, "Helping a friend sell some goods, all top-notch weapons. Come take a look if interested." Orcs are experts in warfare and looting. Most of the time, they are either engaging in battle or looking for fights. The demand for weapons and equipment has always been high. "What's the price?" One of the orcs stepped forward, picking up an iron sword and swinging it twice. "1 warfire coin each. You can also trade with blueprints and special materials. We can negotiate." Bolton continued to shout. "These are just ordinary equipment, and you dare ask for a warfire coin each? Are you not too greedy?" someone else questioned loudly. Several other people in the vicinity chimed in agreement. "Everyone knows the market rate, 1 warfire coin each, no bargaining," Bolton hollered. The crowd fell into a brief silence. Soon, someone shouted, "I'll take 100. "All right, please come this way for payment and then you can take your goods." The orc went up to Fang Hao, opened his bag made from beast skin, and handed him 100 warfire coins. Fang Hao took out 100 iron swords from the car and let the buyer take them away. The common currency among the orc tribes is beast head gold, but due to inferior craftsmanship, the gold content varies greatly. Warfire coins, on the other hand, are universal. They are used in both large trade markets and private transactions. Warfire coins are always the mainstream transaction currency, so there's no need to worry about not being able to spend them. Once someone started buying, other orcs who needed weapons also began to make purchases. In less than half an hour, more than 300 had been sold. The amount of warfire coins in the wooden box behind Fang Hao quickly accumulated. Just a few days ago, Fang Hao was worried about where to get warfire coins, yet making money seemed so easy now. "I want 50 iron swords." An orc stepped forward, pulled out his wallet, and hesitated. "Can I trade with blueprints?" "It depends on the blueprint. I don't need all of them," Fang Hao responded. "Well, see for yourself." The orc took out a blueprint and handed it over. Fang Hao took it and glanced at it. "Arrow Tower Building Blueprint, white. That one was all right." Fang Hao didn't have it yet. 10 swords. Fang Hao quoted a price. "Really? I'll trade it then and buy the remaining weapons with warfire coins." The orc seemed pleased. That left Fang Hao feeling like he had made a loss. The orc pulled out 40 more warfire coins and took 50 iron swords. "I also have a blueprint. Let's see how many swords you'll give me for it." The next orc pulled out a blueprint. "Beast skin boot blueprint, white. 5 swords." Fang Hao quoted a price. His price was somewhat higher than that of the skeleton merchant. Fang Hao had his own plans for this. He could motivate more orcs to trade blueprints, thus increasing his own collection. "All right." The orc traded for 5 iron swords. Another orc approached. "See how much these are worth," he said, handing over some items. "Essence of magic, a trace of spring water." Fang Hao frowned as he looked at the items in his hand. Both the essence and traces were very rare resources for those in need. These were very valuable, 5 swords each. Fang Hao named the same prices for the white blueprints. The orc sunk into contemplation, evidently dissatisfied with the price. As the other orcs began to get impatient, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll trade." Plus 40 swords, paid with warfire coins. Fang Hao nodded, collected the money, and made the trade. As more trades proceeded smoothly, those who came with blueprints and special resources had a clearer sense of the procedure. Everyone who traded was accepting of the price. Bang! At that moment, a figure was thrown at Fang Hao's feet. "How much can she be exchanged for?" The speaker was a traditional orc with a wicked-looking face, sporting a curved knife at his waist. At his feet was a female. She had a slender figure, a pretty face, and particularly noticeable with a pair of long ears on top of her head. It reminded Fang Hao of the occupational term bunny girl from movies. The bunny girl appeared to be young, curled up on the ground in terror, her face ghostly white, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was wearing coarse clothes that barely covered her body. The neckline was very low, revealing her full breasts. "You want to sell her?" Fang Hao asked. "Of course. Tell me how much you want for her. It will save me taking her to your human city." The orc said loudly. Human and orc aesthetics vary. In the orc kingdom, human-looking and physically frail breeds like the rabbit clan aren't favored by males. They are almost considered alien. However, these bunny girls are very popular in human camps. They can bring a good price if sold to a wealthy nobleman, or someone eager to taste an orcish flavor. Therefore, women of the rabbit clan become slaves and are taken to humans for sale. "How many are you hoping for?" Fang Hao asked back. With his 100-fold amplification, any trade would be beneficial to him. However, he was unsure how to appraise a person's worth and lacked any reference case. 100 swords, 100 swords. And this woman is yours. Have fun with her once you get back," the orc said lasciviously. "That's too much. 50 swords." "An orc slave isn't worth 100 warfire coins." Fang Hao shook his head slightly. Although he wasn't sure about the price, he knew the orc was definitely inflating it. Based on his experience from the market, halving the asking price was reasonable enough. The orc pondered. He said, "Stop screwing around, Don't you want to have a taste of an orc? She just came of age and has never been touched by a man. 50, no more. 90, 50. Stop joking around. It would be better to sell her to a human city. My final price is 60. The orc finally gave his lowest price. All right. Fang Hao nodded in agreement. Haha, okay, she's yours now. The orc laughed loudly. He pushed the bunny girl towards Fang Hao, along with a slave identification card for the bunny girl. The bunny girl stumbled until she was standing next to Fang Hao, her head lowered, her face pale as a ghost. Her eyes were filled with tears as she bit her lips to prevent herself from crying. The bunny girl's appearance might not satisfy orc aesthetics, but she fulfilled all of a man's fantasies about women. Cute face, full bust, perky backside, standing at about 1.7 meters, a pair of straight, killer legs that really turned heads. The pair of rabbit ears on her head and the white bunny tail on the rear end were enough to kill. All right, stop crying. What's your name and can you count? Fang Hao tried to sound as gentle as possible. Master, my name is Ira, and yes, I can count. Ira replied in a small voice, still sobbing softly. Ira, your job is to bundle up the weapons for the customers. Yes, master. As she wiped away her tears, she responded. Fang Hao collected the money. On the side, Ira, the rabbit girl, bundled up the iron swords purchased by the customers with hemp rope for easy carrying. For a while, the three formed a certain understanding. The number of iron swords on the cart decreased rapidly. 3 hours later, the iron swords on the cart were finally sold out, replaced by boxes of warfire coins and supplies. Fang Hao took stock of his earnings. Warfire coins, 742, blueprint of arrow tower, blueprint of harvest statue, blueprint for beast skin boots, blueprint for long bow, blueprint for iron arrow. Natural gems, 12, essence of magic, 3, trace of the spring, 4, trace of the earth, 2, trace of hunting, 1. Looking at the list of earnings, Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, only by leaving the mountains can one find the path to wealth. These white-quality iron swords, while not of high value individually, became exceedingly profitable in large quantities. With all the goods sold out, Fang Hao saw no reason to linger. After all, this is orc territory. Safety is always a concern. Bolton, what do you plan to do? Stay here, or come back with me? Fang Hao asked Bolton, who was standing by his side. He then took out 50 warfire coins, put them in a leather purse, and threw it to Bolton. Bolton had played a significant role in making this a smooth sail. As agreed, upon reaching this place, Bolton was free to leave. Thank you, sir. With this money, I plan to buy some supplies and return to my tribe, Bolton said with delight as he caught the money bag. This money compensated for the lost goods. Good. Be careful on your way back. Fang Hao didn't insist on him staying. Bolton looked a little embarrassed. To him, a human who can control an army of the undead was more dangerous than anything else. He wished he could quickly please his master and then be allowed to leave. Yes, sir. I will be careful, Bolton said softly. Fang Hao nodded, driving the carriage, ready to leave with Ira. He planned to meet up with his undead army and return to his territory as soon as possible. Just as he was about to leave, an approaching squad of Torrent stopped his carriage in the middle of the road. This human guest, the chieftain wishes to see you. He awaits you in the chieftain's hall, said one of the Tauren. Fang Hao furrowed his brows, beginning to ponder their intentions. From their attitude, it didn't seem like they wanted to rob him of his money. But he didn't seem to have any contact with the Tauren chieftain. My goods are broken. Fang Hao looked hesitant as he glanced over his shoulder to the goods on his cart. The wooden crates on the cart held over 700 warfire coins and precious materials. Rest assured, we shall look after them. There will be no problems, continued the Tauren guard. Since they said this, Fang Hao didn't really have any good reason to refuse, and he was rather curious about these heroes. Fine, lead the way, Fang Hao said. The Tauren led the way into the innermost part of the city. The place truly looked like a city, with taverns, smithies, and busy orcs, each preoccupied with their tasks. He led Fang Hao further to a building brimming with tribal aura. Chieftain, the guest has arrived. reported the guard standing by the door. "Let him in then," a deep voice rang out from inside the room. The Tauren guards cleared the path, allowing Fang Hao to stride in. The chief's hall was very spacious. At the head of the hall sat a gigantic Tauren. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, his bronze skin gave off a faint metallic sheen. His chest muscles, block-like in shape, exuded immense power. Fang Hao didn't doubt that this guy could kill him with a single punch. Bronze Bull, Taluk, purple tier 5-star hero. There was a brief silence in the hall. Fang Hao scanned the Tauren, while the latter similarly observed him. Taluk certainly hadn't expected the human who arrived here alone to be so young and thin. "Please have a seat," Taluk said in a deep voice. "Thank you." Fang Hao sat down on a nearby large seat. "Human friend, my name is Taluk. How should I address you?" Taluk's attitude was very friendly. "My name is Fang Hao. Nice to meet you, Chief Taluk." "Ha ha, I like you, intelligent human." Taluk burst into laughter, his voice echoing like a resonant bell and somewhat ear-piercing. Fang Hao gave a faint smile. "By the way, are these equipment you forged?" Taluk picked up an iron sword from the ground. Held in his hand, it looked more like a dagger. It happened to be one of the iron swords that Fang Hao had just sold in the market. Taluk had also arranged for someone to buy one. "Yes, Chief Taluk," Fang Hao answered. "So you mean to say, your territory has many blacksmiths, able to produce numerous weapons with similar workmanship?" Taluk continued to inquire. "Well, a broken bar." Fang Hao found it hard to respond. As a lord who had traveled through time, he could use the Book of Lords to create weapons. Creating the same type of item meant that the quality was fairly similar, even identical in some cases. "Indeed, I can mass-produce certain equipment," Fang Hao replied vaguely. "Good. Then I'll be straightforward. I want to place an order for a batch of weapons, and pay with warfire coins." Taluk went on. Fang Hao was intrigued. "So there were customers who took the initiative to come forward?" "Iron swords?" "No, these weapons are too light for us. I want to order battle axes, 3,000 of them." Fang Hao was suddenly in a dilemma. He didn't have blueprints for battle axes. "Chief Taluk, I don't have any suitable blueprints for the battle axes that you need," Fang Hao said, slightly embarrassed. "A customer was giving you money, but you couldn't produce what he wanted. He wasn't being a competent seller." "Ha ha, that's not a problem. I have battle axe blueprints here. If you're willing to take the order, they can serve as your advance payment." Taluk let out a hearty laugh. Fang Hao's eyes brightened up. Could there be such a good deal? "What's the price?" "What kind of price are you willing to offer for a battle axe?" 8 warfire coins. "When can you deliver?" Taluk's smile faded, and he fixed his gaze on Fang Hao. 3 days. I'll deliver the goods to you in 3 days. Is that acceptable?" Fang Hao replied calmly. Hearing the 3-day delivery, Taluk took a deep look at him. 3,000 battle axes can be completed in 3 days? Just how many blacksmiths did he have in his hands? "Are you sure you can deliver them in 3 days?" "Yes," Fang Hao responded confidently. "Good." Taluk had someone bring the blueprint and handed it to Fang Hao. Battle axe, green, wood, 3, iron, 12, leather, 2. A green tier equipment. It looked rather decent. Also, to suit the large stature of the Tauren, the iron consumption for this type of battle axe was several times that of regular ironwork. "Then I'll be going back now, and have your weapons ready and delivered as soon as possible," Fang Hao said. "Good. Don't forget about the schedule." Fang Hao exited the chief's hall. Era was still sitting on the cart, waiting for him. "Master," Era whispered, "nobody has stolen our money, right?" Fang Hao climbed onto the cart and casually inquired. "Number." "Good. Let's go then." Driving the cart, they set off for the city's outskirts. Fang Hao and Era, riding a horse cart, left Manim Market. To avoid causing panic and unnecessary troubles among the orcs, the camping spot of the skeleton army was a 20-minute journey from Manim Market. Now, they were on their way to the camping site to rendezvous with the skeleton army. On the road, Era kept her head low, appearing cautious and careful the entire time. "How did you become a slave?" Fang Hao casually asked. There was indeed a lack of human presence in his territory. Being constantly surrounded by cardboard cutout skeletons was something Fang Hao had grown tired of, And this was also why he agreed to purchase Era. Who could resist the addition of a charming bunny girl? Our village was attacked, the survivors scattered, I was captured and became a slave, Era explained softly. The orc tribe only respects strength. All rules are based on power. For weak races like the Raptman clan, even if they were willing to become a vassal of other tribes, few powerful tribes would accept them. Once a village was wiped out, there would be people hunting for valuable folks, branding them as slaves. Slave masters would train their slaves to not resist against their masters, making them easier to sell. Do you have any family left or any kin? Fang Hao continued to ask. Era shook her head, indicating that she had no family left. Being members of the Raptman clan, they were weak and not suited to the orc lifestyle. Interestingly, I'm alone too. No worries. We need to look forward. Fang Hao drove the horse cart and murmured. Only then did Era lift up her head, looking curiously at Fang Hao before quickly lowering it again. The Raptman clan's Era's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points. Current loyalty is 75. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Loyalty, right. The system had mentioned loyalty on the first day after Fang Hao's arrival. If loyalty was too low, farmers or soldiers would become unproductive or even desert. He had been dealing with not-so-intelligent skeletons all along and almost forgot about this matter. But, he didn't really say anything just now, yet her loyalty increased. He immediately checked Era's attributes. Era, Tier 1, Faction, Orcs. Race traits, Living Creature, Agile, Alert. Skills, Half Moon Kick, Head Cook. Innate abilities, Basic Combat Mastery, Basic Sword Mastery. Living Creature, this type can be healed, affected by morale, emotion, etc. Is immune to bone manipulation technique and similar abilities. Agility, Agile Body, has far superior speed than average, capable of performing difficult moves. Alert, Raptman clan, naturally alert, can sense danger. Head Cook, familiar with cooking recipes, has capability to innovate in cooking. Food can increase the morale of living creatures. Half Moon Kick, spins in midair, kicks in a half-moon pattern causing damage to the enemy. Description: Raptman clan differs from other orcs. They don't believe in strike first, think later, rather they prefer to think first. Not bad at all, although only Tier 1. Fang Hao had no expectations of her participating in battles. The cart continued to move forward. They were nearing the skeleton camp. Once past the hillock ahead, they would reach the location of the skeleton camp. After all, undead creatures had a bad reputation, so they chose a rather hidden place when setting up the camp. At that point, Era's pristine rabbit ears twitched suddenly. Her head jolted up instantaneously, her eyes filled with horror as she looked to the left. What's wrong? Fang Hao noticed Era's action. Master, a crowd is approaching rapidly, Era said anxiously. What? Fang Hao was taken aback. He hadn't heard anything. He looked to his left, but the forest blocked his view and he couldn't see anyone. However, Fang Hao knew that given Era's character, she wouldn't joke around at a time like this, and her innate ability of alertness suggested that someone was indeed approaching. Watch me, Fang Hao said, then immediately deployed God's presence. Huh? Era didn't understand what Fang Hao was saying, but the next second she saw him collapse weakly. She swiftly caught Fang Hao and took hold of the horse cart reins, continuing to drive it forward. A skeleton camp in the mountain valley. Blue flames ignited within the body of the skeleton giant bat. God's presence target, skeleton giant bat. Compatibility 45%. The next second, Fang Hao, controlling the skeleton giant bat, soared into the sky. Looking down on the earth, Era could be seen driving the horse cart, slowly approaching this place, and indeed, behind the forest on the left of the cart, dozens of orcs were rapidly closing in. And their target was his horse cart. Greed truly is a death warrant, Fang Hao muttered. These orcs were clearly coveting the wealth Fang Hao had acquired. Unable to make a move and man a market, they planned to stop Fang Hao's convoy on the road. After all, the party consisted of only Fang Hao and Era. It was as vulnerable as a sheep. After clarifying the situation, Fang Hao descended and started directing the skeleton army, making preparations. The 5 horse carts moving together had significantly slowed their speed. Meanwhile, orc figures were now visible emerging from the forest on the left, running towards the direction of the cart. Fang Hao cancelled his god's presence, directed the cart away from the main path, and moved towards the front right. He charged into the mountain recess. However, the incoming orcs had blocked Fang Hao's route, surrounding the convoy. Looking at the mob of orcs, Fang Hao was not at all nervous and said calmly, "The rules of the Manim market prohibit any force from looting. Are you planning to break the rules? Hey, if we kill you too, who will know we did it?" An orc sneered. His gaze, however, was continuously scanning the boxes on the horse cart. The convoy was surrounded by the orc party who blocked Fang Hao's way out. They knew that the dilapidated wooden box was filled with warfire coins. If they could rob it, they would amass a fortune. How could they not be tempted? So, no room for negotiation? Fang Hao unflinchingly asked. "Ha, interesting human, you think you could still make it out alive?" The orcs laughed arrogantly. "We will skin you alive, chop you to pieces, make a stew out of you and share it among ourselves." The orc licked his lips. "You won't even have a body left, who would know how you died?" The orcs chuckled and laughed, as if they were teasing their prey. "Remember to throw away his brains, he's a dumbass. Eating it might affect our intelligence," another orc loudly added. On the main road, the orcs were somewhat cautious. But they didn't expect this human to be an idiot, driving the horse cart into this recess of the mountains. What a good place to kill and loot. While the orcs were discussing their menu, deciding how to cook the two of them, Ira asked with a trembling voice, Master, what should we do?" She thought to herself how unlucky she was. She had just been sold to a human being and had run into such trouble. "Don't worry, they are merely sacrifices," Fang Hao said with a smile. The noisy surroundings suddenly went silent. Anger surfaced on the faces of the orcs. They found this human incredibly arrogant. They considered his insults towards them even while facing death quite outrageous. "Kid, you're asking for death. Let's get him. The money will be equally shared amongst us," ordered the leading orc coldly. The rest of the orcs, roaring angrily, prepared to slaughter this presumptuous human. Creak, creak, creak. Then, a series of intensive sounds, like the rubbing of bones, echoed around them. Next, undead skeletons, equipped with armor and weapons, emerged from behind the hollow, surrounding everyone. "What's going on? Why are there so many undead here?" The orcs' faces changed dramatically. But no one was able to provide an effective answer. More than 20 orcs, relying on each other, watched solemnly as the skeletons gradually tightened their encirclement. It was only when they noticed that a group of skeleton soldiers were protecting a human that they realized that all this was a trick of this human. "Boy, who the hell are you?" the orc shouted. Fang Hao gave a faint smile and said, "It doesn't matter. Have you guys figured out how to eat me? My brain might taste good, and it might not make you dumber if you eat it." The undead soldiers continued to close in on them. The orcs, however, were not in the mood to discuss whether they should eat brains. "Kill, let's break out together," the orc shouted. The rest of the orcs nodded in agreement. Of course, Fang Hao also had no wish to delay any longer and simply commanded, "Kill them all." Whoosh! The moment the command was issued, the skeletons launched an attack, flooding the orc forces instantly. After less than 5 minutes of battle, the world returned to calm. "Collect the loot, bury the bodies," Fang Hao ordered indifferently. This sort of thing happened too often. To him, these 20-something individuals were merely a one-sided slaughter. Soon, the bodies were buried, and the spoils transferred onto the cart. Rewards: 8 wriggling spines, 22 orc weapons, 15 orc armor, 43 warfire coins. Well, it counts as a small harvest. The orc weapons and orc armor weren't of much use to Fang Hao. The most useful things were the wriggling spines and the warfire coins. "Alright, let's go back to our territory," Fang Hao said. Numerous skeleton soldiers surrounded the cart and headed in the direction of their territory. Ira's eyes bulged as she watched the scene unfold in disbelief. Sitting in the back of the cart, it took her a while to make sense of everything. What's going on? Her master didn't seem to be an ordinary human. He commanded such an enormous skeleton army. Could he be disguised as a human, yet part of the undead clan? Would she be turned into one of these skeletons if she followed him back? Thinking of this, Ira's body involuntarily trembled again. Loyalty of Rabdman clan's era towards you has decreased by 5 points, currently at 70. The task of driving the carriage had been handed over to the skeletons. Fang Hao was lying in the cart resting when he suddenly got notified that Ira's loyalty had decreased, which caused him to feel slightly taken aback. When they were surrounded by orcs just now, Ira's loyalty did not change, and she seemed to be ready to share the danger and adversity with him. Now that the danger was over, why did her loyalty decrease? What's wrong? Are you hungry? I have some dried meat here, you can eat some first, Fang Hao said, tossing the bag of dried meat over to her. Ira held it in her arms, her large eyes shifting a little. Right, do you eat meat? Fang Hao suddenly remembered, do rabbits eat meat? Thank you, master. I eat anything, and very little of it, Ira answered in a crisp voice, opening the bag and putting a small piece of dried meat in her mouth to chew. Rabdmen weren't rabbits. Their eating habits weren't much different from that of humans. They're omnivores. Well, you don't have to worry too much, I'm not one of those slave traders, I won't harm you, Fang Hao explained on the side. Ira nibbled on her dried meat, her large eyes occasionally stealing glances at Fang Hao. The Rabdmen and human clan had similar aesthetics. Looking closely at Fang Hao now, his eyes were deep, his features distinct. He was actually quite attractive. Master, will you turn me into a skeleton too? Ira raised her head, looking at Fang Hao. Large, moist eyes, filled with a pitiful expression. At her words, Fang Hao was taken aback. Do you want to become a skeleton? Fang Hao asked in surprise. No, Ira doesn't want to become a skeleton. Ira will behave and serve the master well. Please don't turn Ira into a skeleton. Ira directly kneeled in front of Fang Hao, her forehead lowered deeply. The clothes barely covering her skin fell slightly, revealing a large part of her delicate skin. No wonder the slave master had demanded such a steep price. This rabbitman had an appearance that truly satisfied the demands of human males. Fang Hao lightly coughed, turning his gaze away, and said, all right, get up. I have no plans to turn you into a skeleton, you don't have to worry. Really? Ira raised her head, glanced around at the neatly arranged skeleton army. Why would I lie to you? You don't have to be too formal. No one in the territory would bully you. You can live comfortably and do things you like, Fang Hao said casually. Thank you, master. I will definitely take good care of the master. Ira's furrowed brows finally relaxed, revealing a smile. Fang Hao's face warmed slightly. Being addressed as master by a bunny girl was somewhat embarrassing. Rabbitman Ira's loyalty towards you has increased by 10 points, currently at 80. Alright, rest for a bit. If you are hungry, eat some jerky. It will be better once we reach the territory. Having said that, Fang Hao laid down on the cart, opening the Book of Lords to pass the time. As he opened the local channel, he saw a message. Fuck. Can the Book of Lords take pictures? There is a huge army of skeletons passing by not far from my territory, easily tens of thousands. Respect to the soldiers, I'd advise you to show some respect. I knelt and watched them leave. How else should I show respect? I'm Jank Kylan, 500 lumber, I offer you a drop of Kylan blood. I'm disciple of Uncle 9, 400 resources. I offer you fortune-telling. I'm Diga. Watching the frenzied scrolling of messages, Fang Hao looked around. Indeed, in the rear, he saw a territory protected by a shield. The territory had no walls, but was simply surrounded by wood. Figures could be seen looking his direction, but the faces were unclear. Having seen this, Fang Hao paid it no more attention. As dusk approached, the massive convoy finally returned to the territory. Only when the carriage entered the territory did Ira realize the terrifying number of skeletons present within Fang Hao's domain. Patrolling squads, those farming, those transporting resources, all were skeletons. This wasn't a human city, it was an undead gathering place. Move all these into the hall, be careful not to break them. Fang Hao pointed to the crates holding warfire coins. The crates weren't large, and it was safest to keep them in the Lord's wooden house. The remaining resources were sent to the warehouse for storage. Master, your orders. Immediately approached, replying respectfully. There's meat in the warehouse, prepare dinner. It's just for the two of us, they don't need to eat, Fang Hao said. Yes, understood master, replied immediately, busying herself with the task. She began to light the fire, preparing dinner. And Fang Hao, after drinking a sip of water, began to continue building with the resources he obtained today. Level 1 Arrow Tower, lumber 500, stone 350, thatch 280, hemp rope 200. Description: the arrow tower is one of the important parts of defending a base. It can be placed within the castle for early detection of enemy movement and also conduct ranged firepower attacks against enemies within its range. Arrow towers should be set up on the city walls. After looking around at his territory, he finally chose the four corners of the city walls as the positions to place the arrow towers. The Lord's cottage had just reached level 3, and the area of the city was about the scale of a larger village. It was not like a giant city where one side of the city wall extended for hundreds of meters. Building 4 arrow towers was enough for now. The number could be increased after the city wall is upgraded and expanded. After choosing the location, he directly chose to build corner of the city walls. One after another, their radiance lit up. 4 arrow towers were successfully built. About 5 meters tall, it has a stone base and a wooden platform at the top. Archers could be stationed there for a guard duty and long-range attacks. Level 1 Arrow Tower. Placement: 03. Materials needed for upgrading: wood 750, stone 600, straw 150, hemp ropes 330. He then upgraded all 4 level 1 arrow towers to level 3. Level 3 Arrow Tower. Placement: 04. Materials needed for upgrading: wood 1500, stone 1300, hemp ropes 800, bricks 400. Description: the arrow tower is one of the important parts of a base's defense. They can be placed within the castle to observe the enemy's actions earlier and also provide firepower attacks against enemies within the range. The level 3 arrow tower's height was close to 7 meters, standing towering high. Ideally, you can place 4 archers on each tower to scout the enemy outside the territory and attack. But Fang Hao had no archers, so he had to assign skeleton soldiers temporarily as crossbowmen. You guys, go to the warehouse and switch your weapons to crossbows. Fang Hao selected 16 skeleton soldiers and asked them to change their weapons. The skeleton soldiers patrolling mechanically stopped their steps. They turned and headed towards the warehouse. Fang Hao took this opportunity to open the Book of Lords and start crafting iron arrows. Among the blueprints exchanged from the orc market, there was a blueprint production for iron arrows, which had been recorded in the Book of Lords. Iron arrow, wood 1, iron 1. Quantity selected was 10. Produce 100 times amplification triggered. Obtained 1010 iron arrows. Just as the production was completed, the 16 skeleton soldiers appeared with crossbows in their hands. Take the arrows and get to the arrow tower. The skeleton soldiers picked up the bundles of arrows on the ground and climbed up the arrow tower in groups of 4. After constructing the arrow towers, Fang Hao continued to flip through the Book of Lords. Check the buildings that can be built. Harvest statue, blue, type, unique building. Effect, planting, gathering plus 10%. Description: the goddess blessed this piece of land, abundant leaves and fruits, and a rich yield of grains. Construction requires, wood 320, stone 1200, natural gem 5, essence of magic 2, trace of the earth 3, trace of the forest 3. Oh my God! Seeing the blueprint attribute, Fang Hao exclaimed. He had not noticed before. It seemed he had found a treasure. The harvest statue incredibly enhanced the planting and gathering in the territory. This effect was as good as a top-notch equipment. Suppressing the joy in his heart. After making a round within his territory, Fang Hao decided to place the statue in the center of the territory. Fortunately, there were enough materials, so he straight away chose to build. A blue light ascended, slowly unveiling the outline of the statue. This construction took a full 5 minutes. When the light dissipated, there stood a delicately sculpted goddess statue right before his eyes. The pedestal was about 3 meters high, on top of which was the image of a beautiful mother goddess wearing a crown with a serious expression, stretching her arms forward as if bestowing the earth. Then, a faint light brightened, spreading and stretching across the entire territory. The statue's self-effect also came into effect at this moment. Considering the current situation, the development of the territory was quite good. There were enough people, and defensive structures like city walls and arrow towers had also been built. Even without the protection of the newbie protective shield, there was certain self-protection ability. When encountered with forces like the Knoll camp, or about 10,000, whose ranks were not much different, Fang Hao also had enough self-protection ability. For the undead, war is a sufficient source of nourishment. Unless in a battle, Fang Hao is completely killed. Otherwise, with a wriggling spine, combined with the ability of a hundredfold amplification, it would be like a snowball. The more people, the stronger, growing fast and large in wars. Master, dinner is ready, you can eat now. As Fang Hao was daydreaming, Ira had already prepared dinner. Fang Hao walked over and could already smell the aroma permeating the air. On the table, there was vegetable soup and meat steak. Not only was the aroma pronounced, but everything also looked quite good. Seeing it just made you want to eat more. He sat on the bench, took a bite of the meat, and nodded in satisfaction. The cooking was just right and very delicious. It was better than his cooking just a little bit. Just as he was about to take the second bite, he noticed that Hira was standing to the side, eagerly looking at the food, constantly swallowing. "What are you looking at?" "Sit down and eat," Fang Hao curiously said. He remembered Ira saying that the Rabman clan also eat meat. Why is she not eating now, huh? "Ira is not hungry. I will eat after the master finishes," said Ira softly. The treatment of slaves was not as good as Fang Hao's. There were not a few who starved to death alive, let alone eating meat. It was a difficult thing to even fill the belly. And also, slaves were not allowed to dine with their masters. Regardless, Ira kept saying she wasn't hungry. Her eyes were fixed on the food in the pot, and she kept swallowing. "All right, there are no such rules here. Sit down and eat together. Only if you have eaten enough, you can do well at work," Fang Hao said. Ira still hesitated. She took a step forward, but then retracted it. "Come on, sit down and eat," Fang Hao continued to urge. Only then did Ira sit down carefully. She was as obedient as a wrong child. She scooped up a bowl of vegetable soup, and stole a few glances at Fang Hao, then put it in her mouth and began to eat. Seeing Ira quietly eating, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and checked today's chat channel. As soon as he opened it, chat records constantly emerged. "It's over, something really happened to Lord Fang Hao. No food has been put up this afternoon, and none in the evening either." "Yeah, I constructed a barracks, and was waiting to exchange food with Lord Fang Hao to recruit soldiers. I hope nothing has actually happened." "Why do people keep saying Fang Hao is in trouble? I have been crossing for 6 days. I hear it every day. Can't you wish him some luck?" "Exactly. Why are your mouths so foul, always saying someone else is in trouble, or in distress?" "Oh, the person above is anxious." "Why are you in a hurry when someone mentions Fang Hao?" "Is he Fang Hao's good son?" "As soon as you mention Fang Hao, his son would definitely pounce on you and bite you." "Humphrey, just that Damas Fang Hao, doing things so ostentatiously. If he didn't die outside, if I ran into him, I would exterminate him." Hey, you guys are being too extreme." "Is there really a need to spew such venomous words?" "Exactly, the meat and various tools that Fang Hao sells have helped a lot of people. There's no need for you to hurl such abuses. Many of us in this area have survived thanks to Boss Fang Hao." "Have you guys lost all your consciousness?" "Hey, I'm confused. Why do you care if we criticize Fang Hao? Is he your father or your mother?" "Exactly, Fang Hao could be dead now." "You guys have been praising him so much. Are you planning to die with him?" A fierce argument broke out between those who defended Fang Hao and those who cursed at him. Fang Hao was surprised to find such a thing happening. but soon he figured out the reason behind it. In the initial stages after everyone crossed over, people lacked food and tools. Even if they didn't trade with Fang Hao, people wouldn't deliberately offend him. Today was the 6th day since crossing over. Those who had survived so far were already familiar with this world and had figured out the basics of survival. The food and items like iron axes and bathtubs that Fang Hao sold in the channel were no longer indispensable. Therefore, some people started to come out and began to verbally slander Fang Hao. After all, cursing others does not come with the sense of accomplishment that comes from defying the powerful. Ding! A private chat notification sounded. It was from Dong Jiayu. Brother Hao, are you okay? I'm fine, just had dinner. Oh, as long as you are okay. Don't take to heart what people say in the channel. You don't have to bother with those annoying people, Dong Jiayu comforted. She was worried that Fang Hao might be disillusioned by the incessant abuses on the channel. Who are these people? I don't seem to have offended them, right? Fang Hao asked casually. He didn't take it very seriously, but he was still curious to know why. And then, by watching the chat, he could tell only a few people were cursely abusing him for no apparent reason, almost as if they had specifically planned this. Dong Jiayu paused for a moment, then replied softly, I'm not sure, but a few days ago people in the chat were discussing you. There seemed to be some resentment in their words. For what reason? It seems to be because the prices of your products are low, so they cannot make any profits. Fang Hao was not in the business of hiking up prices. The goods he sold were sold to make a profit, but also priced so that others could afford them. For example, the iron axes he sold. Typically, making an iron axe would cost 2 iron and 2 wood, while Fang Hao sold them for just 3 iron. Price was kept low so those who suddenly got the blueprint for the iron axe could not make huge profits by selling theirs. Since Fang Hao had a higher reputation, if people wanted to buy, they would choose to come to him first. Even if these people sold at the same price, no one would buy their products. So it's business competition. I was wondering if I had offended them. Fang Hao exclaimed. Yes, it should be these people. I'm not sure, but the one who stands out to me is Yao Liang, although he hasn't said anything today, Dong Jiayu continued. Yao Liang? Seeing this name, Fang Hao instantly remembered who this person was. He had previously obtained the blueprint for the iron axe and was busted by Fang Hao for trying to use his advertising in the channel. At the time, Yao Liang had angrily sent a private message cursing Fang Hao and wishing him ill. Considering this, it's plausible Yao Liang would organize people to verbally attack him. Okay, I get it now, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. I haven't repaid you for the weapon you lent me. The two ended their conversation. Notifications for private chats kept ringing. Many people were confirming if Fang Hao was safe and asking about the dispute in the channel. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then opened the world channel and gave a response. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. I've seen what's happening in the channel. Please don't waste your messages on these people. I've added a few people to my refused trades list and won't conduct any transactions with them in the future. Thank you all. At the same time, he put up for sale 1,000 units of meat for people to purchase. Fang Hao's announcement and the food he has put up for sale provoked another uproar in the channel. See, Fang Hao is fine. If you're so tough, don't buy Fang Hao's meat. Alright. You can't even if you wanted to. People were saying Fang Hao is in trouble. Looks like the real trouble is with all of you. He's not in any trouble. Whether, he's just selling some food. Look how riled up you all are. You bunch of sycophants. The moment Fang Hao passes gas, you all celebrate like you've won the lottery. You must be used to being sons. Fang Hao made a statement. Instead of calming people down, the channel grew even more chaotic. At this stage, food was no longer an absolute necessity. People could build barracks, recruit soldiers, and go hunting. Perhaps they didn't have enough to sell, but they had enough to feed themselves and the villagers. So, even if Fang Hao blacklisted these people, they weren't afraid and continued to mock him. When the channel started arguing again, the long-awaited system prompt rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations on surviving. The newbie protection period lasts for another 10 hours. When the protection period ends, all surviving Lord territories will enter a beast-frenzied state. prompting attacks from surrounding warcrafts. Frenzy of Beast. All wild beasts will enter a bloodthirsty state. All attributes increase by 30%. Duration is 24 hours. Best of luck. As soon as the system finished speaking, another sound echoed in Fang Hao's ears. Novice task changed. Due to the special nature of your territory, your novice task has been changed to subjugation of Fireblade tribe. The original task has been cancelled. Task description: you killed the son of Chieftain Kent of Fireblade tribe. The tribe will retaliate with 30,000 warriors against your territory. Best of luck. The change in task made Fang Hao frown deeply. Others were under attack by beasts, but he was facing an attack from orcs. Not to mention 30,000 of them. The number is significant indeed. Of course, when he wiped out that orc team, he had anticipated that their tribe would seek revenge. But he did not expect it to collide with the novice task, thereby causing a change in mission. It looks like I need to improve my defenses and increase my troops. Fang Hao still had 1,372 wriggling spines, and a current force of 150,000. Even though they were still Tier 1 soldiers, he wasn't fazed by the onslaught of orcs. With such many troops, he could exhaust them to death. He switched back to the regional channel. Damn, I have to set traps to hunt a single warcraft. This beast frenzy is going to be the death of me. Exchanging wall blueprints. Who has won? Offering a higher price. Hurry up. I don't need walls. Who has wooden fence blueprints? I'll exchange it with iron. Confronted with the frenzy of beasts, everyone's first thought was to fortify their lands before launching an attack. Walls are the most effective, but even with the blueprints, the vast resources required are more than most people can afford. Some people opted for a lesser alternative and decided to build wooden fences instead. Trading resources for equipment, exchanging for weapons now. Yeah, who has iron weapons? I'm still using a bone spear. I remember a few days ago, someone exchanged a blueprint for an iron spear from a beast he caught in the river. Anyone remember who he swapped with? Oh right, I think that happened. I remember. He used a hardwood shield blueprint to exchange weapons from Fang Hao. Should be an iron spear. Damn, so that means Fang Hao has got iron spears and hardwood shields. The territory has a protective shield, and the conscripted militia can hunt to get food. It gives people the illusion that they've adapted to this world. They assume that as long as there is enough food to satisfy the farmers and the militia, they can steadily develop. But all these are mere human assumptions. The emergence of a mandatory task and the beast horde attack that will occur in 10 hours have harshly brought everyone back to reality. This time, with the protective shield gone, the attacking beast horde will benefit from the beast's blood boiling. A 30% increase in all attributes. Once again, people realize the danger of life and death they will face. The most effective way to improve their combat power is to change their weapons and equipment. A brave warrior, wielding only a stone axe, can hardly show his true strength. Once they remember that Fang Hao had once sold iron spears, all the conversations are once again redirected to Fang Hao. Is brother Fang Hao here? I want to order some equipment. Big brother, it's urgent. Please sell some weapons. The heated argument just now instantly quelled. Everyone is calling out to brother Fang Hao, asking him to sell some equipment. The threat of death hangs over everyone's head. Fang Hao watches the channel, saying nothing. This mandatory task provides a good opportunity for Fang Hao to sell the equipment in his warehouse. There are mainly two types of equipment backlogged in the warehouse. Some of them are made using his own blueprints and were replaced in the process of equipment upgrade, while others are spoils from several battles. There are weapons from the orcs, as well as weapons that fell when zombies in the castle were killed. These equipments generally have low durability and are old. After a quick sorting out, weapons were promptly put up for sale. Assorted weapons 1,142 pieces, wooden shields 4,212 pieces, each piece required, wood 300, stone 150, iron 5, special resources 2. Any kind. Assorted weapons include a variety of spoils, such as broken single-edged swords, broken spears, and orc weapons. The wooden shields are from one of Fang Hao's earliest blueprints. Long ago it was considered obsolete and has been piled in the warehouse. These weapons still have lethality, but their durability is not high and the degree of damage varies. Then, Fang Hao gave skeleton soldiers new weapons to replace the damaged ones. He also puts those replaced weapons up for sale on the channel. The mandatory task tomorrow is like a sword hanging over everyone's head. Even those who are greedy will choose to spend all their savings to replace a batch of equipment for survival in the imminent battle. After all, only surviving now can talk about the future. If you die, having lots of resources will be useless. So, Fang Hao has the right to set the price for weapons. Not to mention that his prices are reasonable. Even if he doubles or triples the price, these people have to grit their teeth and buy them. This is to increase their chances of survival. Big Brother is awesome. These weapons can save many people. Why are there so many more wooden shields than iron spears? Stop talking nonsense. There's a lot of wood in storage. Of course, there will be more made. How much iron ore can there be? You're right, a broken bar. Brother Fang Hao, did you mistake me for someone else? I didn't say anything bad about you. I've been banned from trading. I am innocent, more wronged than we. Stop acting. You were the worst with the snide remarks. Now you're playing the victim. Do we? Very unlucky. Brother Fang Hao, I was wrong. I was just messing around. I beg for your forgiveness. Please remove the trading ban. Brother Fang Hao, you're my biological father. I was wrong. I'm slapping my own face. The beasts are coming tomorrow. Please let me buy some weapons. I beg you. A complete reversal of the situation occurred. People are praising Fang Hao for being awesome. Those people who insulted him are now apologizing and regretting their actions. They appear sincerely willing to change and start over. Of course, Fang Hao has no intention of lifting the ban, especially since he knows some of them have formed an organization. The sooner these people expose themselves, the better. This way, Fang Hao can identify who is against him. At the same time, he has received a number of private messages. Big Brother, could you check out this blueprint? How many weapons can it exchange for? Wooden cup production blueprint, white, wooden cup, white, 1 wood, 1 hemp rope. Description, a simple water container made. A broken bar. This seems to be of not much use. A broken bar, said Fang Hao. The cup Fang Hao uses for drinking is also made of wood. It was made by carving a groove into a block of wood and was used for drinking water. So, this wooden cup blueprint really does not have much use. Even its existence is trivial. Big Brother, let's exchange it for another one. Just consider it as a blueprint reserve, the other party quickly said. He was worried that Fang Hao would refuse. What do you want? Iron spears. Fang Hao didn't worry about it, as long as it was about the same and the other party's demands were not high. We can make a deal. Alright, put it up for sale. I'll give you one. Soon, the two completed the deal, and Fang Hao got the wooden cup blueprint. After that, Fang Hao got many more blueprints and some rare materials. Woven wooden window production blueprint, white, beast skin pants production blueprint, white, bell production blueprint, green. Trading blueprints is actually quite difficult. After getting a blueprint, most people would directly record it with the Book of Lords. Once recorded, the blueprint disappeared and could no longer be traded. The blueprints that stayed behind were either kept for later sale or duplicates of what they already had. So, blueprints have the least traded volume. Soon, the weapons on the shelf were snapped up. Fang Hao also gained a huge amount of materials and a lot of special resources. In addition to the natural gems and traces of the earth that he had seen before, there were also some materials such as copper ore and saltpeter for the first time. After everything ended, there's a brief calm in the channel. The battle due tomorrow forced everyone to strengthen their territory. Fang Hao and Ira are finishing dinner. Ira is cleaning up the dinner table. Fang Hao opens the Book of Lords, flips to the production tab, and chooses to make a wooden cup. Wooden cup, white, 1 wood, 1 hemp rope. Make 100 times increase triggered. Received wooden cup 101 pieces. Bang, bang. Bang! Piles of wooden cups suddenly appear out of thin air on the table in front of Fang Hao. It gave Vera a start. She quickly reached out to catch a few cups that were about to fall. At the same time, she widened her eyes in surprise at the sudden appearance of the cups. "Don't mention my abilities to outsiders," Fang Hao answered. "Yes, sir. I absolutely won't tell anyone," Era promised loudly. "There are only 2 of them in the territory. There's no place to tell anyone else. Let's keep a few of these cups for our use, and throw the rest into the warehouse." "Yes, master." He gets up and continues to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Bell, green, 200 wood, 50 iron, 10 copper, 5 hemp rope. Description: the bell can be placed in watchtower-type buildings to ring the alarm. The materials needed for the warning bell are not many, but they include copper. If it weren't for the materials he just exchanged, which included copper, he would not have been able to build it. Since the materials were just enough, he chose to make it. 100x amplification triggered, obtained 101 warning bells. In an instant, 101 warning bells appeared in front of Fang Hao. The bell was not large, about 40 centimeters in diameter at the bottom and 50 centimeters tall. The whole body was iron green with complex patterns carved on surface. Inside the bell, a clapper hung that could hit the bell with a gentle swing. He summoned several patrolling skeletons. Place these 4 on the arrow towers. The warning bell can be placed on the arrow towers, alerting others by ringing the bell when danger is detected. The few skeletons struggled to carry them onto the arrow towers. Fang Hao followed behind and waited for it to be installed. He looked at the warning bell and then looked at the materials used to make it. Among them were 50 iron and 10 copper. Having such little copper content, he somewhat doubted whether the bell could ring. He lifted the clapper inside the copper bell, swung it lightly, and hit the bell. Ding! A loud bell ringing echoed, vibrating Fang Hao's brain, scattering the flock of birds in the distant forest. Now he knows that the copper bell can ring, and quite audibly so. He descended from the arrow tower. Looking at the blueprint, he could also build a spiritual field and a logging site. But these 2 are both outside the castle and the orcs were to attack tomorrow. Now is not the time to increase the numbers. Wait until after the big battle. It won't be too late to build them. Next, he continued to prepare for the battle. He came to the skeleton conversion field. The skeleton conversion field had already unlocked 2 types of soldiers. One was the Tier 3 skeleton giant bat and the other was the Tier 1 skeleton pig-headed man. The attributes of the skeleton pig-headed man had no differences from the skeleton soldiers. So, there was actually no need to specifically recruit skeleton pig-headed men. Just need to recruit skeleton giant bats to supplement the shortage of aerial combat units. Fang Hao directly set the recruitment number to 300. Confirm recruitment. The system's prompt sound rang again. 100x amplification triggered. Successfully recruited 30,300 skeleton giant bats. In an instant, 30,000 skeleton giant bats emerged in the light and landed all around his territory. "Go and stand by outside the territory," said Fang Hao. The skeleton giant bats soared into the sky, flew out of the territory, and landed on the open ground to stand by. After consuming 300 wriggling spines, there were still 1,072 wriggling spines left. According to the prompt, there were 30,000 orcs attacking, and the number of troops he recruited with 100x amplification was enough to crowd out and tire out the enemy's 30,000 troops to death. Next, he came to the burial grounds again to continue recruiting soldiers. Available recruits: skeleton soldiers 500, consumption, 500 wriggling spines, recruit 100x amplification triggered. Recruited 50,500 skeleton soldiers. Available recruits: skeleton lancemen 572, consumption, 572 wriggling spines, recruit 100x amplification triggered. Recruited 57,772 skeleton lancemen. Shwa. Countless skeletons appeared. The number of over 100,000 skeletons had already far exceeded the capacity of the territory. So, the skeletons stood still in the same spot, stacked upon each other, like a human pyramid. Seeing this, Fang Hao promptly began to make equipment for them. He crafted 55,000 sets of sword and shield, and 58,000 sets of spear and shield. He also made 110,000 sets of leather armor for all the newly recruited skeletons to wear. They then remained standing by in the open area outside the city. Now that he had acquired the beast skin boots from the orc market, he finally managed to collect all the pieces of protective gear. "A broken bar," Fang Hao called softly. He looked around, only to find Ira hiding in the Lord's wooden house, with just half her head peeking out, looking terrified. Summoning hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers had scared the timid rabbit girl significantly. She was cautiously observing the outside world, her face full of fear. Only when she heard Fang Hao call her did she hesitantly come out, saying, "Master." "Change your boots," Fang Hao said. Ira's shoes were worn out but clean. They didn't fit, and it was clear they were discarded by someone else. Beast skin boots crafted from the Book of Lords might not be the most comfortable footwear, but they were far superior to Ira's shoes. "Oh, thank you, Master," Ira responded immediately. She took off her old shoes with holes in them, revealing her fair, small feet. Her toes were as white as tender lotus sprouts. She slipped on a pair of beast skin boots, lightly stepping on the ground. Apparently pleased with her new footwear, a content smile crossed her face. "Wear these for now. I'll get you a better pair later," he said. "Thank you, Master, these are great," Ira replied hastily, clearly satisfied with her new boots. This world did not have sneakers or basketball shoes. Even the orcs wore leather boots. Having endured a long period of enslavement, Ira was quite content with the boots. The sky was gradually dimming. "Come, I'll show you your room," Fang Hao continued. There were no ordinary houses in the territory, and neither was there a blueprint for constructing housing. The only residential building was his own wooden lord's house. Fortunately, the wooden house had 3 rooms. Fang Hao occupied one was the study. The remaining room could be allocated to Ira. He took Ira to the room and said, "Ira, I'll make a single bed for you in a while. From now on, this will be your room." Ira, who was following behind him, now stood there with her eyes wide open, staring in surprise at what soon would be her room. She had never dared to hope for a room of her own. It was enough for her not to be caged anymore. But now, not only did she have her own room, it was also incredibly luxurious. The floor was covered with a beast skin rug, thick and heavy silk curtains hung at the windows, a table and chairs were set up against the wall, and a huge wardrobe with beautifully carved designs was also present. Even when she was not enslaved, she had never lived in such luxury. "Get used to this place while I make your bed," Fang Hao said, slapping his forehead. The furniture in the room had all been moved from the castle. The castle had several rooms, all with tables and wardrobes, but no beds. Luckily, he had a blueprint for a single bed, so Ira would not have to sleep on the floor. After finishing his instructions, Fang Hao went out to make the single bed and wooden grid window. He had just exchanged for the blueprint for the window. He could now install one in every room of the Lord's wooden house. Within a short time, the single bed and wooden window were done, and he instructed 2 skeletons to carry them in. Upon entering, he saw Ira barefoot, her shoes off, her feet on the carpet. Seeing Fang Hao return, she stood warily to one side. He directed the skeletons to set up the single bed and wooden grid window. Fang Hao smiled slightly and said, "Okay, you can rest now. No one here will bully you. If there's any physical work to do, you can direct these skeletons." "Yes, Master, Ira understands," she replied. "Good, rest early," Fang Hao said and then left the room. He had just walked up to the 2nd floor. Then the prompt sounded. "The loyalty of Ira from the Rabman clan increases by 10, current loyalty is 90. All preparations had been completed, and Fang Hao returned to his own room. Lying in bed, he went through all his plans in his mind once again. Tomorrow, after the novice protection shield disappears, the Orcs Fireblade tribe will launch an attack on his territory. This was no game. It was a real war. If he died, everything would be over. He used all his gathered wriggling spines to recruit troops, to ensure absolute dominance in this war. The development of his territory had already surpassed the other lords, so he simply could not afford to fail at this point. He lay in bed, opened the regional channel, It was quite quiet today. The few people that were speaking were exchanging items. It seemed that the sudden compulsory task had put a significant amount of pressure on everyone. Everyone was preoccupied with the arrangements in their own territories and no longer had the energy to chat in the channel. He closed the channel and immediately entered the God's Presence state. God's Presence target, skeleton giant bat, compatibility 45%. When he opened his eyes again, he had already possessed the skeleton giant bat. He flapped his wings and flew to the sky, scouting the surroundings of his territory to ensure there were no enemies that night. After patrolling one round, he found that there was no danger nearby his territory. He then released the God's Presence state, lay down on the bed, and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Master, the not yet awake Fang Hao felt someone talking near his ear. When he opened his eyes, he saw her bending over and whispering softly. Her upper body was leaning low, which caused her already barely covered clothing to open wide and reveal a considerable amount of smooth skin. It was a feast for the eyes. "Ah," Fang Hao replied instinctively. "Master, didn't you say you have an important thing to do today and that you wanted to get up early?" Iroh explained softly from the side. "Right, today was the day when the orcs would attack." Yes. Fang Hao immediately sat up and put on his clothes. After quickly freshening up, he walked out of his room and climbed up the city wall to look into the distance. The Knoll camp was to the east of the territory, so the Fireblade tribe would also come from the east. Standing on the arrow tower, he saw nothing. The territory outside was still covered by a large forest, possibly hiding the opponent who could be on their way. Fang Hao directly sat on the ground of the arrow tower, activated the God's Presence. God's Presence target, skeleton giant bat, compatibility 45%. Outside the territory, in a place where troops were gathered, a skeleton giant bat, with pale blue light emanating from its eyes, flapped its wings and flew to the east. Flying over the mountains, he indeed saw a large group of orc troops approaching. He estimated that in about an hour, they would reach the foot of his city. Fang Hao let the skeleton giant bat perch on a big tree. He continued to use the God's Presence to monitor the movement and types of troops of the orcs while deploying his own forces. Fireblade tribe. Last night, the orc scout relayed back the news about the enemy territory. Indeed, there were undead troops patrolling near the territory, but it was not as exaggerated as the Knoll clan leader had said. He roughly estimated there were 5,000 or 6,000 in total, and they were all Tier 1 skeletons. Chief Kent, after hearing the information brought back by the scout, directly ordered to execute the Knoll clan leader. Early in the morning, the entire tribe set off, hastily marching towards the undead territory. They aimed to flatten this territory before nightfall, to avenge Kido, and to loot all resources from the village. "Chief, we can see the enemy territory now," a wolf-mounted cavalry whispered to the chief's chariot. Chief Kent of the Fireblade tribe, on a chariot pulled by 2 wolves, was meditating. Hearing the report from his subordinate, he barely opened his eyes. "Did we spot their human lord?" "We didn't see their lord. He must be hiding within their city walls, but their forces have increased since yesterday. They have also built walls and defense towers." "Are they still those skeleton frames?" "Yes, these are all the lowest grade of undead troops." "Humphrey, speed up. We want to bring back the resources of this territory to our tribe before dark," Kent ordered. "Yes," the cavalry answered, and passed on the chieftain's order. The Fireblade tribe was a nation of warriors, more so now than ever before. Pedestrians were 20,000, spearhand were 7,000, wolf riders were 3,000. With such a strong combat force, they were not afraid of those inferior skeletons. Kent held his chin, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was already thinking, once he caught that human lord, what kind of torture he should use on him. He couldn't just let him die easily. He'd torture him until the very end, then chop him into pieces, and feed them to the wolves for food. The team rapidly approached and could see the skeleton army arranged under the enemy's city. When they drew near the local territory, the skeletons were shining white, wearing armor, with weapons and shields in their hands. The number was not small, around 100,000. "Prepare to attack." After secretly laughing at the enemy's self-defeating move, Kent ordered loudly. on top of the city wall. Fang Hao looked at the orc army below the city with a serious look on his face, even though he had made full arrangements and calculated countless times in his heart. Yet, with a major battle approaching, he felt nervous, depressed, and all kinds of emotions were rising in his heart. Fang Hao looked at the countdown on the Book of Lords, waiting for the enemy to initiate the attack. When the countdown reached 0, the system prompt also sounded again. The novice protection period officially ends. Wishing you all good luck. The protective shield above the territory gradually disappeared like a burst balloon. The orc army in the distance also blew the horn of attack. Wow! The horn sounded. The orcs, as if they were injected with chicken blood, became quite crazy. They shouted loudly and initiated the attack instantly. There was no particular strategy to speak of. All types of soldiers rushed forward together, but due to different speeds, the ranks were broken up. The ones who rushed to the front were the wolf riders. They wanted to use their rapid movement to launch the first wave of charge attack. Archers can attack now. Fang Hao issued the command. On the city wall, Fang Hao had placed 1,000 light crossbow-holding crossbowmen, who lifted their crossbows to aim at the advancing wolf riders. When they heard Fang Hao's command, the abrupt train of arrows took the wolf riders by surprise. Their formation was instantly broken up, with them spreading out from each other, but the assault continued unabated. Fang Hao stood on the city wall, watching the cavalry's changes. Fang Hao murmured under his breath. Was also in full leather armor, her face full of fear. My lord, take care of my body. Don't let it get bumped or scratched. Fang Hao sat down on the ground. Before Ira could understand what was happening, Fang Hao's body went limp and fell backward. Ira caught the limp Fang Hao and was at a loss for what to do. Down the city, target for divination, skeleton spearman, compatibility 75%. Spearman, step forward 2 steps, be ready to meet the enemy. Fang Hao commanded loudly. All the spearmen stepped forward 2 steps, aiming their spears at the advancing wolf riders. Those wolf-riding cavalry who originally planned to charge quickly, seeing their welcoming party holding forward stabbing spears, they immediately pulled their reins, preventing their mounts, the wolves, from moving further. If they were to charge, it was equivalent to speeding themselves up into a sharp blade. There was no difference between that and giving up their lives. But just as they stopped, another hail of arrows had fallen, injuring a large number of cavalry and mount wolves, causing them to scream in pain. The failure of the cavalry in the front did not deter the orc army behind from keeping up their assault. The dark mass of orc infantry, roaring angrily, continued to charge forward. When the orc spear casters were 400 meters away, they stopped, took out the short spears from their backs, and threw them into the skeleton troops. After Fang Hao had finished arranging the setup of the skeleton spearmen, he deactivated the God's Presence state. He got up from Ira's arms and looked at the movements of the orcs under the city again. Before Ira could say anything, he slumped and fell again. God's Presence target, skeleton giant bat, compatibility 45%. 30,000 skeleton giant bats, hidden by Fang Hao in the woods. When 30,000 skeleton giant bats, like dark clouds, appeared in the sky above the battlefield, a large shadow quickly moved. Then, they flew over the orc spear casters. With wings folded, the 30,000 giant bats dive-bombed like bullets into the ranks of orc spear casters, starting a battle. The nearby orc warriors rushed to aid, but the mobility of the skeleton giant bats was higher than that of the cavalry. After one wave of attack, they flew high, not staying long. This boy had arranged ambushes. Watch out for these skeleton bats. Speed up the attack. Chief Kent commanded loudly, urging the attack pace. The orcs charged even more crazily. Fang Hao woke up again, ignoring the soft touch of Ira's body. He looked at the overall battle situation under the city again. It was like playing a real-time strategy game on a computer, but instead, he needed to repeatedly activate God's Presence, which wasn't as convenient as a simple mouse click. By then, the orcs were already at the city gate, just 300 meters from the wall. It's time to close the net, Fang Hao said, and fell again. Ira held Fang Hao in her arms, watching the battle in the city nervously. The furious roars from the orcs in the city made her trembling involuntarily. Just yesterday, she was thanking her luck for being sold to a good master. She was fed well and given a comfortable room. But today, they were attacked by orcs. She knew about the brutality and fighting style of the orcs, and reckoned that this city would hardly be able to withstand their attack. Just when Nira was feeling sad, and was feeling reluctant to let go of her new master, Fang Hao, the tide of the battle on the field suddenly changed. A large number of skeleton troops popped up again in the orcs' back, and on both sides. The skeletons arranged in a neat and orderly manner, with the spearmen and soldiers interspersed in positions. They started to shrink the encirclement quickly in a pincer movement. Skeleton giant bats in the sky kept harassing, with orc soldiers constantly being grabbed and dragged into the sky. They were ripped apart by a cluster of skeleton giant bats. The sight of countless undead troops caused chaos among the roaring orcs. Morale began to plummet. The fierce and warlike orc army began to suffer heavy casualties upon encountering the undead army, who knew neither life nor death nor pain, their numbers quickly reducing. Chieftain Kent stood on the wolf war chariot, his face an extremely grim sight to behold. The number of enemy undead was dozens of times larger than the intelligence he had received. This kind of battle that traded life for life could drain all his warriors. He pulled the reins of the wolf war chariot tightly, and yelled, "Everyone, rally to me!" Kent wore an iron armor, wielding a long blade. Each swipe brought out a flaming sword light, killing a large number of skeleton soldiers. Fang Hao also noticed Kent at this time. After all, looking down from the wall, whether it was the wolf war chariot or the void surrounding him was too noticeable. Flame Blade, Kent, blue tier 3 hero. So, he was Fireblade, and a tier 3 hero at that. In the orc market, Fang Hao had encountered his first orc hero. It was the Tauran chieftain, Bronze Bull Dalek. Unexpectedly, the chieftain of the Fireblade tribe was also a hero, just of a slightly lower rank compared to Bronze Bull. Nevertheless, he still demonstrated a combat power far beyond regular troops. Bang! Seated in his wolf chariot, Kent broke through a barricade made by a squad of skeletons. Hordes of skeleton soldiers were knocked down and crushed by the chariot. Breaking through the skeleton blockade, he rushed straight to the city gates, lifted a battle axe, and slashed with all his might. A solid crimson blade glow marked the swing of his axe, and the next second, it directly chopped down on the city gate. Boom! The whole city wall shook violently, leaving a massive crack on the gate. Such a level of attack, the level 4 wooden gate wouldn't hold up for long. Watching the Orcish hero prepare for another hit, Fang Hao's expression immediately darkened. We must delay his breaching of the city. The skeleton army on the battlefield had already gained an advantage. Wiping out the Orcish force was now a matter of time. We had to prevent the Orcish hero from breaking open the gates until there were enough skeletons to swarm and kill him. Fang Hao hid on the city wall, peering through the cracks at the enemy. Seeing that he hadn't been spotted, he extended his left hand immediately. A scorching fireball began to form. It was the flame fireball, a skill brought by the flame ring. Burned to death. He gave it a gentle push, and the fireball whizzed out towards the Orcish hero. Kent was gathering his strength. Just as he prepared to strike again, a surge of heat descended from above. Without any hesitation, driven by his dangerous intuition, he swung his blade upwards, casting a bloody red blade glow. Boom! The blade glow collided with the fireball, creating an explosive noise. It was enough to make one's head swell. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Meanwhile, the archers on the wall, under Fang Hao's command, attacked Kent. All 2,000 archers focused on one single target. The black tight-lying arrows were like a dark net cast down from above. Kent swiftly waved his blade, knocking down the incoming arrows. But the wolves pulling his chariot weren't as lucky. Under such a dense attack of arrows, they instantly became porcupines. Filled with arrows, they fell to the ground, lifeless. And so, the distant, non-stop harassment continued. It continued until the end of the battlefield skirmishes. The skeleton soldiers, using their sheer numbers, filled in the gap in tiers, killing every Orcish soldier. Both injured and intact skeleton warriors were left, totaling 50,000. Nearly 200,000 troops were reduced to just 50,000. Truly a deadly battle. The upcoming battle did not require any further direction from Fang Hao. The only one left was Orc Chieftain Kent. Without the mobility of his wolf chariot, he was surrounded by the skeletons. Even with his amazing combat power, even with his savage attacks and all, after 30 minutes of being besieged, he let out a final roar of unwillingness before being completely submerged by the skeleton sea. The intense war finally came to an end, with the undead victorious. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The battlefield was a mess. A dense collection of carcasses and white bones blanketed the whole battlefield. Severed limbs and flowing blood. Droplets of blood seeped into the soil, staining the ground black and red. Standing on top of the city wall, Fang Hao and Tira quietly observed the sight before them. They remained silent for a while. Fang Hao descended from the wall, and the broken city gates swung open once again. Clean up the battlefield, collect all the spoils of war, and toss the bodies into the skeleton conversion field. Fang Hao stepped out and issued the order loudly. The skeletons which had previously stood motionless once again sprang into action, stripping the bodies of all their equipment and throwing them into the skeleton conversion field. The transformation of the bodies in the field took some time. As more and more bodies were placed inside, the conversion time kept stacking up. Soon all the spoils of war had been collected. The Orc chieftain was also given special treatment by Fang Hao. The skeleton soldiers stripped him bare, even prying open his mouth to check if he had any gold teeth or such items. Gains: 35,720 orc weapons, 27,420 sets of orc leather armor, 8,300 sets of orc iron armor. Additionally, 18,867 wriggling spines, warhorn, bloodthirsty blade. Warhorn, blue tier, category, horn. Attribute: when blown, boosts allied units' morale by 5%, movement speed by 10%, and attack by 2%. Description: the art of war depends on the initial momentum. Not bad. The boost to morale is useless for skeleton troops. As soldiers of the skeleton faction, they feel no emotions, they do not know fear or death, so naturally, there's no concept of morale boosting. But increased movement speed and attack are still very valuable attribute enhancements. No wonder the orc army seemed to be injected with adrenaline when the horn sounded, rushing from afar. Especially the wolf riders, their speed was incredibly high. Other than the mobility of the cavalry, this horn also greatly improved the movement speed. Bloodthirsty blade, purple tier, category, giant sword. Damage: level 4 damage. Set effect: berserker. For each enemy killed or assisted in killing, increase strength by 1% for 8 seconds. This effect can stack up to 50 times. Description: the thick, fresh blood compels you to commit heinous acts. Fang Hao was all too familiar with the bloodthirsty set. Previously, when he killed Kido, he had obtained part of the bloodthirsty armor set. It was because the bloodthirsty set was incomplete that Kent, a third-tier hero, couldn't unleash his real strength. Otherwise, relying on the damage stacked by killing skeletons, he could have killed his way through and even broken the city gate and invaded the territory. But all of that has already been set in stone. This test was still won by Fang Hao in the end. He has collected all pieces of the bloodthirsty set, though he can't wear them now. Lastly, there were 18,867 wriggling spines. Compared to the orc equipment he collected, the number of spines excited Fang Hao even more. If he wished, he could summon a massive skeleton army again, to continue fighting for him. Self-sustaining through warfare was his best strategy. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Hao began to regroup his forces again. After the battle, there was a more important task at hand: scouring the opponent's territory. Since the enemy had thrown everything they had, there probably weren't many soldiers left in their domain. Perhaps it was even an empty city now. If Fang Hao didn't seize the resources in the orc territory soon, other nearby lords could take advantage of it. By then, transporting resources would become a big hassle. I'm going to lead troops to these people's territories and transport back all useful resources. I'll leave some forces with you, but don't open the city gate for anyone other than me. Fang Hao instructed Era. Fang Hao had considered using God's presence, possessing a skeleton to go there. But the deployment of God's presence has a distance requirement between himself and the troops. The further the distance, the more spiritual power it consumes, growing exponentially. Moreover, in the recent battle, Fang Hao frequently used God's presence consecutively, which left him in a state of exhaustion. He could not undertake the task of leading troops to the Orc territory. After some consideration, he decided to go there himself. Oh, okay, I understand, Master, Era replied in a small voice. Her heart raced when she heard Fang Hao was leaving her alone to command a group of skeletons to guard the city. But her obedience to her master as a slave made her grit her teeth and agree to it. Wait for my return. Fang Hao patted her shoulder gently and left with his troops. The moment Fang Hao departed with his 30,000 troops, the gates of the territory sealed immediately. Era stood on the city wall, watching Fang Hao and his troops disappear into the distance. Fang Hao did not know the location of Fireblade's territory, but the Orc army had left obvious traces along the way as they advanced. As long as he followed these traces, it would not be difficult to find their location. The Undead army advanced swiftly while Fang Hao lay on a cart, not daring to recklessly consume his spiritual power through God's presence. He simply opened the Book of Lords to check everyone's battle situation. As expected, it was not as lively as usual. My territory soon can't be defended. I've lit the signal fire. Are there any nearby brothers that can save me? I'll give you all of my resources. Brother, I see you. Can you come and reinforce me, and then we can take back your territory together? Damn, I'm trapped with my soldiers in a hut. How can I reinforce you? Help. I'm so scared. I want to go home. Red, I don't know if you are here in this world, but if you can see this, I want you to know, I love you. A broken bar. Wanks. I love you. I hope you can be happy in the end. Yang Mengmenka broken bar. What the hell? The chat group instantly turned into a large-scale confession scene, with men and women's names appearing one after another. It seemed that everyone had a partner, someone they liked. Damn it. The battle just now did not wound him as deeply as this. All the blood he transported here, yet he had to watch these people indirectly showing off their love. Inwardly cursing, Fang Hao sat up and glanced around. He did not see any signal fire, so it seemed he was still far from the others. He had been on the move for several hours. Fortunately, only he needed to eat, drink, and relieve himself. The skeleton soldiers did not require these, which saved time. The Fireblade camp had exceeded the village boundary. It would be more appropriate to describe it as a small city. The tall stone walls stood high. Through the open city gates, he could see the buildings inside. The Orc territory was not an empty city like Fang Hao imagined, as more than a dozen Orcs were left there. Go, take over the city directly, Fang Hao commanded, and then sounded the war horn. Woo-oo! The clear sound of the horn rang out, and various attribute enhancements were applied to the skeleton soldiers. They rushed towards the territory at a fast pace. The Orcs who remained in the city changed their faces when they heard the horn and saw the skeletons rushing towards their territory. Closing the city gate could not stop the invasion of the skeleton army. Like a towering formation, they stormed the city wall and seized the city. When Fang Hao arrived from the rear, the city gate was slowly pushed open by the skeleton soldiers, welcoming his arrival. Collect all that can be taken. Fang Hao issued the looting order. Fang Hao issued a search order, and all the skeleton soldiers immediately dispersed. They began to gather any resources that could be taken away. Fang Hao surveyed the entire territory. When he saw the chieftain's hall in the central position, his eyes lit up. In general, the chieftain possesses the greatest wealth of the tribe, so some valuable items were bound to be unearthed. Moreover, this kind of territory, home to tens of thousands, undoubtedly had some high-quality treasure chests. You geese don't need to search anymore. Stay with me, Fang Hao called over a few skeletons. It was uncertain whether there would be any special dangers inside, so it would be better to be cautious. 6 skeletons immediately stopped their work and quietly followed behind Fang Hao. The chieftain's hall was still a combination of ordinary stone and wood, not like the stone brick construction of the castle. This left Fang Hao feeling somewhat regretful. If this place was also a stone brick construction, he would have arranged for people to dismantle it and obtain the stone bricks. Stepping into the hall, it was spacious and bright. Take down all these curtains and lamps, but be careful not to damage them, Fang Hao started ordering as soon as he entered the house. The skeletons got to work. The orc camp was obviously not as wealthy as the vampire castle. Antler chandeliers bearing candles burnt halfway were hung around, not the nightstones found in the vampire castle. Of course, Fang Hao wasn't discriminative and planned to take them all. The skeletons began to carry the furniture out of the room, while Fang Hao sat in the chair in the center, scrutinizing it from left to right. This chair was undoubtedly Chief Kent's. Orcs were robust in size, but when Fang Hao sat down, it seemed somewhat oversized. "All right, carry it out." Fang Hao rose and instructed for the chair to be carried out as well. No matter whether it could be used or not, it would be transported back first. The hall was soon emptied. Fang Hao then continued to raid a few bedrooms. All kinds of furniture, ornaments, curtains, and quilts were moved out, waiting to be transported away collectively. Inside the master bedroom, while the skeletons carried the goods, Fang Hao's gaze landed on a golden treasure chest placed against the wall. This was the second golden treasure chest he had seen. His heart felt a strange sense of excitement. Heavens above, earth below. As the decree of the venerable Lord Chang says, evil be gone, fortune come, and great wealth to the entire household. After silently chanting for a while, Fang Hao directly opened the treasure chest. Obtained, cavalry training camp blueprint, fine single-edge blade blueprint, green, quarry building blueprint, leather saddle blueprint, white, warfire coin plus 320, beast tooth plus 35. The harvest wasn't too bad. Even though there weren't any particularly surprising items, there were a cavalry training camp blueprint and a green equipment blueprint. Once cavalry units were recruited and green single-edged blades produced, the overall strength of the territory would be greatly enhanced. Beast tooth. Category, or description: a rare ore acquired for building construction by the Orc clan. It was shaped like a crescent moon, like a beast's tooth. Fang Hao had collected a fair amount of ores from different races. Shadowstone from the Undead clan, Bloodstone from the Blood clan, and now Beast Tooth from the Orc clan. All the blueprints were added to the Book of Lords, and the warfire coins and Beast Tooth were packed into the bag. He then got up and left the chieftain's hall. Inside the hall, except for the house, all the furniture and utensils had been moved outside. The skeletons were still sweeping through the territory. Fang Hao's gaze, on the other hand, landed on a pasture not far away. It was the pasture of the War Axe tribe, where hundreds of unicorns had been tamed and kept in the corral. These unicorns were obviously domesticated, eating and resting peacefully, oblivious to the invasion of their territory. Even when the skeletons passed by the corral, the unicorns only lazily glanced over. They continued their meals and naps as usual. Seeing these unicorns, Fang Hao's heart immediately filled with joy once again. He remembered the last time he had to capture a wild unicorn. He and his skeletons had spent over an hour chasing it down. In the end, the unicorn managed to escape. Now, I've successfully domesticated both male and female orcs. Take all the sheep away, Fang Hao instructed the skeleton, and after a thought, he added worriedly, I want them alive, all tied up, and brought back to my territory. The skeleton entered the sheepfold and began to tie up the unicorns one by one. When all the resources were transported out, Fang Hao started to tally them up. Resources: 3 wriggling spines, 51,208 wood, 28,503 stone, 8,575 thatch, 111,850 leather, 842 iron, 520 copper, 524 warfire coins. Miscellaneous: 442 baskets of fruits, 95,520 units of meat, 1,120 units of salt, 324 unicorns. Furniture: 20,000 simple wooden beds, 8,000 various cabinets, 4,000 sets of tables and chairs, 4 antler chandeliers, various pots, bowls, spoons, and pans, assorted curtains and fabrics. The amount gathered this time was quite substantial. If it wasn't for the limited number of soldiers he had brought with him, Fang Hao would have wanted to dismantle the doors and windows of the orcs' dwelling and take everything away. Fang Hao brought out the Book of Lords and immediately used the Hundredfold Amplification to create 30,000 carts, onto which he secured all the acquired materials. However, he soon realized that even so, this batch couldn't transport all the resources back. It seemed a second trip was needed. Luckily, it was still early, and there was plenty of time. He picked several carts of important materials for the first trip and decided to return to his territory. Let's go back home. Leaving the gates of the Battle Axe territory slightly ajar, the team majestically returned to their own territory. From a distance, watching Fang Hao leading the team back, Ira ordered the skeleton soldiers to open the city gates and welcome them. Master, Ira called out joyfully. It was far better to stay with Fang Hao than with these skeletons. Thankfully, she was no longer as scared as she initially was when she realized the skeleton soldiers wouldn't hurt her. These are all the spoils from the orcs' territory. Replace your bed and look around to see what else you need and arrange them yourself, Fang Hao said, while directing the skeleton soldiers to unload the goods at the designated spots. Ira's eyes widened as she looked at the piles of items on the carts of the skeleton troops and the hundreds of unicorns grazing leisurely. It was as if they had raided a house. How did they bring back so much from just one trip? Oh, okay, Ira responded. Fang Hao nodded, ordering the skeletons to lead the unicorns into the paddock. Because of its first-level status, the paddock was immediately crowded with more than 300 unicorns. With ample resources, he immediately upgraded the paddock. Level 2 paddock, 1,500 wood, 1,200 stone, 800 thatch, 400 hemp ropes. Level 3 paddock, 2,200 wood, 1,800 stone, 1,600 thatch, 800 hemp ropes, 200 leather. The paddock was upgraded to level 3 and instantly became twice as large, in no way inferior to the orcs' paddock. After all the hustle, Fang Hao told Ira, "I need to make another trip. You continued to look after the house." After saying this, he led the skeletons, who had finished unloading, on their way. They returned to the orcs' territory to continue transporting the remaining goods. Nearing twilight, they started to return to their territory with the second batch of goods. The marching speed of these infantrymen, especially the skeleton infantry, was too slow, and most of the time was wasted on the road. Once he recruits cavalry, the marching speed will increase. Lying on one of the carts, he chose a comfortable position and opened the Book of Lords to see how everyone else was doing. They had been fighting from morning till evening. It should have ended by now after all. They couldn't keep up a battle of attrition for a whole day. Indeed, the surviving lords were discussing their victories and gains. As long as they survived, the meat from the slain beasts was enough to feed their territories for several days. Suddenly, a message caught Fang Hao's attention. It was from Jiang Bin, whose territory was not far from his own and always encountered skeletons while fishing in the river. "Can someone please save me? I can't hold on any longer. I am willing to give you all my resources. Please, someone, help me." Within Jiang Bin's territory, wild beasts, infuriated by raging fury, launched a frantic attack on the territory. All defensive measures within the territory were destroyed. Jiang Bin, along with all his citizens and soldiers, made a last stand at the Lord's cabin, desperately fending off the beast's onslaught. But the long battle left him and his soldiers utterly exhausted. They barely held on, driven by instinct and desperation alone. Everyone knew they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Without reinforcements or some other kind of help, they would all become prey for the beasts by the end of the day. Having been replaced by the militia, Jiang Bin once again opened the Book of Lords, pleading, "Could any brother lend a hand? I swear, if we survive this, I, Jiang Bin, will never forget your good deed." There was more at stake now than merely exchanging weapons and food. Unless you're able to exchange for rocket launchers, enough to blow up the swarming beasts outside. A weapon or two would not make much difference. They could only hope that some nearby lord, who had already completed their defenses, would have the time to come to their aid. However, Jiang Bin's plea did not elicit much of a response in the channel. Such pleas had become all too common that day, and hardly anyone paid them any mind. Even the lords who had been victorious in the great battle had their own losses. Where would they find the resources to aid him? Jiang Bin was glued to the Book of Lords. As he failed to elicit any sort of response or aid, his spirit instantly wilted. Sunken in defeat, his energy and focus depleted substantially. What use was their desperate clinging to life now? It seemed there was little difference between dying now or later. "Lord, what's wrong with you? You must hang in there. Everyone's counting on you." A soldier next to him shouted aloud. The soldier was clad in simple leather armor, with an iron spear in hand. He was drenched in blood, looking akin to a blood demon. The blood came from the beasts, but also from himself and his fallen comrades. No one wanted to die, not even the recruited villagers and soldiers. "Ugh, it's all over. It's all over. Why did I come here? Why did I come here?" Jiang Bin muttered to himself continuously under his breath. Seeing Jiang Bin's predicament, the soldiers knew they were doomed. The Lord had already lost his will to fight. How could they continue combat? The morale of every soldier and villager plummeted in an instant, crushing any remaining determination to continue their stand. The beasts launched an even more ferocious attack. Just as Jiang Bin and the villagers braced themselves for death, there came a flurry of rapid footsteps from outside the room. The sound of these footsteps was crystal clear, sounding akin to a rumbling horde approaching. "Lord, there's a troop fighting with the beasts." A soldier guarding the door cried out in joy. Jiang Bin's spirits lifted. Perhaps a nearby lord had come to their aid after all. He got up and came to the door, peering through a crack. But one look at what was happening outside immediately replaced his joy with panic and fear. Indeed, a formidable army was battling the beast horde, but it was not composed of humans. Instead, it was an array of skeletons, each decked out in armor, brandishing weapons. These skeletal soldiers, whether in movies, novels, or games, have always been antagonists to mankind. This was like jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Everyone squished against the windows or crevices, staring out. The skeleton horde clashed fiercely with the beasts. But the number of skeletons was simply overwhelming. Against their sheer multitude, which looked like a vast skeleton sea, the several hundreds of beasts stood no chance. In a brief moment, the beasts were swallowed whole. The battle ended swiftly, with every frenzy-induced beast slaughtered. The skeleton army began to clear the battlefield. Jiang Bin and the others watched in silence, their hearts pounding in their chest. They held their breath and dared not make a sound. They were afraid that the slightest noise would draw the attention of these skeletons and prompt them to attack. If they were no match for the beasts, fending off these undead troops would be impossible. Just then, a soldier whispered, "Lord, what is that skeleton doing?" Jiang Bin jumped, shooting the soldier a stern look to keep him silent. But he also noticed the skeleton in question, quickly changing his position to see what it was doing. He saw the skeleton walk straight to the warehouse, take a careful look around, then pack all the gemstones in his backpack. Seeing the rare materials he had gathered being placed into the skeleton's backpack didn't bring much reaction from Jiang Bin. If there was a rescuer, he would have given these materials away. If the skeleton was taking them, so be it, as long as he and his people were left unharmed. Just when everyone was hoping for these undead creatures to leave soon, that skeleton, who had taken the gemstone, stood in front of the Lord's cabin. Bang, bang, bang. There was knocking at the door. Damn! Jiang Bin and others shuddered, almost falling over from fright. A few villagers clung to each other, their faces deathly pale. Just as expected, a broken bar. The skeletons really wouldn't let them off. Fang Hao manipulated the skeleton to stand in front of the cabin, gently knocking on the door. He had no other intentions, just wanted to see if there was anything good inside the Lord's cabin. After all, Jiang Bin had promised in the channel that whoever saved him would receive all his resources. He didn't need all the resources, nor could he use them all. To choose some gemstones and things he liked wouldn't be too much to ask for. However, a broken bar. Although Fang Hao had knocked on the door, All he heard from inside was a startled exclaim, and then silence. Fang Hao didn't wait. He kicked the door open with one foot, and met the terror-stricken gazes of everyone inside. One of them had the Book of Lords hanging at his waist. Needless to say, he must be the local lord, Jiang Bin. Thud. Jiang Bin knelt directly in front of Fang Hao, shouting loudly, "Great Undead, we are just ordinary humans. We didn't disturb your sleep. Please don't harm us." Fang Hao wrinkled his brow. What gibberish! He pushed him aside, and continued examining Jiang Bin's cabin. The cabin was probably level 3, as there was a second-floor bedroom. But the D8 copyright core was rather ordinary, just some simple chairs and tables made of wood. Under the suspicious gaze of Jiang Bin and others, Fang Hao continued upstairs, examining each room. His eyes eventually fell on one item. Exquisite weapon rack, green, type, prop, function. Weapons placed on the rack slowly recover from damage. Description: you can dislike it, but you cannot ignore its existence. Goodness, he didn't know where Jiang Bin found this treasure. It's actually pretty good. He picked it up and carried it in his arms. He directly descended the stairs. Looking at the still nervous Jiang Bin and others, he lightly patted their shoulders and walked out of the Lord's cabin. The skeletons group left, carrying more than 100 beast corpses. Jiang Bin and the others' eyes were full of confusion as they watched the undead troops gradually drift away. What just happened? What did they come for? They took 2 materials and a prop rack they picked up themselves and just left. "Lord, we've won. We can start cleaning the battlefield now. Night is coming." Jiang Bin responded immediately, loudly saying, "Yes, hurry, clean up the battlefield. We're eating meat tonight. It'll fill us up." The skeleton troops had taken some of the beast corpses, but they left plenty, enough to eat for several days. Good. Everyone responded excitedly, as if they were survivors of a disaster. Fang Hao returned to his territory with the last of the supplies. The sky was dim. Era had prepared dinner, only waiting for Fang Hao's return. Just as he commanded the skeletons to unload the cargo, a system prompt suddenly sounded. "Congratulations to the lords. The Blood Boil challenge has ended. Rewards will be distributed based on the points scored in the challenge. The Blood Boil challenge has ended." The beasts, still in attack mode, lost the blood-boiled state and automatically retreated back into the forest. Before everyone could let out a sigh of relief, a system notification sounded again. World announcement: congratulations to Lord Fang Hao for ranking first in this round of points accumulation. Reward: influence on all factions plus 100, influence on affiliated faction plus 300, 1 hero recruitment scroll, 1 special building blueprint, 1 item crafting blueprint, and 300 warfire coins. The system announced it 3 times consecutively. Whether you wanted to hear it or not, it kept broadcasting, as expected. Once again, Fang Hao is the world's #1. The Book of Systems private messages started to ring out. "Brother Hao, you're still the most powerful. Great Lord Fang Hao, you are truly formidable. Congratulations, Grand Lord, on becoming the world's #1. Those who had exchanged blueprints and materials with him all sent congratulatory private messages. Fang Hao thanked them all one by one. Meanwhile, the regional channel was also filled with exclaimed surprise. "Our region's big boy is the world's #1. Lord Fang Hao is outstanding. Not only is he the #1 in our region, but also the world. Thanks to Lord Fang Hao's weapons I survived. If anyone dares to speak ill of the big boy, they become my enemy." The channel was filled with conversations about Fang Hao's achievement as the world's #1 player. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, after eating dinner, started checking his received rewards. Hero recruitment scroll, your faction, category, recruitment scroll. Description: used to randomly recruit a hero from your faction. Fang Hao clenched his fist, absolutely thrilled inside. In these past few days, he had really seen the power of heroes. Bronze Bull, Taluk, the chieftain of the Tauran, in charge of Manim Market. Even the most arrogant orc must abide by Taluk's rules. From this, you can see his own strength. The same goes for Fireblade, Tekken, who he fought today. One man is equal to an army. By his power alone, A vacuum zone was created amidst an undead army. Fang Hao only managed to kill him by relying on the sheer number of his skeletons. It can be said that there's a complete conceptual difference between heroes and troops. They are more powerful, each one being the powerhouse occupying a region. With this recruitment scroll, he can have heroes, too. He suppressed his curiosity and continued checking his other rewards. An orange special building blueprint, wishing pool blueprint, orange, category, special building blueprint, prerequisites, 4 statues of the gods, 1/4, required materials, wood 5,200, stone 3,500, tough hemp rope 1,200, bricks 3,000, natural gems 120, trace of the forest 120, coral crystals 50, tears of the ocean 50, breeze white coral 50, dawn blue coral 50, essence of magic 10, perfect essence 5, tears of Asha 1. Description: a finite amount of basic resources can be consumed weekly to make a wish, with a chance of getting a wish reward. Oh, I see. An orange building blueprint. Last time, he's yet to collect all the materials for the system rewards purple blueprint. This orange blueprint has come now, but the description of this special building is indeed powerful. Once a week, there's an opportunity to consume basic resources to make a wish, and there's a chance to get the wished item. The prerequisite is to construct 4 statues of the gods, one of which is the goddess of harvest in his territory. He needs to collect 3 more statues of the gods. Moreover, it will take some effort to get these weird materials. Dwarven fire gun making blueprint, blue, category, fire gun. Required materials, 5 composite boards, 3 cold forged steels, 12 precision parts. Description: its straightforward triggering method and formidable attack power have made the dwarven long-range weapon famous. Another decent item. For the rigid and stiff undead skeleton troops, a simple triggering method is especially important. He remembers how he tried to have the skeleton infantry mimic gnolls, using a sling to launch attacks. But the results were disastrous. The stray stones not only knocked down a few comrades but barely missed his head as well. All the sling weapons were immediately dismantled by him, turned into stones and ropes. Ira came over, holding freshly washed fruits. As she approached, she saw Fang Hao sitting there chuckling to himself. Ira didn't know that Fang Hao was looking at the reward attributes. She just assumed something good happened and he was laughing quietly to himself. "Master, the fruit is washed, please have it." She sat kneeling on the side, presenting the fruit to Fang Hao. The fruit still had droplets on it, giving it a clear and transparent look, very appetizing. "Get up, don't kneel all the time, these legs are wasted." "No, I mean just do your job as usual, there's no need for constantly bowing and kneeling," Fang Hao said softly. It's Ira's second day here. After a full day of combat, she's not that scared of skeletons anymore. She even directed the skeleton to replace her room with a solid wooden double bed. However, when facing Fang Hao, she always kneels down, looking oppressed. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Ira stood up from the ground. Her pale knees were slightly red. Fang Hao picked up a piece of fruit and took a bite. The taste was similar to pear, very juicy, but tasted average. "What's this fruit called?" Fang Hao asked. "Red fruit," Ira answered. "All right, the name probably came from the color at the fruit's skin. You should also eat. We harvested a lot of this fruit. It's just the 2 of us. We won't be able to finish them before they spoil." Fang Hao handed the fruit to Ira and softly said, "From the orc tribe, they brought back hundreds of baskets, each holding more than 20 fruits. If they can't finish the fruits, they will all spoil soon." Ira carefully accepted the fruit, looked at Fang Hao, and took a bite. Instantly, the sweet juice flooded into her mouth. "Thank you, Master." Ira swallowed the fruit and wore a satisfied smile. Fang Hao smiled slightly. "Okay, if you like it, eat more." After saying that, he held the recruitment scroll in his hand and walked out. Rather than savoring fruit here, he'd rather use the recruitment scroll to recruit his first hero. Walking out of the wooden lord's house. The sky was dim, and the bright moon was high in the sky. With the hero recruitment scroll in hand, Fang Hao mindlessly thought of numerous famous generals from ancient times. Then he realized, this is not the same world. The figures he was thinking about most likely wouldn't appear here. He could only pray for a high-grade, powerful, and invincible hero. That way he could sit back and relax as a salted fish lord. You are broken bar. It seems like he's already quite a salted fish. Would you like to use the faction hero recruitment scroll? Once used, a random faction hero will be recruited. Deep breath in. Use it. Following that, the recruitment scroll emitted a faint light in his hand, slowly drifting away as if the paper burned out. Next second, a complex magic array appeared in the space in front of him. Encased in an orange glow, a figure slowly rose from the ground. Holy crap! A legendary golden. The light dispersed. A tall and thin figure appeared before him. Successful recruitment. The Corpse Witch, Nelson, Orange Deer 7 hero.